can you hear me now?
Yeah.
We figured out what was
Komodo
wrong.
dragons are known to collect and keep discarded jewelry in their dens.
Yeah, that game didn't count. We'll play another one for practice when this is done, and then we'll play one for real. So apologies for that, guys. It was an issue on our end with our microphone. All I had to do is to unplug it and plug it back in, because that's how you fix every technology ever. I gotta fix the YouTube people though. Hold on.
During the U.S. Civil War, gunpowder was made out of bat guano.
There's something about this drum beat that's soothing, you know?
Well, it's probably done that like that intentionally.
One in every 4 toys is eventually recalled.
All right, YouTube has been updated.
All right, so we're all good?
We are good to go.
Awesome.
Yeah, Nick. We're blaming Nick. Every time Nick's on, things crash. I accept that, Nick.
We don't know what happened to Bill.
Bill has been on for a while. He might just be taking a nap.
Bill was drinking the beer.
You can
Oh, yeah.
see
Bill's
Antarctica from
passed
southern
out.
New Zealand.
That sounds legit. That sounds very legit.
What's this one? Balloons used to make balloon animals are made from horse bladders.
All right, Josh from Arkansas, let's get it.
Here are your scores.
Oh, wow, I've managed to get 3 points. Shocking.
For the final round, all the facts will be about one category. That category is real Disney cartoons.
Oh,
Try
snap.
to figure out which of these were real Disney cartoons and which are lies we just made up.
Nice, Nick. Nice. Love
Donald
it.
Duck has a nightmare that he's a Nazi.
So crazy, it just might be true.
The 7 dwarves fight malaria.
Sounds like a bunch of bullshit if you ask me. I don't recall any malaria-infested dwarves, do you? Oh my God!
All right, got that one right.
Andrew, look at Andrew pulling it out.
Goofy tries to quit smoking.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure every Disney character at some point had some type of addiction one way or the other.
Pluto gets rabies.
let's find out, Brian. Oh, I gotta send these guys the news. Yeah.
Chip and Dale become beatniks.
True on that.
Minnie Mouse files for divorce.
So you restarted the free.
Yeah. I wish it didn't do that because I wanted to see, like, it say live for like 18 hours, 19 hours. I thought that would have been like cool, you know, but technology.
Mickey Mouse is arrested for not paying taxes.
I got second place.
Yeah, how many people were playing?
I don't know.
Just us three?
Let's see
No.
the
There's
final
like 12,
scores.
12 people playing.
How the heck did I get third?
Nice, dude. Look at us, dude. All right, cool. So that was kind of practice. We're gonna do new players. So hop in. Feel free to hop in while we get this going and start a new room. This will be the practice round.
This is practice?
No. Everybody knows how this works. Okay, this is everybody gets this. This isn't a difficult game. We're playing for keeps.
We're giving a prize away. We're going to give away a tier, right?
Yeah, we're giving away one of the tier levels. So if you go to jackbox.tv, enter in the room code one IDYC. It sounds like something a
It's
joke a
time for
kid would
another
make.
game of Lie Swatter.
Like
You're going to see
ICUP,
7 crazy
IDYK,
facts pulled
or
from the following
IDYC.
fact
You can
category.
join at any point too, as well. I believe on this. So
In
So don't feel like you
Popeye
missed
cartoons,
out.
Olive Oil would eat olives and become clairvoyant. Mikhail Gorbachev would go in for a handshake, then pull back to comb his hair.
what?
Central Park has a statue in honor of Home Alone 2.
Was that last one before this true or false?
False, I think.
Nicole Kidman is American born.
What? I thought she was Australian or something.
Australian born too. Guess not.
I bet you FRC 5 is
Lincoln
Australian.
used his stovepipe hat to store important papers.
I feel like whatever I want to pick, I should just pick the opposite.
That's the program.
Some squid can fly.
Interesting.
I would bet. I bet money on that one. I bet you a shiny dollar. Shiny dollar. I think everybody owes me $1 now. I think that's how this works.
The last living North Pole penguin died in 1923.
What? Oh wait, I did know that, and I got it right.
Everyone stands at the end of round one.
All right,
Yes,
look at Brendan, dude. Wow, man, Brendan with the trivia, dude. Look at this guy.
Here are your next 7 fact categories.
All right.
Is that Hartzog, you think?
The inventor of the Fender electric
Is it?
guitar couldn't
I don't
play
know.
guitar.
No, Brendan.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah. You know what I mean? This beat is nice.
Dance work. No,
John Hamm
Nobody
did a
wants to
GQ
see
photo
this.
shoot where he put pineapple rings on his chest.
You're just copying my answers, aren't you?
I'm not watching you. I swear to
Soviets
God, I'm
trained
watching
dog suicide bombers during World War II.
you on that one.
That just sounds legit. Unfortunately.
Mel Gibson is Jodie Foster's cousin. Atari started out as a manufacturer of lawnmowers.
Hey, John, shoot me a message on Facebook.
Man,
The girl on the Wendy's logo is named Denise. Dan Aykroyd won McDonald's Monopoly game in 1988. Here are your scores.
look at that, Brendan.
This Brendan guy. Look at this guy. Whooping ass. Whooping the ass.
For the final round, all the facts will be about one category. That category is Secret Service code names. Some of these code names assigned by the Secret Service are true, and you guessed it, some are lies. Donald Trump's Secret Service code name is Zeus. Prince Charles' Secret Service code name is Unicorn.
That's my new nickname, Unicorn. I want to be a pretty unicorn. Am I a pretty unicorn?
Yeah.
Ted Kennedy's Secret Service code name was Sunburn.
Do the dance. We dance it again. Yeah.
Ronald Reagan's Secret Service code name was Bonzo. Dick Cheney's Secret Service code name is Unkillable.
I've gotten all of these wrong so far.
Dan Quayle's Secret Service code name is Potato.
What would your Secret Service name be? Code name.
What's that?
What would your Secret Service code name be?
Hillary Clinton's Secret Service code name is Rawhide.
I think my shotgun.
Shotgun.
That's my new
Shot.
nickname, Shotgun. Yeah, Garrett, that's true. And you know what's funny is even though I've seen these questions before, I don't remember the answers. Oh, of course. All right, Brendan,
You are the
Let's
winner.
see the final scores.
look at
Ooh,
that.
but look how close.
Wow, that was super
Wow.
close. Where's I need a pen. I need a pen. All right, Brendan.
It's time for another game of Lie Swatter.
I want you to pick a number. No. We're not doing another.
You're
Not
going
doing
to see 7 crazy facts
Shut your
pulled
mouth.
from these fact
You're
categories.
hot. Shush. I'm down to play another game. We can certainly
I'd be down too.
play another game. We can play Drawful again.
We
We
have
could
not
play.
given away prizes in quite
We got to give away a prize. So, Brendan, I want you to choose. I have arranged numbers not in order. I've jumbled them up. I want you to pick between 1, 2, and 3, and that will determine which pledge tier you are now a member of. So, you'll send us then an email. I'll give you the email here in a second. Let us know which pledge you got, and then we'll take your address and we'll mail these all out. You get one. Yeah, look, we can do Drawful again, Nick. I'm cool with that. 2. All right. That gets you coincidentally 2 was 2. In this one, I did 3, 2, 1 in this particular instance. There's my there's the proof. So you get yourself the Saddle Up pledge.
That's tier 2.
That is tier 2. So that's gonna get you the Pascagoula. I never say that the right way. Did I say that finally the right way?
Yeah.
The Pascagoula Shootout, as well as Sweetwater Gulch, along with 8 posses, 80 gold bars. I don't know. I'm not going to go through the whole thing. You got a whole bunch of stuff, my friend, coming your way. Thank you. Thank you for supporting us. Feel free to just get another pledge anyways. You might as well go all in. You know, now you got a game for yourself. You got one for, your friend, your buddy, your boss. You want to get a raise? You want to get a promotion at work? Let's pepper this guy up with some high noon, huh? All right. I think we're down. I'm good. Let's do some Drawful. Yeah? I don't know if anybody's played Drawful before. It is a fun game. It is only up to 8 players, though. So first come, first serve on that. What I will do is I will not participate in I can't do that because then I'll just be bored out of my mind. I'm gonna make a deal with you guys. I have to do this for 24 hours. Right? I can't even get my ears. I'm already going crazy. It's over 12 hours right now. So, and I have to wear this hat that's digging into my head. And so I think I've earned the right to play the game. That's what I think. Yeah, I think that's a fair thing. So let's get some Drawful going. How Drawful works is that you're just a shitty artist. They give you things that are impossible to draw and ask you to draw it. And then everybody has to guess what that was out of these prearranged comments that we all contribute to. And then if you get people to guess your answer, you get points. If people guess your answer, you also get points. It's really a fun game. So let's get that going. Let's have some fun, man. We talked enough on High Noon. We can go back to talking High Noon again. Let's just chill out. play some games. All right. Let's bring that back. All right, with the Jackbox games. Here we go. We got with the Drawful. Get ready for it. First come, first serve.
How many people did they let in?
8.
All right. Well, I won't go in unless there is room.
There won't be room.
There won't be room.
You have to fight.
I will watch.
You want to just play it for me?
No, you got this.
We could be a team if you want to be a
Okay.
team. Here you are. I'm gonna
Draw.
I'll draw us.
Yeah, draw.
Hey!
So that's a picture of me sitting on a bar stool and Becky flexing her muscles. If you see anything else, it's because you're a pervert.
Noise.
Playing as a team here. The room number is GAMU. So go to jackbox.tv. Room code is GAMU. You got to draw. If you guys are in, you got to draw your face. So for feel free to swing on in, draw your head.
Thank you.
Hey, all right.
Yeah.
Let's get a full game going. All right, Rick. All right, Sin Princess. We'll dig it.
You're
We'll
giving
take
away
it.
another tier.
For this one?
Are we?
Is it another hour yet? Yeah, we're coming up on 7
We
o'clock.
skipped like 5 hours.
Okay.
Prizes.
All right. We'll give stuff away. Man, these guys are some good artists, man. John's sitting on a bar stool as well, I see.
Did you get that? What is...
The room number GAMU. All right, so let's do it.
Did you get another chance?
Oh, there's plenty of chances. That was
Hello,
like-
everyone. This is Drawful. 7 players, 1 drawing each, 7-picture game. Yeah, the math adds up. Let's play. Okay, I'm sending a title to each of your devices. Something odd, like square dancing or salami stains. Draw a picture on your device that would have that title, and when you're done, hit send. And you'll get points for each player that can correctly guess your title. So, get to drawing. Thank you. Oh.
so bad.
That is terrible. That is so bad. Okay, but the answers are going to be fantastic.
Well,
Okay, you have 30 seconds to hit send, or your drawing will be lost forever. Ding, 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 ding.
I think we're losing a player. Better chance of someone else.
Warning! 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 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Uh-oh, looks like one of you didn't get your drawing in on time. That's too bad, but I won't lose any sleep over it. Now, use your device to type in what you think the title for this picture could have been, or better yet, something you think could trick the other players into thinking it's the title. You'll get points for every player that picks your answer.
Oh, wait, we just got this.
55. 50.
Hey!
Oh,
Oh, that must be it. That must be them. The Facebook user, because it only says Facebook user. That must be them. So,
all right, here are your choices. Now pick the title you think really inspired this drawing.
Hey!
hey, somebody out of a costume.
All right,
That's
cool.
awesome.
Here's everybody's picks.
Hey!
Nice.
Thanks, Rick.
That would be an awesome sword.
Oh, that was ours. We're blue, right? We're blue.
No, we're not.
We're not blue.
We're
Which
red.
one? We're red. Oh, cool.
Wow, we have 4,000 points, yo. Good drawing.
And our next weird doodle. Type in a convincing title now.
Hey!
25. 40. 35. 38. 25.
Okay, here are your choices.
Hey!
Oh, we can't assume the color because that's just the color of the dude's crayon.
Oh, yeah.
15.
What did everybody pick?
That's fun.
Hey!
No one got it right. All right. Car salesman
Everybody
with
was
beard.
just way off on this one.
Wow.
Wow.
Hey, so you want me to respond to that, or do you want to?
Yeah, I'd say absolutely. No, I respond. Absolutely.
Type in your titles now. Here are your choices.
What are you thinking?
Pick something. All right, who picked what? Cha-ching. 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 Cha-ching.
Yeah.
Are we done with
All
this
right.
one? I think we're done with this one.
Wow. That's funny.
Got us to second place.
Wait, did you see that one from
Enter anything that could almost make sense now. And here are your choices. And here are your picks. Cha-ching.
I regret that I didn't pick that. I just noticed it was spelled incorrectly.
You're all wrong. Everybody's wrong.
Capri pants. Oh, it's ridiculous.
Put in your titles now. Hurry up! Just type in anything you can think of. Choices. Pick something. What did everybody pick? Only one of you didn't mess that one up. Enter your titles now.
Hey!
Hurry up, type in gibberish if you have to. Okay, here are your choices.
Hey!
Here's everybody's picks.
I think we got a winner.
Only one of you was able to figure that one out.
All right, I think we know who it is.
Hey!
With an ass whooping. With the ass whooping. Tricky Rick coming up with the most liked comments. So how this works, my friend? Who did that? Who won that? Who was the frick five? Frick five. Was that Brian?
I think that was. Wait, which one?
Whoever fricka five is.
I think that is Brian.
Yeah. All right, Brian. All right. So Brian, what you can do is you have to grow a mustache like this. No, but what you can do is you can email us at support@highnoongame.com. In there, just put what game you played, what you won. We got to let you figure out what you're going to win. So let me jot this down. I'm going to prearrange some numbers
He has a full beard.
in an order that you won't know. I have rearranged 1, 2, and 3. These are all going to be associated in the order of our pledge tiers, right? So pick one. Pick 1, 2, or 3. And it's not in the order that you may think. Or maybe it's not in the order you may not think. Or maybe it is. Let's throw them off. All right, take care, Sinclair. Thanks for hanging out. He picks number 3. Number 3. Oh, everybody
Number
keeps picking
3.
the satellite
Number 3
pledge.
is
So Brian won himself the Saddle Up pledge. That was number 2 in the
Everybody has been winning that one.
I did 1, 3, and 2 for that one. Yeah, so shoot us, whatever, at High Noon, support at highnoongame.com.
You won the Saddle Up.
Let us know you want to Saddle Up. We'll respond back, get your address and all that other good stuff. So when this is all manufactured and produced, we can get going. And of course, please tell all your friends that you want some free stuff from us. I'm surviving
Oh my gosh.
a red forehead. I know you almost got yourself the all in, man. You almost got yourself the all in, but that's okay. That's okay. Thank your friends, man. Thank the community. It's like we're giving you back your own stuff.
Oh, wait, finally.
Now we gotta hold on. This is high noon at night. Hold on, let me get you. I'll turn your mic on. High noon after hours. Oh man. Yeah, Tom, we're hoping we get funded. Right now we're at 64%. We got like 5 hours left to get fully funded this first day. Had a good, exciting day. We're on Forbes, we're on Business Insider. We put out a press release, so that's going out wherever interwebs. Kickstarter named us one of the projects that they love. Reason it's open.
Thanks to you.
We should just replace all of the high noon news with Jackpot's music. Here's what's awesome about it: is you can't dance to bad music.
No,
Like it's
expected.
Oh, you like this? She picked this. Josh, she did it.
What do you say?
Oh man,
Talking about his jacket.
that's great. Oh, I put some on mine. Some of yours, Rad. Your jacket's boss. Yeah, I'm thinking about my vest.
Do another dance, Rad, with your jacket.
Yeah, it's like a car wash.
For your horse. For the horses. Just
It's also good for karate. You're like, come on, Daniel, son. All right,
that's
so,
Hey, let me turn this jackpot stuff. All right. All right.
So the rest of the team is spooled up, ready to play test the Pine Box Priest, Father Franklin, the Bandero Blonde,
Abernathy?
Nelson Abernathy, and Miroslav Zorik. So all the people who were asking for some of these posses and how they add the flavor, how they add some flavors, you're going to get to see them in real life. I got my main man Dwight on the game table to help explain some of the nuance. Jason's also in there to explain some of the nuance for these new posses that are coming out. If you they're all in pledge, and if we reach some of our goals, we're excited to share them with you. But you'll be able to see kind of how they change the world of High Noon in a big way. So go look at it right here. Can you go? So actually, I gotta parade my little lady in here. This is my wife.
I was
Jill.
Hey!
gonna say, where's Jill at?
Oh,
Hiding behind.
She's been out of the frame the whole time, but this really is a family. This is a family affair. So we're all here. We're all playing the games. We can't wait to share with you guys what this ends up being. Yeah, let's go, Father Franklin. Josh, I can't wait for you to see how he dominates the board. All right. And the good news is that our playtester Billy has never played High Noon before, so you're going to see how Dwight walks him through kind of what he was saying earlier about having somebody new play the game, letting him play the game, and giving him some hints. You'll be able to see how he's exploring or how he's introducing them to the new bosses.
Are you playing as well, or are you just commentating? Or
I'm going to sit here and talk gibberish.
I'm with it. Are they gonna do the explanatory stuff, or how are they gonna do it? Can we get
Yes.
inside track of what they're doing? Okay.
Yeah.
You know, get some wine.
Yeah.
You want some
I'm gonna go get some wine.
Okay. Do you need to buy more? Or
We got enough. You can go tomorrow.
yeah, clear.
Yeah, we still got some setting up to do, so we are working on it.
That's fine.
All right, so guys, let's shuffle our cards. Make sure we can shuffle. And we still need to set up the crates.
Can you guys hear Dwight okay? Because I'm afraid if I put on the other mic, he'll be too loud, and then we can't transition back. But you guys hear him okay from where we're at? From where he's at?
Testing 1, 2, testing 1, 2. I'm going to be talking like this and setting my volume. Is this okay for everybody?
We're gonna find out. I hear you fine. I hear you fine. So if I can hear you fine, I'm imagining everybody else can hear you fine.
Okay. I'm not going to be able to see the questions.
That's fine.
There.
I'll read them out.
Yeah. Brian, you can email. Just email us and just let us know that it was a Saddle Up pledge, and then we'll follow up from
We're going to go these crates down, face down. We're not allowed to know what they are, so we're not putting them down. They have to be 4 squares or more away from anything else on the table. Do you think these go here? Okay, you want to remove them? Clean your room. Clean your room.
Clean your laboratory, George.
Scientist.
Clean your laboratory, Zork.
All right. Okay. So you might want to. All right. Okay. All right. Make sure this grid is nice and aligned, guys. Okay. So I'm going to go first, just so you can see the how this works, Billy. So they have to be 4 feet away from anybody. You want to get them as close to your people as possible. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. So it can't go here because it's too close to that person, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I can put one right here. So that's my turn. You're up.
All right. Now this one obviously was
Right. Those are all default starting positions.
default. Okay. So can I move this?
What?
No.
The default state is immediately.
Right. Important, but I can move another one.
Yes, you place.
Okay. So John Daly asked, the tiles look thick. Is the final copy going to be as thick?
We're quoting a very, very thin polystyrene board. It's not going to be like anything most people have ever seen in a board game. So they'll actually be very thin.
Yeah. This is for our play testing, John. It's not going to be what the final format's going to be. If you could hear Dwight, just go ahead and let us know that you heard that. But yeah, basically no. We're using a very very thin, very hard wearing, very high quality board tile that's going to be much thinner than that.
And whose is this one here?
Anybody's.
Anybody's. Got it. And so now we're moving our pieces.
No, we're gonna lay these down until we have nowhere to lay down. Did you already lay all yours down?
I'm sorry, shame. That's fine, I didn't know that.
Oh, look at you, look at
It is,
Chris.
I did it.
It's the most Millicent romantic thing ever. Alright. Good. Now, you notice he actually put this down, the piece down 3 squares away, but but when we talk about squares, we're talking in terms of movement, which I imagine you didn't realize, but that's okay. We're talking in terms of movement, and each of these orange squares requires 2 movement to go through. So this is technically 4 squares all right there.
Okay. So I could have placed it there.
You could.
Yeah.
Would you like to do that?
No.
Oh. Did you put yours down? Okay, you were wrapping up your, now you get wall here.
Oh, no, just realized. You can't get to those. Good job, David.
I can see it.
Oh, can I come sit up there and control my son on the place?
Yes, all right, Lily, you're up. Absolutely.
Distracted.
The fine young gentleman that you guys all see
You can put them
with his
anywhere.
back to you is my oldest son.
You want, but you want to get them as close to you as possible.
I'm embarrassing him.
Last crates, guys. Then the game starts. Billy, I'm going to crash course you into this. Sure. So what we're going to do is we're going to go this way. I'm going to start. Just follow the lead. Okay, whatever it does.
All right.
But basically, every turn is broken down into phases: movement, action, draw 3 cards. When we start the game, we're going to start with 6 cards. The maximum amount of cards you can have in your hand is 12. When you draw 3 cards, if you have more than 9 cards in your hand, at that point, you have to discard down to 9, because if you were to draw 3 cards, you have more than 12. Sure. That makes sense? Actions are basically playing cards, looting crates, looting dead bodies, basically. If the card says free action, it's not an action, it's free. If it says playing time, play anytime you want. On your turn, anybody else's turn, whatever. Pine Box Priest has a couple of things going for him. This is also him. This is his deployment. All your rules for the Pine Box are here on this sheet. This is technically another character. Your Pine Box is another character. Other characters may target your Pine Box and destroy it. If they destroy it, you
Tell
can't
me
use the
something.
machine gun.
So,
You can still use
Just
the
one
item.
Marty McFly out of Back to the Future.
There's one in the other room. Once you go over there.
There,
Table on the chair.
and that's your range. So this plus 5 more. And then just read down the line as to what it does. Let me just make sure.
Dwight, somebody's asking if you can hold up a card to the camera to show an example of how much a character can move.
All right, so we'll move it right here. So here's your character sheet. Right at the top on the feature, you see there it says speed. Speed is the number of squares that you can move. Okay, every crate is down. So let's go ahead and flip those crates over. Oh man, okay, this is gonna get interesting really quick. Huh? They're largely loot that permanently adjust.
Tuck it in. Tuck it in. Good, please tuck it in.
Okay, everybody draw 6 cards.
In my dad's.
That's a cool shirt.
It's a cool shirt.
Okay, I'm gonna do my movement.
Nobody got anything. Right, Jimmy.
All right, Miranda is going to loot the gear crate. So when I do that, I flip that crate over. He's gonna display 3 cards for me to choose. I get to choose one. Okay. So the cards I got are medical kit, long range sight.
Look like a midget. Excuse me.
That is beautiful. And a quick draw holster. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this quick draw holster. And I want to discard these cards. What is the quick draw holster doing in there? Go ahead. The quick draw holster. This allows me to use my defense. This is an expansion loot. This loot is available in tier 2 of the pledge. This allows me to use my defense value or my attack value of a defending card as a counter attack. So it's a very powerful card. The thing is I don't know if you can see, but right there, that little icon, see, it looks like a bullet, and it says bullets only. This chick, Miranda, who has it, her icon is a rifle round. So she, by default, cannot use this holster for anything. But if she drew a gun, if she drew a revolver, she could use it. Otherwise, Bonnie, my other character, has a bullet on her character sheet. So my plan is to get her over to Bonnie and pass it off to her so she can use it for the duration of the game. It all goes according to plan. All right, Bandera Blanc 1 is going to loot the rations crate. All right, so we've got canned beans. Canned beans heals for 1 point, and you draw 2 cards. Snake oil heals 3 points as a free action, and aromatic bitters as a free action. I can consume it, and it will give me a +1 defense for 3 turns. I think I'm going to take the canned beans.
I would have taken the bitters.
Yeah, well, you know, I don't blame you. All right, Bonnie is going to pull from the weapons crate. All right, so Bonnie has pulled a percussion pistol. The percussion pistol is default, has a bullet on it, but as you can see, it also has a shotgun shell round. That is 1, and it's in a square. That 1 square is a shotgun round. In the rules, it says the shotgun round is an attack of 5 and has a range of 5, whereas the base attack is a 3. So I have 6 shots with a percussion pistol. I have 6 shots that are attack of 3 and 1 shot that is an attack of 5. My next card is the double barrel. The double barrel has an attack of 9 and is a shotgun round. It's pretty awesome with a range of 8. Here's the thing. I subtract 1 on that attack for every square I'm away from the target. I can use this 2 times. And then finally, dynamite. This is an area of effect of attack as we were talking about before. So this has a range of 5, but look at this. So, one second. So basically, I could throw this, and the target that it gets thrown at has to defend at 4. Everything around it defends 3. Everything around that defends 1. So this is a massive area of effect attack. This is a tough one, but I think I'm going to go with the dynamite.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah.
Dynamite? Part of
the expansion.
Okay, now that I'm finished with my movements and I've done my actions, I'm gonna draw 3 cards. All right, you're up, Billy.
I thought we were going this way.
Oh, you're right, you're not up, Billy. All right, Miroslav, go ahead.
I wasn't ready. I'm ready to get the candies.
Move on, Mr. Zord. Okay, so he's looting the rations box. He mumbled it so that nobody could hear in a vain attempt to keep it a secret. But I am the announcer.
I get 2 canned beans and jerky strips.
Okay, so the jerky strips, let me just show that. The jerky strips heal 1 point for every 1 use. So this is a good card for people who have a posse of a bunch of people and you want to pass jerky strips around and heal each other. But outside of that, it's not very good. I'm not a fan, but whatever. Is this like is the table like shaking? Is that what's happening? Why is there a constant lava flow? Yeah. Put your canned beans on your person, remember. It doesn't go in your hand.
I put it on the back.
Yeah, there you go. Okay. All right. So you drew 3 cards? Your turn is done?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what this one is.
You discard. All right. No, I have to do that just yet.
Oh.
How many cards do you have in your hand? Okay,
Yeah.
you're good.
So Bush Ranger 2 is going through the glass window to get to the gear, so he's going to take 1 damage.
Is that what you're doing? You're not doing any other movements?
Okay, let me do the rest of the movements here. Also going for the gear, and Nelson's going to move up. So we're gonna draw on Bush Ranger 1 first. Okay. So I got a medical kit, which is a free action that heals 5 points. A Vandalore, which can hold ammunition.
Bandolier, yeah.
Yes.
And
And
let me show them the
a
bandolier.
masterful revolver.
All right. So we talked about the Master Revolver before, but just for new people. Master Revolver has a base attack of 4, and you get 6 shots. It's a good card to have in your hand if you are worried that you're not going to have any good attack cards in your hand. The Bandolier is an expansion loot. It comes in tier 2. It can hold ammunition cards. So it's basically it adds 2 additional inventory slots to your person so that you can stock up on ammunition. But it can only hold ammunition cards.
It's a bandolier of holding for ammunition.
That's right, bandolier holding. And this is a medical kit and it heals 5 points.
I'll take a medical kit.
All right.
And that is going with Bush Ranger 1. We're going to draw 3 gear also for Bush Ranger 2. And we have a rifle holster.
Okay. So a rifle holster, just like the bandolier, is an expansion loot card, and it's an additional loot, an additional inventory slot specifically for rifles.
We got the masterful revolver, which we just discussed.
Says checkered text.
And we've got the revolver buttstock.
So the revolver buttstock is a modifier to pistols. So it has the icon pistol only. It takes 1 action to equip, and it adds 4 to your range.
We're going to go with the masterful revolver.
Okay.
And that Actually, I didn't draw 3.
And now that is my turn.
Ooh.
Yes. Okay, so I move from these cards. You move this from here. Your speed is how many squares you. That's right. Okay. So technically, you can be here, you can be there, you can be there.
Correct. Now you've got some cover here.
Yes.
When you're moving through the cover, it's 2 movements to get those.
Go ahead. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Now, but I can't open that.
You can, yes.
So basically, the way it works is I don't plan on it.
Right, you right in front of it, right? Did you want to loot it?
I want to look at it.
Yeah. All right, so you drew a double holster. This is expansion loot, and this is two inventory slots that allows you to hold pistol cards. The bandolier, as we talked about, and another double holster. Which one would you like? Double holster. Double holster it is.
So John Daly says, thank you guys for doing this 24-hour run. It's a much needed distraction from all the BS going on here in Maine during this stupid virus.
It is our pleasure, John.
Yeah, we're located. This part of the team is located in Jacksonville, Florida, and Sean and Becky are up in Milwaukee. We would have had them with us here in Florida, but as you noted, there's some stupidity going on with this virus. But hey, we want everyone to be safe, and we want to, everyone be socially distant wherever possible.
All right. So that is one turn. Okay, so you've drawn, and did you draw 3 cards?
No.
Okay, you need to draw 3 cards. No, that's from your deck.
Hey guys.
Yeah.
So a Facebook user asks, why can you look at the cards in the loot and choose instead of just having to pick them from the 3 and not have the chance to see them? Yeah.
Why is it that you can look at the cards in the loot and choose instead of just having to pick from the 3 and not have a chance to see them? Oh, so you mean, okay, so if you mean put 3 cards face down and then choose one and then that's the one you get, because I wanted to mix random chance with a little bit of control, like a little bit of control in your own destiny. You're still looking in the crate. You're still reaching in the crate to grab something. It's just a matter of what is it that you're reaching in, what is it that's actually in that crate. So
some cards actually won't work with some characters. So you can end up running around grabbing a loot crate and then winding up with a completely
worthless card. Yeah, that's absolutely true. So I wanted to give players a chance to have a little bit of control in that randomness. That's why you draw 3 cards. You must choose only one of those cards, and the other 2 get discarded. They don't go back in the deck. They go into a discard pile where they forever remain. All right. You drew 3 cards.
I got 3 cards.
Okay, that is 1 turn in the can.
These turns to stay put, right?
Yep. I'm using these as counters.
Yeah, there's definitely plans. Expansion packs, so, I mean, this is going to be something that's continuous. We already have like 50 some posses that are already planned for this, with different iterations, different game plays. I mean, this is a thing. This isn't just one game. It's a franchise of games that we intend to launch. So definitely expect to see something thereafter.
If you go by the square,
Yeah.
So he's not 4 squares.
Yes.
So each moving 4 squares.
This is essentially, yeah. He's here. This is a full movement. This is as far as he can move.
And once he's deployed, he can only rotate.
He can't move. That's right.
So a Facebook user is asking, how many weapons accessories can a character hold? That's actually on their character sheet.
Right. I'll show you. So the camera's so right there on the character sheet. See that satchel right there? That number indicates how many items that character can hold.
Most carry 2, but characters can run anywhere from 0 to 2.
All right. So I'm going to move over to
The smart answer is yes, you can cooperate with anyone on the board, John, but there is a co-op version planned in the future. However, for this Kickstarter, we want to get it to the game into people's hands so they can learn the mechanics and understand how everything works. Get their fill of playing the PvP version, and then stay tuned for updates from High Noon as we go through this Kickstarter and on to the next one.
Okay, so Miranda is going to jump down the balcony, and that's a point of damage to do that.
Hey, Robert.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, and Miranda takes a point of damage. All right, so Bandera Blonde 2 is looting the weapons crate. All right, so we've got explosive rounds. Explosive rounds add 3 to your attack, and you get six slots to use. We got a knife. A knife has a free attack upon entering melee, like in hand-to-hand combat. It can be used 3 times or thrown once at a range of 4. Oh, look at that, and another stick of dynamite, which I'm going to go ahead.
Oh.
Come on!
Why not?
All right, and Bonnie is going to loot the other weapons crate. All right. Okay, so we've got a steel chest plate. It takes 1 action to equip. It adds to defense and can absorb 3 damage. So there's your 3 slots. Here's the defense that it adds is a +1. So anytime if Bonnie were to wear this, anytime she defends, she would defend at a +1. So she may not even absorb damage to begin with, but even if she does, she can put it on this plate instead of actually taking damage. She also drew a masterful revolver and a repeater pistol. So a repeater pistol works much like a repeater rifle, where it can fire a second shot as a free action. It's an attack of 3 with a range of 8, and it has this rifle round. What the rifle round means is if somebody takes damage from this, they take an additional point of damage as well. So let's say that she attacks somebody with this, and it's a 3, and that person defends with 3. Well, they're going to take no damage because the defense canceled it out. But if they defended with a 2, they're going to take 1 point of damage because 3 minus 2 is 1, and then an additional point of damage because it's a rifle. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take the repeater pistol.
Facebook user asks, how many loot crates go on the board? Do they ever regenerate? So I'm going to take that question.
Go ahead.
There's a number of, it's basically determined by the spacing. So you'll see if you look at the rules that when you're placing the loot crates on the board, that they have to be 4 spaces from any other loot crate by movement. And so that automatically limits the number of loot crates you can put on the board once you've filled up that total. And to answer your question about whether they regenerate, they don't. Usually by the time everyone's looted the loot crates, the shooting started. And now, as far as getting new buffs, in this version of the game, in this pledge tier, the Pascagoula shootout, you start to see the economy come in. And that allows you to take the gold that you've won by dealing damage to buy those buffs in a store. So even though the loot crates may not regenerate, if in the middle of a fight you've done damage and you want to buff your character because you've used the buffs that you've looted, you can go and buy new buffs at the gunsmith store or the blacksmith store or the blacksmith of the general store.
They call them master.
Man,
We just say
Adam, my wife is a cat lady, and so she loves your avatar.
Nice.
If you were here, she would dangle a piece of bologna at you to get you to jump in the car so she could take you home.
I have 9, but I don't need these cards.
I'll wait to her.
When you're ready to attack somebody, that's when you use those cards. You don't
Yeah,
have to see, just 1 second.
Yeah. You.
Yeah.
Josh, I would call. So I'm gonna take Nelson, actually remove.
He who claimed it.
4.
What was it? He who claimed it what? He who blamed it claimed it.
All right, Bush Ranger 2 is gonna attack. Check some here. Yeah, he's gonna use a masterful revolver to attack the Zords.
How much?
It's 4. It's 4. Do you have a chip over there, do I?
No, it's fine.
Okay, you destroyed it?
Yes.
Okay, that's gonna be,
I need to mark the masterful revolver.
yeah. sorry. Okay, if you destroyed it, you did damage and you get gold, so there you go.
Yeah.
Sweet. Was that first gold on the board?
First
First
one
goal on board.
First gold on the board.
I'd like to show off the gold here.
There you go, there's the gold.
I love gold.
Gold.
There's 2 ways that you get gold. You deal damage, and it doesn't matter how much damage you deal it on your turn. If you deal damage on your turn, no matter how much, you get 1 point of gold. And then outside of that, if you kill something or destroy something, there's gold. If there's a gold icon on it with a number, you get that much gold as well as a reward. Good out.
And just a reminder to Facebook users, there's also another way you can get gold, and that's backing Kickstarter.
Perfect plug.
No, they advertise.
And now my time is back.
I'll take my money in an envelope.
So what are you doing next?
Or is it your turn?
Whose turn?
I've drawn then, so.
Okay, so Pine Box has a thing. If you deploy, as it says here, you can, if you don't think you have any good cards in your deck, you can deploy and then just start using those cards as attack cards, all of them.
Because that's what I'm looking at right now.
And they're all, but if you do that, they're all in attack of 1. Very weak. But here's the thing, is if they don't defend against that, they're actually gonna take 2 damage because it's a rifle. Does that make sense?
It does make sense.
So, if you've got, like, let's say that you had 12 cards in your hand, you could just do 12 attacks at somebody and whittle them out. Now, that would mean that at the end of that turn, you would draw 3. If you did all your cards and you had none, then you would draw 3 cards and that's all you had. So you better hope that you have some good, you drew good cards because then you have a whole around to deal with people. But it might be, if people reveal themselves or put themselves in a position where they're totally vulnerable to you, and may be good for you to just go ahead and just lay waste on it.
We'll see. Okay. All right. So I think it's what I'll do. All right. So all right, let me see. Yeah. I've got these trees. So if we move on.
Another thing you might want to do is just move back and move that way.
Yeah. Well, see, you can always move back.
Yeah, you can always do that.
That's what I'm.
Okay. Move the weapons first. Yeah.
What was the purpose of tasks?
Jeez. Would you like to discuss?
Okay.
Already know which one you're going to pick.
So he drew
Father Franklin.
Father Franklin. No, actually, we can't see anything, but there's a question, I guess, up.
Yeah, John Daly was just saying thank you for doing this. Just had a lot of fun.
Oh.
John, it's been a lot of fun for us too. We're really, and we're just getting started. We have another 12 hours or so.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
All right. So Father Franklin drew a repeater rifle. So this is a range of 10, an attack of 4, and just like my repeater pistol, it can fire a second round as a free action. It also has the rifle round, so it does an additional point of damage if the person takes damage. He also drew the masterful revolver. He also drew a piece of expansion loot, which is the double barrel pistol. Double barrel pistol has an attack range of 10 and an attack value of 3. But here's the thing, every other attack is ×2. Now we did some math on this, we did a little math game before, on the last game. And the thing was my father had drawn explosive rounds. And so what I was explaining to my father was, the way this works is if you put those explosive rounds in the double barrel revolver, that's 3, the explosive rounds were a value of 3, and you add that to the attack of the value of the double barrel pistol, that's 6, and then you fire it that second time, you get that second shot, that's times 2, that's an attack value of 12. So it's devastating. Now, let's say that you had this other expansion loot, which nobody's drawn yet, called the Masterful Holster. That has an additional attack value of +1. So on that times 2, you're dealing that's a 14 attack. Like it's nuts. That is an instant henchman killer right there.
So basically, what Dwight is saying is that I'm going to take the double barrel pistol and put the masterful revolver and the repeater away, and I'm going to pray that I get explosive rounds.
And a masterful holster.
You're still in really good shape with just that alone. Yeah.
All right, and I'm stacking them up on this one individual, correct?
All right.
Yeah, but I would put it. If you got room, put it underneath so that way you can see, because this is your health marker. This is your health counter.
Hey guys, we have a question. What did the cowboy say when his dog left? Time to ride a country dog off. I was gonna say time to write a country song, but doggone's better.
All right,
Thank you, Facebook user.
And then you draw 3 cards.
Yeah.
Thank you, random user, for making us laugh.
12. Perfect.
All right.
Oh, question about Zord's generator. What does this affect? I know it can affect his health,
Yep.
his range.
No, it's your health and your attack, and you can, and then cards that you can play.
Why don't you go over that, Dwight, for everybody on the
All right.
watching at home?
Okay, so Miroslav he has a character sheet for his generator. This is not what it's going to look like in the finished form. Okay, this is purely something that I did over the weekend just to get this thing working. Now, what you'll see up here is green, red, power, and an off button. Okay, this is your power meter. His power starts at the top, and as he places towers, or he uses his abilities, or he enhances his defense or his attacks, it starts to drain 1 point for every point that he does. So if he adds two power to his attack, he would drain 2 power. If he gets all the way down to the end, he's out of power. The power is essentially Miroslav's currency, which is ironic because he was trying to provide power for free. Anyway, so the thing about the power thing is when he places towers have a permanent draw on the power. So if he places 1 tower, this is his maximum right now. But if he places 1 tower on the field, his maximum drops down to here. If every tower that he puts, his maximum drops down. What that means is, or why that matters is because Miroslav's generator recharges at the end of Miroslav's turn. So at the end of his turn, he gets all the way back up to full power. And why that is because then Miroslav has to survive the entire table, taking shots at him and draining his power and doing things that he has to draw power from, only to get back to him, and then he has to deal with whatever he has left. Like whatever power he didn't use is the power that he can use.
Yeah, I don't know if that's temporary.
He just had to take a phone call.
Okay. All right. So that's that. Now, on Miroslav's cards, if there's a special card that requires a certain amount of power to use, it'll have this icon here and a multiplier that says what it is. Like if it says this times 3, then it means it requires 3 power. So that's that. Now, if somebody gets to, let me see if the camera can see it. Okay, so Miroslav's lab is here. This is Miroslav's generator. This is the generator right here in his lab inside this Faraday cage. And right here is that power icon. That marks where the on-off switch is for Miroslav's generator. So if somebody were able to get into the lab and navigate all the way through and get to the generator and power it off, which requires an action, it would automatically take Miroslav's power all the way to 0, and he would lose all his powers until he or somebody else were able to get back to the generator and flip that switch back on. Okay. All right. So what are you doing? Whose turn is it? It's my turn.
Yeah.
Just kidding. Okay.
Idiot, pay attention. Gosh.
Let's see. Oh, that's right. Bandera Blonde 1.
John Daly, good night. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
Thank you for joining us, John.
Yeah.
Thanks, John. All right, we're gonna do a bunch of switcheroos here. Oh boy.
Getting stuff around.
Yep.
Did you Pirelli that first?
Huh?
Did you at least Pirelli it first? Sanitizer.
Oh. It is way too low. We've gone way too long.
Yeah,
Alright.
please use common parlance. We can't understand what Purell means.
Okay,
That is not social distance.
Bonnie is going to give a stick of dynamite to Miranda. Miranda is going to give a stick of dynamite to Bonnie, or Miranda's going to give the quick draw holster to Bonnie. Bandera Blonde 1 is going to give the canned beans to Miranda, and that thrust, I'm sorry. Okay, now, because I have to get rid of cards, because I'm at 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I'm going to go ahead and do something here.
Of course you are.
All right, Miranda is going to attack for 2. Miranda's going to take a shot straight down at Bush Ranger 1. The shot is going through these crates, which count as cover. So her attack is halved. Right now, her attack on her card is a 4, so halved is 2. And the actual algorithm is cut in half and rounded up, but there's no sense in rounding up. It's an even, it's a straight number.
They want to give you gold or not.
Yeah.
On that you can trust me.
Gold.
Did you take it?
Took it.
Oh, you took it.
I took it.
Okay, I'm going to take my goal, and you're going to take an extra point of damage because that's a regular.
That's right.
Okay. Still going to have to get rid of cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Dang it, these are good cards. So I'm going to get rid of this one. And it. And I'll get rid of this one. I'll draw 3 cards, and my turn is done. All right. Okay, my turn's done. It's your turn.
Recommend 2.
Now the maximum, okay, so hang on a second. So Miroslav is going to attack Bush Ranger 2, but wait. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that what you're doing? Is that the amount you're doing? Okay. All right. So I wanted to make sure that because I didn't want you to have to undo what you were doing. So Miroslav is attacking with an attack card with an attack value of 3. But he's pulling power from his generator. He's pulling 5 power from his generator to add 5 to the attack. So now it's an 8. Now Miroslav can only, well not only, the maximum that Miroslav can pull from his generator at any one time for a modifier to his attacks and defenses is 5. That's the maximum. So he's pulling the maximum power on this attack to attack for an 8.
All right. So we're going to defend with the 3.
Okay. Take 5. Oh my god.
I have.
We're going with the whiskey shot.
It's not your turn.
It's free action though, right?
Yeah.
It is. All right, so.
You guys remember when I told you that my 14-year-old wiped the floor with us with Miroslav? This is what I'm talking about.
Do you have a tombstone? You got the tombstone? All right. So I wanted him to be here so I could honor him on his way out, but it just he was exhausted. He couldn't stay. But this tombstone was my father's idea, and so what this does is this marks where where somebody's dead, but they have loot on them. So this marks where that loot is. So we're going to put this tombstone with the treasure chest right there, where Bushranger 2 was. May he rest in eternal peace. Okay, so you got 1 gold for dealing damage, and how much was that Bushranger worth?
It was worth 2 gold.
Oh my god, so you got 2 gold for killing. Ooh, this changes things. See, and that's what I'm saying. Like, when the person who was playing Miroslav was scared because he was outnumbered, I told him, like, no, just go out there and fight. Miroslav is scary AF when he's alone. Like, even when he's alone, he just draws power, and he's a super villain.
So wait a minute, is that 1 attack or 2 attacks?
That's 1 attack.
It's 1 attack. It's worth.
So
Yeah,
it's
you can only,
always 1 attack.
yeah, but so you can only defend with 1 card, right?
Yes. Sorry about that.
Just wanted to clarify that a little bit.
Good? Yeah. Okay, so Miroslav's turn is over. It's now up to the Abernathy.
All right. All right. So Nelson is going to raid the weapons crate. All right. Would you like to explain these?
Sure. So you're looting the weapons crate. All right.
Raiding the weapons crate.
No, these are, you got the double barrel, the percussion, and repeated.
You went through every one of those? Yep. Okay, all right.
Yep.
Take. All right. And Busher 1 is going to attack Pine Box P with 5.
Here's where vendettas are born.
Yes. Take it. I'll take the embargo.
All right. Now he does.
I'm gonna play a whiskey shot as a free action.
Guys, we've crossed the $60,000 threshold. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Only 40,000 more to unlock Pine Box. Pine Box Priest.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
All right, I'm done with my round.
Okay. So do you need a refresher, crash course, anything?
Yeah, kind of, because I feel like.
Okay. Mirror, okay, okay, so the Pine Box, he can move 3 squares.
Okay.
He's got his Pine Box, which is a character sheet of its own, it has its own hit points.
Mhm.
If it gets destroyed, he can still use it as cover to hide behind. He can still deploy it as cover to hide behind.
Okay.
He's also still encumbered. He still moves it through.
Alright.
You can, it's a free action to deploy,
Okay.
which means you can deploy and go right to attacking.
Okay.
If you attack in this form, you can either use your regular attacks, or you can, I'm sorry, no, you can't. Unless the thing's destroyed. But you can, no, that's not right, I'm sorry. You can use your regular attack just once, like whatever.
Okay.
Or you can use this as a machine gun where you play every single card in your hand, as many or really up to every single card,
Okay.
as many cards you want, as an attack value of 1. Doesn't matter what the card is.
So, I can do 12 shots.
You could do 12
So
shots
I know more of that.
because that's as many cards you got.
Gotcha.
It takes a full movement to rotate. Basically, you can't move in this position, but you can rotate. It takes 90 degrees. You can rotate 90 degrees each turn.
Right.
And that's pretty much it. And this is his range. When he's shooting from here, this is his spread. It's not just a straight line.
And that's why
It's
they
a
have the
cone.
9-degree one turn.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Correct.
Okay. I discard 3 or up to 3, as many as
As
I'm drawing.
for what? When you're drawing cards?
Yes.
That's the same. Oh, yes, when you get to draw cards, you draw 3 cards. If you have more than 9 cards before you draw, you can discard down to 9, and you can draw 3 cards.
For everybody who's just joining us, we're doing a play test with the Bandera Blondes, the Pine Box Priest, Father Franklin,
Do your movement, then
Miroslav Zorik,
then you draw
and
cards.
Nelson Abernathy. Pine Box Priest is our first stretch goal, is our first stretch goal. And the Bandera Blondes and Zorik and Abernathy you'll find in our all-in pledge tier. Wanted to kind of show you guys some of these posses that are available as we grow, as we hit our goals and as we grow. Wanted to show you guys some of how the gameplay changes a little bit. We did a play test earlier today where we worked through the Buckaroo Pledge, the posses that come in the core game, and some of the posses that come in the Pascagoula shootout expansion. And now we're trying to show you guys some of the differences in gameplay that come with these new posses, new cards, new formats, to kind of show you how they blend with the rest of the game.
But you want that point, you kill everybody else.
Is there a limit on how many times you use that?
What? Nope.
Unlimited power!
But it's also amazing about it.
All right, what are you doing?
We're huge fans of Forgotten Weapons. You'll see some of those influences in some of these guns. Hey, Raw Pickles, how you doing? Who's that? You, David?
What?
Is that you?
I don't have a phone.
Okay, good.
That's the only thing.
I see what's coming. Alright.
Alright, attack for 4. Miranda is attacking Bush Ranger 1 for 4.
Moving to the pin for 2 regular, so we'll take 2.
Alright, I'm going to go for that. And
So in case you guys didn't catch that for our new people, Dwight attacked with a rifle, correct, Dwight?
that's correct.
So his character Miranda attacks with a rifle. And so what happened is that if a character takes damage with a rifle round, there's an additional round of damage assessed because it's a rifle round. So Jason wasn't able to defend fully to neutralize her attack because he took 1 point of damage. He took an additional point of damage because of a rifle round. It's a perk of rifle rounds.
Draw 3 cards, and my turn is done. I'm gonna take that hat from you, Will.
The young man who keeps taking the hat off compulsively for some reason.
So after the tank, it's a bold move, Cotton.
Let's see if it pays off.
Oh, no.
Oh boy. Let's go. So Raw Pickles asked, what are the gold bricks supposed to do? So the gold bricks, anytime you do damage in the game, you get a piece of gold. So if I attacked you for 4 and you defended for 3 and you took damage, I would have earned a piece of a gold bar. If I killed you, if I depleted your character's hit points, at that point I would get the number of gold your character was worth, in addition to any damage I had done for that round. And that way we score the winner for the 12 rounds by who's done the most damage and or taken out the most posse members. And that's how you win High Noon. That's one of the ways to win High Noon. You can also, in the Pascagoula Shootout and in the All-In Pledge, you can also trade the gold that you earn for buffs in the stores in the economy. So it comes in huge handy. It pays to be a winner in High Noon because you can use that gold for buffs, weapons, health, armor, cigarettes, coffee, beef jerky.
All right.
And guys, if you're watching this playtest and you haven't shared it, do us a favor, share it with your friends. Let them get a look at High Noon too.
We gotta wait. Pine Box Pete is getting attacked, so we need to wait till Pine Box Pete.
Pine Box Pete is being attacked. Pine Box Pete is coming around the corner.
My box speed is this one. I'm attacking with the Bush Ranger here. And I'm attacking for 5. The other diagonal, we can divide by 2.
Alright.
Yes.
I guess I'm
Jay, you have to do Pine Box Pete's voice. It sounds like this.
Honor Franklin, Pine Box Speak.
Hello, I'm Pine Box Priest. Oh. Oh no! I've been defrocked.
Takes some gold there.
Time to take revenge on my enemies.
Sorry, I'll take gold bar, Dwight. Alright.
You'll all be sorry when I put this machine gun in a coffin.
Bush Ranger's gonna play a whiskey shot, so he'll 2.
You're all gonna pay.
Let's do that 9. Happy roll. Ooh, yes. Oh my goodness. I am now all of a sudden very, very happy.
Oh gosh.
Do you know what that means, Rod?
I'm guessing it rhymes with Runyip.
Oh, I already have one of those.
Oh, yeah.
Play some Misty for me, Rod.
Oh, sweet Misty.
What did the country guy say when he got the Mistmaker card? Time to make some mist, and that's what I like to do when I'm pissed. I'll spread my mist all over your town. You won't be able to see me. You'll all wish you could be me. I'm Nelson Abernathy, and I'll kick you when you're down. My clothes are made of armor. I used to be a farmer, but now I throw dynamite like it's my job. And if you cross me,
Oh man, we're not even into the game hour.
or you try to boss me, I'll bunyip you so hard you're gonna die. Double all my tax. Double all my tax.
Alright, so what's happening here? Your turn?
Unlock speed.
Alright, listen, honestly.
Baby J,
you wanna make it
the gravestones is if you take somebody out who's carrying loot, it marks where their loot is. So that way, if you are close to them, you can go get that loot and pick it up. So sometimes you'll wipe somebody out before they have a chance to use the weapons, armor, beef jerky, health that they've got. And so the tombstones are there to mark where it's at, so anybody on the board can go and claim it. It takes an action to equip, but at least it lets you know where it's at. It's pretty cool. It's a gravestone with a strong box on it.
So if I can just what was
I've got a bucket on my head. All my enemies are dead.
Yeah.
So if I'm using this is 3 additional to the damage, just 3.
Yes, sir.
Then
No.
We are the knights who say Abernathy.
alright, so if I am attacking,
Yeah, Bush Ranger.
this is basically that shoot.
Yeah,
So
right.
as long as I get that within 10, we're good.
Correct.
Alright, so I'm going to be
So I'm going to things with. Yeah, I'll do the 3rd. So you get a gold bar.
You do get a gold bar. Love that. There you go.
So Jill just did damage on Nelson Abernathy, Raw Pickles, and so because she,
Bush Ranger.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
on a bush
Tank's
ranger,
still rolling.
the tank is rolling.
Alright.
Father Franklin did some damage on one of the bush rangers in the Abernathy gang,
Oh, you did.
and because he wasn't able to neutralize her attack with her defense, she gets a gold bar.
Gotcha, no, that's good,
Jump your cards to 9. Good.
Josh and Raven Byard, go spend time with your family. We can't wait till spending time with your family happens with High Noon. Have a good night. We thank you so much. Have a good night.
Thank you, Josh. 4.
This really is a comfortable hat. I don't know what Sean's talking about. This hat is amazingly comfortable. Made of leather and everything. That's because the guy who owns it has excellent taste.
Five, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Factions. There's a faction you want to do.
Dang it.
So certain factions have certain cards that are worth more than other factions.
Come on, guys. You don't have any other questions? Let's chat.
Goodness gracious.
It doesn't help him in this game though, because the faction he's aligned against just not letting him get this far. It's just a regular modifier.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's going to become a problem. Alright, no problem. No problem. He's no problem. No problem. He's no problem. I regret that right now. Drawing 3 cards. Oh boy. I'm gonna play the game. Please. Alright. Mississippi's.
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi.
Oh, that's gonna be fun.
So what's happening right now is that Miranda,
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3
No.
Mississippi, 4
one of the Bandera
I'm
Blondes,
gonna wait a second, because I want
has
to make sure
a
you see
card
that.
called
I see
the
it.
Gift.
5 Mississippi.
Uh-oh.
And what she's doing is looking at everybody's cards on the table so she can see what everyone's planning to do over the next couple of hands.
Ooh.
That's a card called the Gift. And so what she does is, once she plays the card, everyone has to hand her one at a time their deck, and everyone on the table has to count 5 Mississippis while she rifles through their deck to figure out what they have cards for.
This is about to get, this could potentially be very interesting. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. How's it going?
How's it going, Kim? All right, continue.
Alright. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Nelson. We're gonna drop a mist maker.
Yeah, the mist maker.
Abernathy, the only survivor, Bush Ranger 1, God bless his soul, is attacking Pine Box Pete for 4. And as soon as Pine Box Pete finishes.
Well, I already went through her part, so I know what she has, so I'll go ahead.
Sorry, I'm
Hey guys,
As soon as Pine Box Pete finishes feeding her children.
Sam Koshek is asking, are the terrain tiles board game thickness or more like cardstock? So Sam, what's actually happening is we're going to be using a very high quality, very durable polystyrene type material for the tiles, and we benchmark those because we want this game to last a whole long time. We wanted to make sure that they would look as good on day 1000 as they do on day 1. So as far as the thickness goes, they're going to be much thinner than what you're seeing here. Spray that man with Lysol.
Alright. Fox Pete is gonna play Steps of the Righteous.
Nice.
Steps of the Righteous is played whenever he's attacked. He gets to ignore all damage and move two tiles in any direction. He's gonna go this direction. 1, 2.
And he would say something pithy like, the steps of the righteous are ordered by the Lord. Let me just pack up my machine gun here.
May God have mercy on your soul.
The wages of sin is death. Of course, he's a defrock priest, so take what he says with a grain of salt.
Okay. 1, 2. Ooh. Alright. It's the Pine Box's turn.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Mommy. I didn't put any chicken in there. You gonna do it?
Your hair looks good, David. I can see it on camera. Oh, you're looking at it too. Perfect.
All the chicken ones in there.
Nelson and his Bush Ranger are both in a smoke cloud right now, so they can't be attacked.
Did you guys see the interview on Gaming Trends is up?
No, I didn't see it.
Going after Miroslav or Banderas Sports.
Joseph and Elena.
Not bad, not bad.
Okay.
Hey, no.
Yes.
Your turn. Okay, so it's not my turn. My turn, right?
Yep.
Okay.
That's in the round too.
All right, I'm gonna loot the supply screen. Been durable on one. We got a long range sight.
Oof.
With a quick draw holster. And a hunting knife. I'm gonna take the long range sight. I may give it to Miranda at a later time.
At some point, as a gift. It's her birthday. Please get out.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and place.
Please get
out. In my sights. Right there. Round. Start that and draw 3 cards, and my turn is done. Cool.
Now it's time for Slobodon.
Miroslav Zork.
Miroslav. Hot dog. You guys remember Space Ghost Coast to Coast?
Yep.
Remember Zorak? God.
Not really.
I missed that show so much. Moltar.
Well, my God. So I colored him.
I threw him in a volcano.
More spaces on it. But really, I'm gonna be honest with you.
Oh, so Sam, I'm sorry. Sam, apologies. I guess I don't know if it was your connection or our connection. So to answer your question, we're using a polystyrene type material for our board tiles, and we benchmarked that material because of all the samples that we looked at when we were at the manufacturer's factory. We wanted to make sure that you could drop it, scrape it, drop it on the ground, rub it, abrade it, and it wouldn't scratch or be damaged. That's why we picked the material that we did. You had made a mention of the thickness, and the thickness is going to be much thinner than what you're seeing here. But we benchmarked it for flatness and durability. We want to make sure it lays nice and flat where the board tiles come together, and that it doesn't show wear over the years. We want to make sure that I'm going to repeat it. If you heard it, bear with me. We want to make sure the game looks good for years to come, and we want you to play this a lot. So we want to make sure that if you play it a lot, that it looks as good on the 10th year that you have it as the first year.
Nelson is going to play Bunyip.
Oh, Bunyip. Hey, can you show the Bunyip card?
Yes. So Bunyip.
Look at this innovate. Look at the picture. I'm the Lord of Chaos.
So Nelson, this doubles Nelson's attack turn. However, you'll see at the bottom that there's a faction. That's the law faction. If he's attacking the law, it triples his attack.
Triples. So, say that again, Dwight.
Triples.
How many fingers is that? That's how many times it hurts.
So we're going to use the repeater on Father Franklin.
Oh.
Attack of 8.
The unrighteous shall suffer.
Are you sure that's what you're gonna do?
Is that? Oh. No, I'm going to, I didn't think I had another one. I'm going to do the steps of righteous and.
Nice move.
Steps of the righteous.
I knew this because I have a gift.
Yeah.
Oh.
Alrighty.
Even I knew her future.
Before it even happened.
The Bushranger is going to attack the Zoric Sentry. Five.
Ooh, you better get in there, Zorik.
Oh yeah, you gotta drop this too. Five.
So can I use generator on defense on these?
Mhm.
Alright,
Yeah, we actually have, so Sam, we actually have Dead of Winter. And yeah, it's a great game. I love it. But yeah, we knew that this was something that we wanted to last for a really long time. And we wanted to make sure that it had a really luxe feel to it.
Alright.
I actually got Dead of Winter I think it was around, Jill, wasn't it around the time that Walking Dead was real popular when it first came out? We played Dead of Winter.
Yeah, we had been playing something else. And maybe it had been the Walking Dead board game.
Yeah, it wasn't, but it wasn't. We got Dead.
We got something else because we didn't like the Walking Dead. I mean, it was fun. It just got kind of boring really quick. But Dead of Winter is difficult.
Yeah, Dead of Winter is challenging.
5 minutes or was it? Good time.
It's like the.
Okay, so I don't know if I am doing this correctly, but because why not? So I'm going to deploy 10 bucks.
Oh.
Okay. Oh. And I am going to hit Abernathy's 8.
Abernathy's yes,
Still?
Two turns.
So take Jason. Can you just talk everybody that's watching through what just happened?
So Punbuck's Pete just deployed the machine gun and went to attack Nelson Abernathy. But Punbuck's Pete forgot that Nelson Abernathy is still in the middle of a cloud of smoke, so.
Punbuck's Pete was making dinner for the kids.
Pine Box Pete gets no mercy.
We know now why he was defrocked.
Yeah, he doesn't pay attention.
No, he has kids. So Nelson's just like sitting out here, chilling out, smoking.
I feel like he's sitting in a very like Zen-like pose in the center, of a smoke cloud.
Okay, so to use the pine box as cover, how does that work?
You're good.
Right, but how much does that takes everything?
It cuts all the incoming attacks by half.
You get a defense of 1,
Okay.
plus you can take hits off there.
Okay. But it doesn't cut the attack in half the way other cover would?
No, it kind of absorbs it.
By this.
Guys, I'm taking a break really quick, a quick second to just remind you guys and just inform you guys that are new here that tonight, this is we're coming up on the end of the day. This is the first day giveaway for all pledges that are done this day. You're going to get this awesome stand or a better version of it. And it's made to hold all 14 of the core game minis. This will come like this. I printed just off of the files that we sent to the factory. But it'll come professionally manufactured, beautifully sculpted. It's going to be super easy to put together.
Barely an inconvenience.
Yeah. Wow. So just if you want to if you're going to pledge, I encourage you pledge tonight because everybody who pledges on the first day is going to get this absolutely free with their pledge.
Yeah, we really appreciate your support so far. So Sam, before Dwight made his announcements, you were saying you lived in a high humidity area. I live in a swamp in Florida, so yeah, I feel you on high humidity. You can't write on notebook paper during the summer months because it gets wet. Putting on socks is a problem. You feel me?
I would almost rather him take it than the time box, so in order to take that off the board.
It's an action.
Okay.
But you're gonna, the pine box takes damage when people target the pine box.
Yes.
It's not like you deploy it and then the pine box takes damage. It takes
Also,
damage.
if somebody shoots at me, I take the damage, they have to go to and shoot.
With the pine box, correct.
Okay. So I should have just leave that then.
Is my turn?
Yes.
Excuse me, what's up, guys?
Bet you have 2 elbows that slow the calendar.
He's got 6 months. Thank you.
It's funny. Facebook user.
Okay. Playing the gift.
Oh, he's playing the gift again. So for everybody who just joined us, that means that
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi. Boy, okay. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4
Don't
Mississippi.
you dare.
5 Mississippi.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare.
I think we can reach an agreement.
Yeah. We better. Yes. You gotta count Mississippi states.
That's it.
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi.
so the premise of this card is that this character has clairvoyance. She has a gift. She can see into the future at some number of moments before something happens. The way the card's played is that when she plays the gift, everybody at the table counts 5 Mississippis while she looks at everyone's cards. So it's 5 Mississippis per hand at the table. And that gives her an insight, a window into what is possible based on what everyone's card distribution is in their hand. It's a really cool card, and there's no secrets because now you can't surprise. It's Miranda, right, Dwight?
Bonnie.
It's Bonnie. So you can't surprise Bonnie with what you have planned for her because she sees into your plans.
Okay. All right, my turn's done.
All right, Zurich.
Come on, nerd.
Come on, Mangoslav Zurich.
You're thinking what I'm thinking, right?
Hmm?
Lights on, lights off.
No?
Yeah, guys, ask me a question about myself. I love talking about myself. Just throw me some questions. What kind of a guy has a mustache? It's a very appropriate question. I'd field that question. Nobody actually asked that. I'm just saying. If you're curious, I'd talk about it.
Wait a minute, what's up to Gary? He's here too. So what are you discarding?
Busted.
All right, that's actually a good call.
How old is my mustache? Well, in my heart, my mustache has been there always. But I suppose this mustache started about 6 weeks ago. It was cruelly trimmed yesterday when I got a haircut. But prior to being trimmed, it was a burly mustache. I like to use the word burly. It was a burly boy mustache, a caterpillar. Am I a dog or a cat person?
Don't lie. Don't lie.
Let me answer.
Pet tiger.
No.
Pet tiger.
Let me answer your question like this, okay? I like the idea of dogs, but I appreciate the emotional aloofness and self-sufficiency of a cat. Does that make sense? If you asked me if I wanted like a murder wolf or a Pomeranian, I'd take the murder wolf because I feel like the murder wolf the murder wolf is self-sufficient and doesn't need me. Sean asked, when you eat pizza, how long do you wait to pick the cheese out of your mustache and eat it as a snack? So, Sean, I go whole days without realizing there's cheese in my mustache.
No. Got some little big parts in there. I didn't eat too much. I just keep it up.
Yeah.
Morgan Siegel, we don't mess around.
Can I have a beverage?
We are definitely going for the full 24 hours. And the conversation is going to get weirder as the hours go on.
Talk about the Weird West expansion packs.
Yeah, we can talk about the Weird West expansion packs if you want. Facebook user says, do you think the miniatures are paintable? Do I think they're paintable? We have a group of them that are painted. We have several of our group that have painted them. There's one right there. They're absolutely paintable. We benchmarked that in the materials when we specified it. So yeah, if you like to paint minis, we got the game for you.
Can I kill them all in 15 minutes?
Yes.
Look, that's Nelson. That's
Yeah, we'll focus though. Yeah, we're a little out of focus, but most of the stuff we've got on the board has been painted.
Yeah, we actually have some really talented people in our Facebook group who paint minis, do a heck of a job on painting minis, and they are frothing at the mouth to get their hands on some of these.
So Miss Maker's done.
These High Noon minis.
These are precious I can use.
Yeah. So Nelson's gonna drop another Miss Maker.
Ooh. Like I said, Jason.
He's going after the, Bush Ranger is going after the Pine Box for 4.
Jason designed the Abernathy gang, so he takes this, what I would consider irritating delight in dominating everyone on the board with this posse that he helped to create and write. So Morgan Siegel asked, what material are the minis? So Morgan, we've got several material quotes from the manufacturer. We really like PVC because it's a really durable material and it feels good and it's paintable.
Yeah, he's going after.
At this stage of the game, that's what we're looking to use.
But attacking your Pine Box for 4. You got 1 defense, so then it takes 3 damage, and we'll take some gold.
Yeah.
No.
There's no place for those much.
Ah, wait a minute. Okay, never mind then. Gonna attack Father Franklin for 4 then.
You can take bullets back.
That means what? So he gets.
So you can defend with
So you look at your cards, yeah, and find a shield number that's close to 4. You want it to be 4 or
Look at
greater?
your shield.
As close to 4 or greater than. Okay. I get 10.
Yeah, you can just put it on your discard file. So 3. So yeah, I take 1 damage. Now you go. Mm-hmm. That's what you finish your 15 cells. I'm ready some of that too.
Mm-hmm. Here you go.
Nine cards, so 1, 2, 3. Oh, very good.
That's my turn.
Your turn.
I'm supposed to move first.
Mick Dickman says, can you get the minis pre-painted when you purchase?
Yeah.
We're exploring that option. We want to see how we end up at the end of the Kickstarter to figure out, how those logistics would work. But currently, right now, our plan is to have them painted. I'm sorry, unpainted for the people who would prefer to paint them.
Both of these guys will smoke clouds, but you could attack the sentry.
And it has a 5 space reach.
10 action.
Where's the 10? I didn't see that.
It's 5 plus 5.
Okay.
Yeah, we're kind of, that's kind of the first type of card, so it's
Right.
Reynolds Gable asks, does 2-player feel very different than 4 and 8 and so on?
1, 2,
And
It's different in the fact that you don't have, 4 or 8 people's decision making that you have to key off of, and it's different in time, of course. But in the actual gameplay, very, very similar. The pacing is much faster because you're just bouncing off of each other for, my turn, your turn, my turn, your turn. So you go through the rounds much more quickly. But the gameplay is not affected very much at all.
I would be all for that. Of course I would. Or would of course prefer to attack.
am I?
No, I
So
don't.
this is the first time that I've actually done.
Hey, Dwight, can you move that wine glass?
So on the attack,
Hey, Dwight.
No,
what's the question? I'm going to use these guys.
Yes. Now, if this machine
What's the
gun,
question?
The glass is in the way of the
each
camera.
card is actually an attack for 1.
Just kidding.
But you can keep playing cards down, and you have to keep defending against it.
So.
Yeah, that's kind of what we found. We talked to a factory that, we went and looked at some of these minis. Dwight and I were in China back in 19 before all the Hong Kong protests were happening. We were doing some research, trying to figure out kind of what our quality envelope looked like. And so they had shown us, several of the factories had a free painted option. And we were a little concerned that if we had them painted at the factory, that wouldn't convey the kind of quality that we want this game to exist. The envelope didn't want this game to exist in. And so we had kind of relegated it for not Kickstarter, because we really want, for you guys who are helping us get this game fully fleshed, we really want you guys to get a top-notch game that's equal of any game on Kickstarter.
That's the card that I play against yours. I mean, it will be a counter attack.
Yeah. Reynolds says the wine glass is perfect. I don't know if that's a good sign or a bad sign. Like, I don't really care about the game.
6 1 cards.
Yeah.
I think it's a shield myself.
Yeah.
Afterwards.
Afterwards.
Well, that's good.
Okay, well, wait, okay, I just want to make sure you understand what you're doing.
Yeah.
I think you've got it.
I think we do. All right, so with these now, I put these down.
Yeah. So you're going to attack 1 time each?
Yep.
You're going to want to attack with the lowest
Yeah, this one.
defense numbers you got.
Yep.
So, yeah.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's it.
So it's the attacks, a consistent attack.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay. Right?
Yeah.
So you attack for 2. I'm gonna defend for 1, and counter attack for 5.
Ooh, show that card, Dwight.
It's just, it is my basic card. The defense value is a 1, the attack value is a 5. But because Bonnie has a quick draw holster, she can use the attack value of her defending card as a counter attack.
Did you guys get?
He's flipped on his machine gun, and he's firing at Bonnie, so she's now going to fire back at him for the 5 shots.
The concept there is
So
that
you've
Bonnie.
got like a defensive 5.
I know.
It's not 5 shots. It's just just 1
So
card.
yeah, defensive 3 will work.
Yeah.
And then you'll take 2 damage.
Okay. So I'll take 2. You take 2.
With the quick draw holster, you may want to think about changing to either Banderos 1, 2, or to the Zoric Sentry. Because they don't have the.
Hey guys, what round are we on?
We are on, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're on round 7.
Round 7.
So, I don't understand this real quick. I need to put, I'm sorry, I got, you took 2 and I took 2.
Yeah,
So
you
we're
just
just
move
gonna,
it, you just move it more.
So we got you. Gotcha. Okay.
So yeah, I would switch to either one of these.
I'm gonna hit the Sentry. And,
You can't hit the Sentry, well, because they're in the way.
Oh yeah, sorry, they are. And they got that mist. So you could switch to.
So you can switch to her, or him, or him.
Well, they're in the mist.
Oh, yeah, you can switch to her, yeah, that's what you got.
switch to her.
So, all right, so you said.
And then you put another one down.
Women her lady.
Ooh,
Oh,
gosh, show that card.
so, wouldn't hurt a lady, plays when attacked, the attacker returns their attack card back into their hand and may not attack this Bandera Blonde with that character on this turn. So basically you're like going, oh shucks, you're too pretty. I can't possibly attack you.
Meanwhile, she shoots you in the guts.
So
Oh, this is a custom.
the problem is your options are limited just because he dropped the mist and he can't be attacked. He's the closest thing to you, and he's blocking your line of sight, the mirror slot.
Right.
So
And
in
it
this
happens better on
position,
you.
the only people you could attack are this two, but it's not fortuitous to attack her when she's got defense cards that allow her to attack right back at you.
Why don't you guys
She
ask
has
Jill
that
some
with her lead
questions?
card, so it just happened that it's one of those things you probably should.
She's very open, willing to answer any question
Because
you
this
could
is
possibly
not-
think of, or not possibly
Nobody in
think
this
of.
situation, everybody would find themselves, there's
I do
nothing
not
you
have a
can do
mustache.
differently in this.
She does not have a mustache, that's the important.
The mist maker, that just changed.
So, then
Yes, count down the, make sure you got less than 9 or less, and then draw the cards.
that's
Okay, we can draw the cards.
It was my idea.
Mm.
We were watching Tombstone and I said, you ought to do a Doc Holliday mustache for the lunch party, so here we are.
Oops.
One of the top 3 best characters in any Western ever, in my humble opinion.
Agreed.
He's an educated man.
Now I'm sure.
Oh, Sean wants to know, what was Billy Crystal like on the set of Harry Met Sally? And you know something funny? I'm not gonna lie. I kind of had a thing for Meg Ryan back in the day, which was one of the reasons why I liked Jill so much, because I literally, one of my favorite movies ever, not a Western, was Joe versus the Volcano. And as a kid. So as I get older, I really have this like clinging affinity to Meg Ryan. So I meet this woman and I think to myself, oh my gosh, that's my type. That's like some inner space stuff. Like, I'll take it. That's some Harry Met Sally. So anyway, I think she's beautiful. It's just my opinion.
Sorry, I get weird in front of the camera. My
Yeah.
voice gets all weird and crazy and.
I didn't tell him.
Yeah, so Reynolds, that's a great point. There's some good painting companies out there you might be able to work with to get some pledges painted. We absolutely already have that covered. We got people coming out of our ears who are willing to paint miniatures for people who want them painted. We'll discuss that if there's enough of a requirement for it. But it's for a large scale production for the Kickstarter. It would be something we handle on a niche basis if somebody's really interested in that.
I mean, I don't know how I'd hold up with child labor laws when we have children that we.
No, they can't. They're not good. They're not good enough. We want quality, Joe. Quality.
You you don't have anybody in line of sight, you're diagonal.
That's a great question. Why don't we cover it on the live stream?
So, all right, so Miroslav has been hiding in the corner of his lab, around this back alley of his lab. And finally, he's decided to come out of hiding and see what he can do. So he came out, moved into position, and he was thinking, I wonder if I could shoot a diagonal at one of the guys. But if we follow the path diagonally, it just misses the bush range by a hair.
He's already in a miss.
Yeah, the thing is bush ranger's a miss, so he can't really be attacked anyway. So it was a non-issue, but since we were just having, it was an opportunity to discuss line of sight.
Yes.
So basically the way line of sight works is it's a straight line. A straight line of squares. So you go up, down, left, right, or you basically take a plus sign and take an X, put it over your character, and those are the lines, follow those lines, and that's your lines of sight. Currently, the only character that does not fire in line of sight is Pine Box Priest, and only when he's just deployed with his Pine Box as such, in which case his line of sight is a cone. He gets a cone, a B.
Somebody please message Ian McCollum and tell him we have a Madsen machine gun for Pine Box Priest.
Ian McCollum?
Yeah.
What? What's supposed to?
Oh, Forgotten Weapons? Oh, come on.
Oh yeah.
Gun Jesus? We have like 14 obscure firearms in this turn of the century set game that I'm sure he could name every single one of them.
You can't help but say that Father Franklin looks like the former president, Calvin Coolidge.
What an obscure reference.
Thank you.
I'm gonna use some coffee.
Coffee bean.
They had it dressed.
Here.
Inside the beans is the cocaine.
Use this power shell. No. It's red.
All right, give me that card because you're mumbling. Thanks, Mumbles. All right, so Zorik is playing a card called Power Shell. It costs 4 power, as you can see or you should be able to see in the top. And Miroslav cannot be attacked this round. So this entire round, nobody can attack him after his turn session.
Play this.
What is it?
Oh,
There's another way. All right, give me. I don't know what part of the last time. That's totally acceptable. All right, so this is, he's playing Auxiliary Cell. This is a card that can be played, it can be played anytime, and it recharges 3 power points.
Ooh. Powerful.
Let me see your Power Shell for a second.
Oh, go back to that one. How does the Zorik generator work? Okay.
The Power Shell.
We covered it at the beginning of the gameplay. Zorik, he is a posse that is made up of himself and his towers, his generators. Or I'm sorry, his coils, if you will. And the generator is his laboratory. The power that he uses to support those coils or those towers, and the powers that he uses to power his gun, his electric gun, comes from his generator. So he has a store of energy, a power bar inside of his laboratory, and every time he adds a tower, it saps the strength of his generator. He can use the generator to absorb damage, which takes another hit point away, or it drops his power bar by 1 bar. But he can also use it for attack. So if he powers up his electric gun or he uses one of his towers to attack, it drops his power bar and it regenerates every turn. So when he used that auxiliary cell, it was to make up for the use of that power shell, which protects him from being attacked during that turn. If I was unclear, I'll give you more information.
Other auxiliary stuff. Also gives me more power. Which gives me +3 and +3 shields.
An Amish cowboy?
And,
The cowboy in the rain?
That's not a permanent thing though.
Sad cowboy.
This.
All my cowpokes is gone. Nope, he's not talking about like, I haven't seen Brokeback Mountain, but.
I'm pretty sure that's not what it's referencing.
Not that I mind, it's just.
Other than the Maya.
Yeah, I don't know, I'm just saying, I just haven't seen it.
That's a song. Oh, there's already one here.
Yeah.
oh,
I just feel like it's too curly.
No, I like it where it's super curly, and that's my favorite, where it's all like rolled up close.
Yeah, but I mean, I feel like if I was riding a horse on the range, you know, and I'm like, oh,
So.
the sun would be burning my ears.
He's gonna use the repeater on North Tower 3.
Okay, it's an attack of 4, but it's.
If I had to pick a hat for myself, I'd pick a hat like the guy from Westworld, Ed Harris's hat. I like it. It looks kind of dumpy, but I like it.
More effective, just depending on what kind of,
Actually, no,
if it's raining, you don't want
I'm gonna
something
think about
that's
this for a second.
really wide, because it's gonna catch more water, so you want something that's,
You know, so
That's
this is like
tighter.
a rainy hat.
no, I wouldn't call that a rainy
It's
hat.
like a style hat.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's a dress hat, it's your Sunday.
There's,
Actually,
not
it's
move my finger
after
off that,
service.
So.
You
If
go
I-
to mom's
No,
house
if
for
I
Sunday
had,
dinner.
if I had this hat and I was gonna wear it and I wanted to be respected by the local cowpokes, the first thing I would do is take it, throw it in a puddle, stomp on it, and then take it out, let it dry in the sun, and then I'd be like, look at me, I'm cool. I use my stuff hard.
Again.
So you wouldn't wanna put things
So
like
just so you understand.
coinage
I
on
know,
here
I know.
because
I get beat up.
Oh,
Oh, look, that's a Liberty, it's a 1944 dime. That's cool, that's real silver.
His rifle can attack a second time. Hey guys, okay, so just really quick. So let me see if I got it here. So Nelson is attacking the pine, he targeted the pine box. And he fired the repeater rifle. The repeater rifle attacks at 4. The defense is a 1, so it did 3 damage. 1, 2, 3. But it's a rifle round, so it does an additional point of damage. So boom, 4. But the rifle also can do a second attack as a free action, so that's what he did. He shot it again, so that's an additional 4 damage. 1, 2, 3, 4. So he's targeting the pine, he's trying to wipe out the pine box before his mist goes away. So that Father Franklin can't machine gun him to death.
Oh. We're gonna take a whiskey shot here.
Yes, and then you can take a lager shot. And then a vodka shot.
And then a vodka shot, and then a cider shot.
Are you gonna sing the songs that remind you of the good times and the songs that remind you of the best times?
I'm gonna sing songs that remind me of Bushranger too.
Oh, Danny Boy.
Danny Boy.
Danny Boy. Or
Dear
Danny Boy.
departed Bushranger 2, because those were his good times.
Well, it looks like he got
You mean
knocked out,
Dopey
but he'll
Cowboy.
get up again, because you can never go to eat it.
Fred Michael, neither one of these things are good. You're either a Hollywood cowboy or an idiot. One of the two.
All right.
Oh.
It's okay. I deserve it.
All right.
I told you it's these things. It's Brett Michaels.
There we go.
But I feel like he wears the straw ones with
I
like
mean,
bandanas around
but
them.
Morgan's point is very valid.
No, I get,
This
that's
is
a dress,
a-
it's a dress hat, it's not a work hat.
I'm good to go. We saw this last round.
Which is precisely why I was there at Ed Harris in Westworld Season 1 hat. Because it just looks like a guy who says, "This keeps the sun out of my eyes, so I can shoot better."
Yeah. It's your maximum, when we get towers on the board.
Oh. So those get destroyed, the maximum weight by.
So, I can still move around?
You have to give, no, well, no, you have to.
Pack up your machine
And
gun.
that takes an action.
So let me ask you this, can I heal blind bugs?
You have a card, if you have a card called scrap in your hand.
So I'm going to use, so can I use the scrap card now?
Yeah, it's your turn.
All right, let's show that card real quick.
Yeah. So scrap is basically the pine box priest has found a bunch of junk on the ground that will repair his pine box, and it allows him to heal 3 points. So there you go. Good job.
And, just gonna go ahead and scrap, can I scrap again?
No, it's not a reaction.
Take that, Connor. Learn as we get here.
You're figuring it
Oh,
out.
yeah, you're doing pretty well with them. Especially
But there is-
the handoffs.
Yeah, go ahead.
But there is a free action in my hand
Okay,
that I will play
okay,
and that I will hurt
okay.
several
Okay.
Not either, because I'm the best.
That's
people.
right.
But, this.
Wait, before you do that, understand a couple things. One, these guys, let me show you something. Here's your line of sight all the way back here, right?
Right.
So they're out of line of sight.
Right.
Okay. They're in the mist.
The mist.
They
Yeah.
can't be
I
attacked.
don't like these gorillas.
Sigourney people would never.
And he has a power shell. Now, you could attack those things, but actually you can't because he's got an enhanced defense going on right now on the show.
Yeah.
So I would recommend, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
You've got plenty of hit points to last one more round
Yeah.
when that mist goes away.
Yeah.
Hold on to it.
Yeah, and luckily it's not the kind of mist that turns you inside out.
Okay, Vampire Hunter, you.
I'm just saying, there are mists out there that turns you inside out.
In my periphery.
Or
All right.
Pirate
Drop the
zombies.
cards.
Oh, what about mist that has pirate zombies in it?
just saying.
Pirate ghost mist.
Or monster type dinosaurs.
Maybe I could hit on.
Who could say it's
one.
Dork.
We have to abandon this one.
I know. It's okay. I understand.
I'm gonna go ahead and place in my sights. I've got 2 of these in action now. In my sights is a shot, is a card from Miranda. Miranda's a sniper. This is a free action. What this does is I place a chip on this card every time Miranda makes no movement or action. When Miranda attacks, add 2 damage for each chip that's on the card, and then discard this card. Now, just because I put a chip on the card when I make no movement or action doesn't mean I discard this card when I make no movement or action. So once the card's in play, it can sit there, and Miranda can do whatever she wants. If she moves or does anything, it just means I don't put a chip on it. But any time that I don't do anything, I put a chip there. And then eventually I'm going to attack, and that's going to be beautiful. Okay.
You're welcome, Reynolds. We'll have our pirate zombie mist game coming out any day now. It said takes place in a Pacific Northwestern town. Hey, what's up, Brian?
Alright, discarding and drawing 3 cards.
Oh, that's even.
That's what I'm saying.
Ugh.
Okay.
I feel like
That is a great
Pirate-
movie with a horribly depressing ending. One of the most depressing.
That, you know what that told me?
What?
Never give a gun to the liberal arts professor.
Well, I'm just making a point that he did a great job
He did.
in protecting his family, but he should definitely have
That's what he
checked his. He should have definitely checked. Plus, it was a 357 Magnum. He could have gotten at least 1, 2 for with that one.
What movie's that?
But he's a dude, that's what I'm saying though. He's a liberal arts professor. What does he know about guns?
But he
He's
should've-
like writing books and stuff.
Yeah, but still, the first thing anybody would do is check the chamber.
Okay.
But gosh, that's a dark ending.
Well, that's not how it ended in the book, is it?
Well, Stephen King came back and said, yeah, that's way better and darker than I could have thought of.
You know, did you know that there actually that was intended to be a black and white movie?
Spoiler alert.
What?
Oh, Marlene, I didn't tell anybody what actually happened.
It was intended to be a black and white movie, and you can actually get the director's cut in black and white.
Wow.
And I hear it plays out way better in black and white because it's supposed to be like pay homage to those like old school black and white horror.
You mean like Night of the Living Dead?
Yeah, sure.
So Reynolds says, I just learned cowboys, pirates, and samurai lived at the same time.
You
Yeah.
just learned that? All right.
Well, actually, it's funny you say that. Stay tuned because it may come out in a board game called High Noon at some point.
Wouldn't that be an awesome combination?
Wouldn't that be so cool if if we funded our Kickstarter and hit all the stretch goals we need to show that reality? I think it'd be cool.
Expansion packs on expansion packs.
Packs on packs.
Which character has missiles?
Right.
So the point of that card is that the idea is that Miranda is taking a cold bead on her enemies, and she's laying perfectly still, getting her natural point of aim lined up. Oh, Dwight Morgan Siegel says Logan was also meant to be black and white, and it's much better in black and white in his opinion. You know, something funny about Logan, is that if you read the comic of Old Man Logan, there's this really interesting conversation about how Bruce Banner is actually is like a horrible person. He's the monster, and Hulk is the normal. It's all the good parts of him. It was a really cool thing to read. I'm sure you've already read it.
What's that?
Yeah, no worries. We're gonna
So
excuse
Zorg
Meg
is
Ryan.
placing energy wall. All right, so Zorg is placing energy wall, and trying to do the picture here. There it is. There's his energy wall. It's a free action. It costs 1 power. You place this card face up on 2 sentry cards to create a barrier that will block all attacks as long as this card is in play. Characters may still move through the barrier. If either sentry attacks or the generator loses power, discard this card. So he is placing this on which is?
Okay.
Where's the other sentry card? How do you have a sentry card?
Yeah, I had a card.
That's also the discard by accident. Which one is it? 5? Yeah, it's 5. 1, 5, 5.
Dwight, can we get a close up on those sentries
Yeah.
on the Zorak towers?
Let me just.
Oh, that's a little bit.
So.
Extreme close up, dude.
There's the sentries. With Zork hiding behind them. So he's creating a barrier between both sentries. It's like a force field. So no attacks can go through.
It's basically like where Atreyu had to go past the 2 sphinxes.
Yeah.
It's basically like that.
It's just like that.
There's like a bunch of armor around the space where the 2 sphinxes or the 2 sentries have laser-eyed all the knights that were trying to attack Zorak. So it's basically, I mean,
Sort of the same.
same thing. I remember when I first saw that movie as a young child, and I was scandalized by the bare bosom of the Sphinx.
That's why I don't have troubles.
Of course, it wasn't the amount that I was scandalized by the bare bosom had nothing to do with watching Artax lose the will to live and break Atreyu.
What? Alright, yeah, sorry.
It's your turn.
Yeah, I forgot about that scene. I'm depressed now. Yeah, agreed, Morgan. I thought I thought the movie was a great standalone. I don't know that the comic could have been portrayed, done justice in a movie. And I think they did a
All right.
I think that was a perfect ending and just like the best X-Men movie they've ever put out. Wasn't really a huge fan of the X-Men movies, if I'm being real. I thought that the cartoon X-Men was the zenith of X-Men on the screen, but the Logan was the best by far of all the Marvel X-Men movies. Subject matter was a huge contributing factor.
All right. Nelson's going to attack the pine box for 4.
Yeah, dude,
He's going to attack the pine box.
that's still a heart-pounding moment. Morgan says the scene with the Sphinxes used to scare me when I was little. LOL. Yeah, I feel you. Believe me.
Abracky is going to attack.
That is it.
Sorry, Abracky gang. Abracky gang is going to attack the pine box.
So it's my next thing.
Yeah.
Can anybody who's watching right now tell me what the name of the wolf is? And don't look it up. And I'm going to write it on my hand, all right? But
You can't, if you have a scrap card.
can anybody tell me what the name of the wolf was from Neverending Story? Actually, I'll write it on my phone.
Yeah. So you just prepare. Okay. Did you draw your cards?
No, I need discard and draw.
I got the answer.
You looked it up. You can't look it up.
No, but.
Don't, if you looked it up, I don't want to hear from you. Yeah, Morgan, I agree. The whole Professor X being the most powerful mutant and his telekinesis getting out of control. And I love that of all the X-Men, the one who was around at the end is Logan.
That is a very wise move. Now, it feels,
Nobody knows what the name of the wolf is in the Neverending Story? You looked it up. Don't even say anything.
Yes, alive and well.
Okay, well, don't say it.
Yes, it is. Father Franklin was machine gun deployed.
Okay.
So you can,
I fire at Nelson?
You can, if you were to, well, did you use scrap?
I use scrap.
You can't, no, you can't.
So, because I've already used that.
Right. So, do you have anything that's besides that card, that one card?
Yeah, I do. That's why I was curious. Gotcha. The only thing I have,
you had to repair the pine box though, because you can't use the machine gun until it gets. So you're kind of.
Oh,
stuck around.
dude, you're so close.
2 free action cards.
Yeah.
And,
It's actually Gamork. Gamork. G-M-O-R-K.
so I could use.
Gamork.
Only when you've already used an action to clear your pine box. That triggers your attack. You would play that before you start. You don't have an action to attack it.
So I don't have.
If you draw 3 cards,
I don't have 12.
You got 12? Awesome.
All right.
Close enough for me.
Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. Go.
Wait, what?
Go.
How does that?
I will be security in 7 minutes.
All right. Okay. I'm gonna play Hell Hath No Fury.
Ooh, this is a
Hell
good.
Hath No Fury is a free action. It adds 2 damage to all Bandero Blonde Posse members this turn. Then I'm gonna play Dual Shooter. Dual Shooter is a free action. Bonnie may apply an attack to 2 targets within line of sight on this turn. The first action, now Bonnie Beecher, so Miroslav has a barrier. Bonnie Beecher is going to use her repeater pistol against this turret. It's 3 plus 2 is 5.
Alright.
Cool. Bonnie Beecher's going to attack it again for 5. Yep.
Here's number 1.
Sorry, bro, you got it.
All right, I take 1 point of damage. I get gold for doing the damage and the death. Okay. Now she's going to do the same attack because that was a free attack, but I can use the same card against 2 targets. So now she's going to do it again, but this time to Miroslav for a 5.
Ouchie.
I think that was sarcastic. What do you think? I think I don't care. Yep. Okay. Okay. And she's going to do it again for 5. Yep. All right. Now, remember when I said that I had in my sights played, and that for every ship that was on the card, there was 2 damage? Well, I've actually had 2 in my sights cards being played at the same time. There's 3 ships being built up, so that's a attack of 6. Plus the actual attack of 5, which is an 11. Plus Hell Hath No Fury, which is plus 2. That's an attack of 13 damage.
I'm way out of fingers now.
At least 3 out of Can you withstand that, Miroslav?
What?
Can you withstand that? Can you fade it? Hey guys, I just want to let you know we're 75% funded. Thank you to everybody who's backed us so far.
Thank you so much, guys.
I'm not gonna take all that damage.
Yep.
Yikes. So what I'm hoping you guys see.
Okay. Okay, you're gonna take an extra point of damage because it's a rifle round. Okay, he has 2 health. Now, Bandera Blonde is gonna chuck the dynamite. Bandera Blonde 2 is gonna chuck the dynamite at the turret for 4 damage. The turret needs to defend for 4. Miroslav needs to defend for 3. And Bonnie needs to defend for 1.
Yeah, these
Four the tower, 3 on Miroslav.
these posses that you guys are going to get in the all-in pledges are very, 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 very unique. You can see that this is kind of part of the reason why Dwight wanted to hold some of these for the upper tiers, because we wanted to get everybody to get a taste of playing the core game. These are some advanced tactics that he's using, but once you get a feel for the simple gameplay mechanics, you'll see how they're not really complicated. They're just layers of the simple mechanics stacked on top of each other.
Okay, so this is going.
Did you survive, Zorik?
He survived.
Dang!
Barely.
Now somebody should attack the
Okay.
Bandera Blonde.
Bandera Blonde 1 is attacking Bush Ranger 1 for 7.
Oh, he is going to.
You see what he did? He's attacking his friend like a cold-blooded gangster.
Where is he? It was how many? 7. Alright.
He's gonna get some gold. And the Bush Ranger's got a medical kit, so.
You go to the discard house.
You know what this jacket actually reminds me of? You know Marty McFly in Back to the Future 3 when he shows up in like the hardcore cowboy bar, but he's got all the fringe, and they all look at him like, that's what this jacket's like. Marty McFly. What is this stuff?
Alright. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm gonna draw 3 cards. And my turn is done.
So how many free actions did you use on that turn?
2 free actions.
Two free actions, and everyone.
Second free actions.
You work so close, I could use these techniques.
Yeah.
Reynolds says, so if I'm teaching some new players, should I remove some posses from play and stick to the base ones? You know, I don't know. I don't think that if they wanted to choose this posse, this is just an example of what's possible with the posse. Somebody who's never played it before is not going to lose out. They're not going to have a bad experience because they don't know how to use the posse. They're still going to be able to use the same gameplay mechanics in this posse that they would in any other. It's just trying to show you guys how some of these attacks can be stacked. So to answer your question, I don't think so. I think they can play with literally any posse that you're going to get in the all-in pledge, or with any of the expansions that we unlock. Because at their core, the mechanics are very simple. There's just nuance that as you get more familiar with them, you'll be able to stack more and more different types of attacks. Does that make sense? Billy, thanks for coming.
Good. All right, man. We'll see you guys soon, all right?
Thank you, Billy.
Absolutely, brother. I'll see you soon.
Okay.
Good job.
No, it's not. But you.
Can you bring that question back up? Okay, perfect. Awesome.
Sorry, Jason, I had to get rid of things first. Yeah, I understood. You gotta get some gold on board too.
That's another thing too, guys.
Where's some?
What Dwight did in that in that round is a good example of how you can literally mine your deck for 3 or 4 rounds, and then in the middle of the game, not have any gold on the board, and be able to attack everyone on the board, deal damage, and put yourself in a great position for winning in one round. There's been games that we've played where I haven't come into the game to start fighting, really engaging anybody until the 7th or 8th round, and I've ended up winning the game because I'm able to coordinate attacks. These are just different nuances in gameplay, but these are different ways that you can win. There are a lot of different layers in this game, so different strategies that as you get to play these characters more and more, you'll figure out. You'll be able to test different methods of winning. So sometimes it's in wiping out a whole posse. Sometimes it's in dealing damage every single turn. But it's always about driving the gold bars that you're getting, and even more so with the economy. For you guys who have gone to the saddle up and the all-in pledge, you'll see as you start using the economy, trading that gold for buffs, that you're able to coordinate those types of attacks more easily, so that your hit combos will go up, if you will.
All right.
Which is not to take anything away from the Buckaroo pledge, because as we showed you guys today, we did 2 play tests today to show you how complete the Buckaroo pledge is. We wanted to build a lot of value in that Buckaroo pledge. That Buckaroo pledge is a complete game. We were really careful watching, some of the feedback that other Kickstarters had gotten, where we wanted to make sure that when you do, regardless of where you backed our Kickstarter, we reward you with something that was whole and complete and cohesive. Facebook user, yo, what's the ideal number of players? How is 1v1, 3-player, 4-player? Okay, there is no ideal number of players. Your experience is going to be, you can play, if you got you and a buddy who want to play, you can play it. The game's turnover are going to be much faster because there's not as many rounds. The rounds take much less time. The more people that you get in, the more the game fleshes out, because you have people who are, teaming up. It's like Survivor at some point. If you're playing a 4 versus 4 game, you're going to have quite a bit of politics that are going on around the table. So that game's going to take quite a bit longer than a 1v1. But we built this thing so that no matter what scale you're playing it at, your experience is very similar. It's not going to be boring at all. You're not going to feel shortchanged in a 1v1 game. We played hundreds of 1v1 games in the play test because, 1v1 game turns over pretty quick, so we can do rapid play testing. And what we found is that there's no difference in the actual fun factor of the game, the stickiness. In fact, you can switch characters. You can play, hey, I want to play this posse, this posse, this posse. Why didn't I have played all 12 posses 1v1, one after the other, just so that we can see how it feels? So yeah, to answer your question, ideal, it's just different. I don't know that that's a good, an accurate choice of words. I don't think that there's an ideal player mix. Now, like I said, when Sean and Becky are in town and we get to play all of us, a 6-person, 8-person game, it becomes, a rambling adventure. But it's not any different than a 1v1.
So
I would go ahead and just turn on yours, right?
So I hope that answered your question, Facebook user. If it didn't, ask me a follow-on and I'll try to give more information, okay?
So when that hits like the crossbar, what's that?
It's dead.
Because you can't be done.
Machine gun is dead. And both scrap cards are permanent. You have a magazine.
You don't see scrap cards. Do what?
You only drop 3 cards.
I think of that flip on it. There's only 2 scrap cards.
Was there any loot on that? Is there any loot on that card? On that?
No, sorry, that's fine.
I got the
Okay, and you're one.
Yeah, Reynolds, that's exactly what I'm saying. And it's simply a function of how long the rounds take. So obviously, if you have 8 people or 12 people playing, each one of those people have to go all 3 phases of their turn before you can move on to the next person. So the decision-making process, the reactions, the combat that happens, the give and take, the goal distribution, all that stuff, the round takes quite a bit more time the more people that you get. In a shorter game or with fewer players, the cycle time is much lower. So you don't have 8 people or 12 people or 10 people who are playing the game. You've got you got 3, 4, 5. So another thing is in the tournament map, the reason why the rideables is an unlockable goal for our Kickstarter pledge is because in the tournament map we also want to speed up the movement on the map, and in order to do that we have rideables like horses, motorcycles, so on and so forth. That allows you to maneuver around the map much more quickly, and that's one of the things we hope to achieve during this Kickstarter, is to get to our rideables unlockable, so we can show you that amazing 3D art for for horses and motorcycles and whatnot. No worries, man. Yeah, exactly. It's we love board games. We love Warhammer, and they get a lot of things right. So we were looking. We see that and we're like, okay, well, let's not reinvent the wheel. Yeah, exactly. Brandon, awesome. That's your name.
Oh, wow. How many test cards?
Yeah, keep them coming, guys. I got answers for days, and if I can't answer it, I happen to know the game creator. He's sitting right over there. And I got the math guy that can answer any technical questions.
What are you gonna do?
I can say the question.
Yeah, when we say that we crunch the numbers, I didn't understand what a data scientist really was, but Jason's also an expert in modeling behavior. So it's not just top cycle and balance that he worked into our posse planning, but also he modeled some of the behaviors that happen organically. A human being is going to react in a few different ways given a certain situation. And so part of what makes this game so fun is I've got this really amazing data science, behavioral scientist who's helping me figure out what's somebody going to do in situation A versus situation B. And I mean, like I said, wait till you guys get the game. Wait till you play.
Let's see here. All right, guys. So what's happened here is Miranda has positioned herself with a straight diagonal line of sight on Abernathy, and so she's playing headshot.
Ooh, that's the card.
Headshot is an attack of 4, but the thing is despite regardless, the target is dazed and cannot make any movements or actions on their next turn. So he's got to defend against it, and then he's got to kiss his actions goodbye next turn.
So that's
Now it is a 2. It's an attack of 2 because it's going through several cases of cover.
So Reynolds, if I'm understanding your question, it says, I know you said some different things would come in the future. Would it all be intermixed, or will it be different versions you pick and choose? So there's components for each pledge tier, but as far as unlockables and stretch goals, that stuff's available to everybody, as long as you back one of the main core games, Buckaroo, Saddle Up, or All In pledges. We want to give back to you guys as we succeed. We want to give back to you and celebrate with you, so that you get to play the most expansive version of High Noon possible. You guys dictate how big the universe is. So if you guys want to see kind of what's on the horizon, you can see the first 4 stretch goals. We're happy to, once we achieve them, we'll replace the question mark with the very next one, because at the scale that we achieve, it'll make it possible for us to realize some of the expansions. And Reynolds, if I didn't answer your question, give me more information and I'll try to do a better job.
Go on, kill me.
Yeah, go on.
I'm here. I'm here, kill me now.
Come on, kill me.
Come on.
If any of you guys like metal, yeah, pretty much, Morgan. If any of you guys like metal, I highly encourage you guys to look up Austrian Death Machine. It's a metal. It's not my favorite format of music, but if you like metal and you like Arnold Schwarzenegger, Austrian Death Machine is basically lines from the movies turned into hardcore heavy metal songs, and they're hilarious. With such titles as "Get to the Choppa," "I'm Here, Kill Me," "If it bleeds, we can kill it," "Rubber Baby Buggy." What was it? What's this? "Rubber Baby Buggy Bumpers."
Oh.
Yeah, "Rubber Baby Buggy." "Who is your daddy and what does he do?" All classics.
Be quiet. Shut up.
It's not a
Let
tool.
me speak to your father, please.
Okay, Facebook user
I'm
says.
not Kimball. I'm a cop, you idiot.
All right, Facebook user says, what crossroads did you make the deal at to get this game on Forbes? Actually,
Oh,
no.
Yellow Eyes, didn't you know?
Old. That's a. I get it. That's a deal with Satan. We didn't. They actually were looking at us. We didn't approach them. We're doing our thing. We had quite a bit of advanced marketing. Our Sean is an amazing marketer. Sean has done an amazing job at building an audience for High Noon, communicating what we're trying to do, telling our story. And so we've had such a great market presence with his efforts that it's garnered the attention of some people at Forbes, obviously. And we have an excellent PR firm that's representing us. And they had let us know that there had been some inquiries, but they wanted to see what our trajectory was on Kickstarter before. And obviously, you can go either way on Kickstarter. If your product isn't ready for the big time or you don't have the team behind it, it's not a guarantee just because you're on Kickstarter that somebody's interested in you. But thanks to you guys and thanks to your efforts, you guys have got us enough velocity that it really, it became something. And in fact, it looks like he was watching our early success, our early backing, and we owe it all to you guys. Let me just go here. Reynolds says, I might have heard wrong earlier, but I was under the impression that down the line with solo play and stuff, you might introduce something along the lines of Westworld and different stuff. If you're saying something along the lines of Westworld in terms of like cyborgs, yeah, absolutely. If you're talking about something along the lines of Westworld where robots are fighting for their freedom, I don't know about that, but yeah, listen, these, we're trying to tell you this, that we're trying to show you guys in this gameplay how much little tweaks change the gameplay. There's huge ramifications in these buffs and these new things, and we want to tell that story. So when it comes to things like cyborgs, aliens, ninjas, zombies, trans-dimensional fogs that take you to the hellscape of monsters and the old ones, yeah, we want to get there. Yes, all kinds of things like Westworld. We have a cyborg posse already designed and mapped out. We just got to get there, guys. Hey, Morgan says somebody's a Supernatural fan. Dwight, you want to speak to that?
Yes. Come on, muscle cars and 45s. Very good. Classic rock and pie.
All right.
Yeah, exactly.
That's actually where I got the quote.
Defending for 3, but
So Brendan asks, what's the average play time for a group of 4 to 6? If you guys are, if the 4 people who are playing it understand the game and they're moving through it, we usually get done at just right at the hour mark or a little bit more. Hour and a quarter. If you're on it and everybody's banging on point, you're done in about an hour and a quarter.
Okay.
Now, if you're playing with people who've never played before and there's a lot of explanation or coaching, you can go, hour and a half, 2 hours on a game at that scale.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely, Brandon. We actually have, okay, so I forget that I'm talking to a different audience than I was at 7 a.m. because I'm just talking to this camera. But we have an entire already done massive map and expansion called Governor McGrady's Mansion. You're going to see Governor McGrady, God willing, if we hit our objectives and we unlock the stretch goal, you're going to meet Governor McGrady in this Kickstarter. We have an expansion for Governor McGrady that is his mansion, and it's a massive map. And what that mansion introduces is solo and co-op play, and it introduces what we call autonomous player characters. They're basically NPCs in a board game format. And we needed to go through and do the balance testing for all of the NPC characters for that expansion, and it's a massive expansion. It's almost as big as the all-in pledge tier and the Pascagoula Ridge pledge tier put together. So we wanted to make sure that with those NPCs, if you're going to play solo play or co-op play, and you're going to move your way to objectives in the mansion map, that we really did a great job of making sure that gameplay made sense from every different angle. We're very methodical about how we test the game. We're very strict on our quality standards. If there's any delay in the gameplay, or if it doesn't flow smoothly, we stop the process and analyze why. So you will see that in the future, but just not in this Kickstarter. We want to get that down pat and locked in. But the good news is that everything that we come out with in the future is going to dovetail perfectly with what you guys have already backed. So you'll be able to take your posses that you got in this Kickstarter and slot them in seamlessly into future expansions for High Noon. We want to make sure that everything that we do grows the property. It doesn't compartmentalize. We want to make sure that everything that we do expands the scale of the property itself.
Exactly. You were right here. So that's 1, 2, 3. Your turn also needs to defend the attacks.
Come on, guys, it's getting late and I'm vulnerable. Let's talk. Real talk.
Dishonor.
It's real talk time, guys. It's getting to coast AM time. You want to talk about interdimensional entities? Hit me up.
Serious?
Yes. He's quite serious.
I mean, you've made it 12 rounds though. It's pretty impressive. No, I can't die.
Oh, yes, you can die.
And you will.
You better defend that attack then.
I have all my defense cards are for 1.
Yeah, well, that means you're going to take it in the face.
Fine. You sure? I'm fairly certain you have some of that. I don't even recall there being a 1 defense card.
Yeah, there's 3 attack and 1 defense.
Well,
Can't you use your generator to absorb
why
some
don't you
hits?
play the 1 defense and see what happens?
Because I got 3 attack. And I don't bring any attack cards.
Well,
I have 2
I
attack
want to
cards.
give you a little hint here. If you die, you can't attack. It's true. Just a little from the tip.
That's the behavioral scientist, data scientist, logic guy.
So you can absorb 3, and now all you have to do is play defense 2. Oh.
3, 4, and then 5.
What?
That's 3.
Oh,
Here's great.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Good job.
Yeah,
You got it. You made it. I'm gonna take one. No, there.
Is that a pro gamer move, David? I'm learning about my kids' slang. Things I've learned are,
Please say your turn. I can't miss.
okay, Boomer, that's not cash money. And I'm going to show you what I like to call a pro gamer move.
Yep, that's my card.
Okay.
Then this kid tries to tell me about Walkmans. Like, dude.
I know, I was thinking about Walkmans, it was the mini disc.
Oh, mini discs. Yeah. He's like, oh yeah, they used to have these mini discs. I'm like,
I'm
son,
not saying like they used to
I
have.
watched Terminator 2 in the theaters. Don't even front with me.
Nope, there's not going to the wall.
That's a window. That's a window. You wanna jump through that and dodge?
You can't dodge.
No, you can't do that.
Where's the door?
It's in front of me. Right behind me.
Can I jump in?
Nope. You could walk into my shotgun if you want.
Ma'am, could you just move over one tile, please? Excuse me, ma'am?
I'd be happy to oblige.
How is it that the two most powerful posses players on the board are tied up together? What is wrong with you guys? Now you guys kill each other. Oh, yeah. Okay. Reynolds goes, did you tell him about laser discs? Yeah, son, I had Stargate on a laser disc.
Dude, I
Like
had
this.
Street Fighter.
Ooh, Street Fighter! I forgot all about that with Raul Julia as M. Bison on Laserdisc.
They tell you the war is over, but we can all go home.
Yeah. No, I don't have.
Bison is getting away with it, but we can all go home. But I am not going to go
With
home.
Jean-Claude
I'm
Van Damme.
going to get in my boat, and I'm going to go down the river, and I'm going to stick. Now some of these bison that kick so hard, I don't remember the song.
Okay, so Brendan asks, what might the time frame be on future expansions, and how much will they cost? I can't give you an answer on that, Brendan. I wish I could. Obviously, our timeline in the near future is going to be consumed with making sure that we deliver this product on time and at the quality standards that we benchmark. That's going to take up my focus for the near term. I'm going to be making sure that the game is delivered on time, on schedule, and meets our quality control standards. After that, we'll start getting into the planning phase for the next one. But I would hate to speculate or set an expectation that I didn't have a plan to follow through on. So for now, right now our focus is on this Kickstarter, and if you guys get us to over our goal and get us up through our stretch goals, we'll be happy to share with you the timeline for how this Kickstarter's expansion schedule is going to be. So real talk, quality of miniatures for painting. How are you getting that done? Are you asking if we're having them painted, or how am I quality controlling the miniatures? If you're asking me how we're going to have them painted, we're still in the exploratory phase for that. We don't know that there's enough of a demand to justify the additional workflow. If you're asking me how we're making sure that the minis meet our quality control standards, as soon as we're done with this Kickstarter and we get our quality control samples back, I'm going to actually go to China to look at things like cycle time, material batch quality control. I'm going to look at their demolding process. I'm going to look at how the mold jig looks. I'm not leaving anything to chance on this one. So I'll actually be in China at the factory, making sure that what we promise you guys is delivered on time. So if that was your question, I hope I answered it. If I didn't, give me some more information, I'll answer it better. At what point does the governor get released? Okay, so Facebook user is talking about the governor. The governor is on the stretch goal horizon for this Kickstarter. You're going to meet him during this Kickstarter, assuming we get through our first 4 stretch goals. The governor's format for this Kickstarter is a politician. You're going to meet him, and his posse has the same format that you're going to see him in the future, but the way you're going to see him is a little bit different. You're going to get used to who the governor is, how he operates, how his posse works before you play with him in his mansion and deal with him on that scale. Does that make sense?
There you go. There we go.
That's thinking.
I will tell you, he is on the near horizon for stretch goal unlocking. But we got a little bit of ways to go before we have that
Are
conversation.
you serious?
Yes, you would be serious. But you did burn right into his hand.
I had another one. Let's go. Oh, I can still use that.
You already did.
And the cool thing, I can tell you guys a little bit about the governor. The governor's got his weapon is influence. He uses gold to buy people's goodwill. So we were playing him the other day, and what he does is he basically just says, "Hey, do this. I'm going to pay you this much." And because the objective of the game is to win gold, people will do it. I mean, he'll literally be like, "Kill that guy if you want my," he's got cards like My Finest Havanas. My Finest Havanas is a card where he says, "Hey, if you want my goodwill, you'll do this for me." He's got a bunch of other cards that deal with. Yeah, okay. Oh, you want to print them? That's what you're saying. Yeah, well, they're 3Ds, or they're 3D files. Yeah.
Two.
We ain't sharing our 3D files. Hey, don't you drop
Chapter for 4 with Nelson.
Then you one.
I'll take one gold. Alright.
Yeah, Tom, there is no international travel this year, but we actually, obviously that's contingent on the travel opening. All right. So, yes, I recognize that there's no international travel right now. So it's contingent on that. However, I have several different agents that live in China and we're contracting with a company in case that we can't travel to do the in-house QC. They're an American company that has a team based in China, Americans based in, that could do the job that I need them to do there if the travel ban isn't lifted. So yeah, you're right. And we have a plan to accommodate it if the travel ban isn't lifted.
So even if you were to shoot, wouldn't that log get one?
Well, I can only shoot here.
Okay. All right. Sorry. Yeah. He said not print. LOL. I meant paint. Yeah, of course. We love painting miniatures too. So we want to make sure that there's enough detail. There's enough detail on them so that you can actually get in there and paint them. If I had a webcam that I could reliably focus, I'd show you how even in the ones, now we're by far not the best painters in the world. There are people in our Facebook group who are gods compared to us. We are not worthy, right? So yeah, no worries, Tom. You're absolutely right. I didn't want to go into that whole thing, but since you brought it up, yeah, you're absolutely right, and we're making sure. So to answer the question about painting, there's some guys in our Facebook group who paint some absolutely unbelievable unbelievable paintwork on miniatures. And so we wanted to make sure that when we have these minis painted, that they have a sufficient detail that you can get a fine brush in there, put details like eyes and teeth and face. In ours, and like I said, by no means the best painters on the planet. There are people who make us look like rank amateurs. We're able to get a fine brush in and put detail like teeth in on things like Righteous Rogers. He's got an open mouth grimace, and we were able to get a fine brush in to paint his teeth.
Okay. Huh? Heck yes, thank you guys.
So, Harold pointed out that at this stage, the governor's somewhere on the million mark. But like I said, guys, with our trajectory, I don't think we're going to have any trouble getting there. And I expect that as more people get to connect with us, as they get to see what this Kickstarter pledge is about, as they hear our story, as they see the game, I'm expecting that we're going to start picking up steam, and I'm really excited and blessed to be in this with you guys, and I'm excited to share the world of High Noon with you.
Who's drunk? Let's see. Don't
So-
mind it, you gotta show it.
So I
Alright, so he drew, none of this actually matters because the game is over after this round. But he drew Snake Oil, which is a free action. It heals 3 points. He drew the Double Derringer, which is a pistol that attacks for 3. It uses pistol rounds, but you can fire the second round as a free action. And then, of course, he drew the Coffee Beans, which he's used in the past, which gives him either 1 extra action or 4 extra movement for 3 turns. Pick one, doesn't matter. Your turn's over, the game's over.
Pick one, David.
Alright.
Snake oil.
How's it do on stains?
Cures everything.
He can't school me on outlaw Josie Wales quotes. Not yet.
Alright.
And guys, while we were talking, we crossed the $65,000 mark, so grazie mille from all of us. Thank you.
You your action. I did indeed. You just screwed yourself. I did a super victory. Now you're just gonna win. You're not gonna win hard.
Barely going to win.
Now you're just gonna win. Alright, what are you gonna do? My box creature.
Spray everyone on the board with bullets, Pine Box Preacher. You have nothing to lose.
No, for Pine Box, I can't.
Oh, well.
Yeah, it died. Not that-
Maybe you can shoot single semi-automatic rounds at everyone.
Just go to bullets.
Come on, guys. Those are some good questions. Hit me with some more questions.
Yes, I survived this round. That's all.
You survived those 12 rounds, David?
Yeah, attack. I don't know.
So, random Facebook user says, so the stretch goals look awesome. Any chance to get it on Geek and Sundry might help to make that happen? Yeah, we hear you. We actually sent out all of our press release. All that stuff is going live today. Our PR firm is making sure that they're handling all that interface with everybody. We're pretty excited about it. We're more than happy. We did a couple of interviews with some of these guys, with Dwight in specific, because he's the person most able to speak on these things. So yeah, we're looking forward to having a conversation with them. And yeah, I mean, we want to drive eyeballs to this. We want to drive eyeballs to this campaign.
So the Abernathy game won.
Wow, good job.
I love gold bars.
That's how you can.
But the websites and the other places, the trusted sources where people are looking is great. But if you guys are looking at this and this is something that you've backed, I would encourage all of our backers to go ahead and like or to share our campaign, help it go viral. I mean, if you guys are backing this, it's because you know what you're talking about. So
Good job there at the end.
we're very interactive, and we're yes. Well, the best way to do it right now is just write important question, how not to be Facebook user, LOL, help me out, and then put a dash and your name, and I'll call out your name. Huh? What else you got for me, guys? What else would you like to know about? Marlene coming through with the knowledge.
No.
Now it's going to Coast FM or AM.
The what?
You guys want to talk about Clockwork Elves?
Oh, yeah.
You want to talk about relative time and space?
Dude, you were dressed for that. No, this is exactly how you would be dressed for that.
If I was going to time travel. I mean, yeah, pretty much.
Marlene said it reminded her of the Tom Baker Dr. Who episode.
What?
She's texting. Just a lot of this.
Oh. Yeah, I mean,
Goodness gracious, that is just amazing.
yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, Jason's also a interesting conversation buddy. If you okay, might not apply, but anyway, this game reaches a kids and family audience. I run a Facebook group that is focused on D&D for families, but not sure if this applies.
Yeah.
Well, look, my entire family's here right now, so yeah, we made this. You know, Dwight was very.
I was trying to kill his son this whole time, and that's his wife.
Yeah, this is my wife
right here.
Yeah, we
were trying to kill her too. I mean, talk about it. It doesn't get more family than that.
So yeah, Dwight was really clear about making sure that this game was going to be playable by all ages. You know, this we talked about
9 and up.
9 and up, right? 9 and up for.
But there's got to be a limit. I mean,
sure.
I can't. There comes a point where it's like I can't. Not to be offensive, but I can't dumb it down.
Yeah. So we were talking earlier about how the genesis of this idea came about, and it came about from a time where Dwight had a game that he really enjoyed playing, and it was out of print, and so he wanted to make sure that kids could buy it on their, you know, that they could access it both conceptually and financially. They could access this game, and it brought families together. We talked about that when we were kind of rough sketching the idea out. We wanted to make sure that this is a thing that brings families together. You know, we think that the resurgence, our opinion is the resurgence in board games is people live in a digital space. You can't get away from your phone. You're tethered to it. So I think that some of the people who are responding in the last couple of years to board games come from a desire to connect with the people that they love, their friends, their family, you know, their coworkers. They want to get together with people and actually spend time getting to know them in an easy way. You know, it's easy to get to know somebody while you're playing a board game with them. And so, yeah, we think it's perfectly appropriate and applicable. You know, for these posses that you're seeing, what does it mean that the doctor shows up? I'm not sure.
Could you rephrase the question?
With different words.
Look, the one thing to consider though, and just remember, this is a Western shoot 'em up.
Yeah.
Bullets are gonna fly, people are gonna get shot, and people tend to bleed when they get shot. So there is blood in the cards and stuff, but I was pretty adamant that it not be gratuitous.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a subject, like because we were thinking like this could be. I mean, this could like go great. Like who cares? Let's just do whatever we want. But at the end of the day, it was decided that no, there has to be a limit to that because we want it to be accessible to family.
Yeah. So depending on what's your tolerance level for the average board games level of violence, then I think I think that we're not tipping the scales in any extreme. So yeah, I think it's definitely something that heck, back the campaign and play it. So you tell me what you think.
And if you back it tonight, you're gonna get this super amazing stand that I designed myself. It holds all 14 of the core characters, or any character you want to put in there. You get a little scenery with Righteous Roger's wagon. There's actually going to be a tree right here. I just didn't have time to print it. You've got Elsu's war band on the mountaintops. You've got the Leroy gang front and center, and then sheriff and deputy in the back in the jail that says high noon. You're going to get this amazing stand. It's a wonderful conversation piece, and this isn't even painted. You paint it, make it look awesome, and put it somewhere and let people see it, and then they're like, "What is that?" You go, "What is that?" Let me tell you about a little thing called high noon, and then you're gonna be the board game rock star of the century. You're welcome.
So yeah, Reynolds, I get what you're saying. Relative dimensions in space. TARDIS.
Dalek.
Exterminate. Yeah, I'm a Tom Baker fan for Doctor Who. I really Jill's a David Tennant Doctor Who fan. I checked out in the 70s. I liked this. I felt like the story had to lift it.
Like Chris Eccleston, you like mine.
Okay, so this question from Brandon says, any chance that it could have a community that creates and shares different scenarios with the boards provided in the base game? Oh yeah, dude.
That's how things survive. I think, and this was early on when we started doing the show this morning. We talked about the origins of the conjuring of this game. And when I was doing the research for the game, and I looked at, Epic Duels was the board game that really inspired me to make High Noon. And I went and I found that there was this, even though it's out of print, there's this massive community. Massive on a scale of you wouldn't believe there's that many people who are that dedicated to it. And they were creating expansions and missions and maps and all sorts of amazing content. And I was looking at that going, damn, if only they had tapped into that. If only they'd been there's this healthy community generating content. Let's keep this flowing. So I genuinely believe, and I think it's something that all of us believe, is that with a healthy community that, and we encourage it and nourish it, to generate more content is going to it's only going to make the legs longer on this game.
And I'll tell you, our front end audience creation, our front end audience engagement is really heavily about making you guys a part of this thing. So Sean's done an amazing job of finding you guys, winnowing you out, introducing. There he is. You can tell. 24 hours later. So Sean's big thing is making this collaborative. We're just executing what you guys want. And really, to your point about community, yeah, we're so down with that we're talking about building a tournament circuit and curating the scoreboards. We want you guys to. We don't want this to be, buy our game and then we'll see you later. We really want this to be, hey, help us create a world to play in, and we want to play with you. We want to come to your game stores. If you're a retailer right now and you're listening to what I'm saying, please contact us. Get in there on the pledge. There's a pledge for you to get in there and give us your info. We want to talk to you. We want to make sure that we give you access to things that, you guys are the point. You're the dealer. You're the guy that gets people hooked on gaming. And we want to make sure that we're, as a supplier, as a manufacturer, we're connecting with you, because we know that some people, a goodly portion of people, really fall in love with gaming because they walk into a board game shop or a comic book shop and they're introduced to this lifestyle where they connect with other people. So not only do we agree with your input about community, we also want to foster it. And we want to build, a structure so that if you want to play High Noon in a tournament level, that we're facilitating that. If you guys want to give us feedback about what would be cool as a posse, always know that that's welcome. We always want to listen to it. We always want to play test it. I got an amazing data scientist who'll take those ideas, we'll number crunch them, we'll figure out if it's plausible. And if there's any way we can do it, we'll absolutely will. Obviously, this is also a business and we have to make money. We have to get what we need financially to get this thing fleshed at our stated envelope. But that's not the core of it. The core of it is making sure that we create a world for you guys to participate with. We're honored to have you as a backer. We're honored to have you as a participant in the creation of this world. And so we have a little bit different perspective than what we've seen in the past. And we've all backed Kickstarters. We all know how the game works. But our perspective is not, hey, buy our game, here's a sales funnel. It's actually, hey, help us create this. We're a real deal Kickstarter. We really want you guys to participate with us and help us create this world so that we can come back and share it with you. And our commitment to you is to make sure that we're not going to leave you hanging. We've played High Noon thousands of times. We live, eat, and breathe High Noon. Dwight had a dream the other day where he was talking to the High Noon character. Why don't you tell that story?
Oh my gosh, you just, it was the most vivid dream. It was weird. I've never had this. I've written a lot of stories. I've written screenplays. I've produced films, and I've written short stories, novellas. I've written characters. I've written universes. I've never had vivid dreams of these characters and universes after I've written them. And yeah, now that he mentioned it, I had a dream that, and I get it. I know it's just a dream, but like I had a dream that I was part of, a bunch of the posses were gathering together for a big train heist. And it was the night, and it was a mess. It was like an armored train heist. It was a very dangerous mission. A lot of them weren't going to walk away from, but whoever it was going to be really rich. And so the dream took place the night before the heist. And it's like everybody's just, drinking and living life like it's their last night on Earth, because it very well could be. And I got to see, like, and the thing is it sounds silly, but the thing was like, I got to see, like, Quentin Leroy was playing a fiddle for a group of the guys to, like, clap to, and Clifton Jenkins, this big brutish guy in the game, is sitting there dancing around to the music, just being a goofball. And I remember watching, thinking, like, I would have never thought that you would be that kind of person. I always figured that you would be closed off, like, not this crazy personality. Like, you've got an anger issue, but outside of that, you don't talk much. You're not big for words. And here you are, just acting a fool and cutting loose and dancing around with with your friends. And I was like, this is crazy. And the thing was, like, I was seeing another side of these characters that I thought that I knew already because I wrote them. And it was crazy because they came alive. It was like they were alive.
Yeah.
It was very vivid.
So yeah, so we live, eat, and breathe these characters, so much so that Dwight is actually having conversations with them in his dreams. And one of them insulted him, and he's like, "I'm going to write you with a bum leg."
That's right. It's literally what happened. You'll think twice, McNabb.
So but there's also we also, while this stuff is real to us, we're not without a sense of humor. One of our characters is the card you're going to see as we grow in the expansions is called Dr. Sargassum's Powdered Vivium, and it's a hilarious card because it basically makes you immortal. It's like PCP.
It is PCP.
Yeah. It's not PCP. It's not something else.
It's totally something
family
else.
Friendly.
Totally family friendly.
Right.
It just kills you.
It's powdered Vivium.
It's powdered Vivium.
But it literally makes you invincible, and then you die when the card turns up.
It's 3 rounds. It's invincible for 3 rounds, and then.
And so we're not without a sense of humor. This stuff it's serious, but we don't take it seriously. We love this universe and we want to bring it out. But at the end of the day, it's a game. We should be having fun doing it. We're not Stephen King writing about the Thinnies. We're talking about a board game that's fun to play.
Well, we can, and this is the thing. We're lighthearted, and we take it seriously, but we don't. And so for the Sargassum, the Dr. Sargassum, we hint at him with these loot cards, like the snake oil and and the bitters, and then the Vivium goes, like, literally stamps his name on it. But we were talking about this today. Dr. Sargassum is going to be an expansion posse in the future, and his starting tile is going to be his his medicine wagon that he would ride into town to sell his wares.
And,
fake wares.
and it says works on stains. You know, so,
and the whole point of Dr. Sargassem's, he has these like servants, and they're like midgets and disabled bodied people, like outcasts of the time, and so they're not very strong characters, but then Sargassum himself in his cards, he's going to have these power-ups, which are essentially like his wares that he would otherwise sell in his wagon. You know, these tinctures and these elixirs and these things they give. He would play these cards to give his other posse members amazing abilities, temporary abilities that give them strategic advantages. But then after those abilities wear off, it ends with like devastating effects against those characters who would use them. And it's kind of the whole thing of like you know, drugs are bad. Snake oil's bad.
Yeah,
and
the fact is, like, Coca-Cola used to have cocaine in it. You know.
Yeah.
Of course this medicine works. It has laudanum, cannabis, and cocaine in it. It's like, yeah, you feel great, and then you sleep all night.
Yeah, so you laugh about it, you know, because it's kind of funny, but at the same time, there's strategy to it, because you're thinking, like, which power up do I want to play now, knowing that I'm going to have a permanent negative effect for the rest of the game afterwards? It's like it's the posse for people who are really good at cost/benefit analysis.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, we're there's so many things in the timeline, and honestly, you know, we had to make a calculation at the beginning of this. You know, Sean and Dwight and I all talked about, and Jason all talked about, you know, how do we enter this thing? Do we try to follow the Kickstarter formula, or do we come with an authentic for us, you know, value proposal? Do we say, hey, this is what's really going on? Do we level with people? And it really early on, based on the relationships that we built with our Facebook audience, you know, we realized that if we're doing anything but telling you guys exactly where we're at and what we're trying to do, you know, I think you guys can understand authenticity. I think you guys hear it in our voices. You understand what it sounds like. And I think that, you know, we're always going to try to do the right thing. And yeah, I like Jill more and more every time you talk. Yeah, she's awesome. She's I'm punching way above my weight, which is gaining rapidly. Indra Pratama says, which company will do the mold and the miniatures, and will it come pre-assembled? And that answer is, we'll probably not let you guys know that. Not to be rude, but we have several we have several layers, and that factory and those factories, you know, we work with pretty closely. So
we may tell you guys at some point. We're not comfortable talking about that right now. But the minis themselves, the game minis, they will come pre-assembled. This is a big point for me, non-negotiable. I want this game to be ready to play out of the box.
Right.
I want you guys. I don't want a lot of thought on this. I don't want a lot of prep. And like, even, you remember when you buy like Risk, the Risk games that would come where the pieces were on the tray and you had to twist them off and stuff.
Oh, I hated that.
I hated that.
There was always two pieces where like the wrong part broke off.
Oh my gosh!
You know, the guy with no sword or his hand broke. You're like, oh. Every time I saw that, I was like.
And of course, you know, you've got the professional expert gamers who've done it for 40 years. Like, well, I didn't use snips.
Yeah.
Because that's not me. Like, I just want to play the game. I want to play the game. So the game pieces are going to come pre-assembled, with the exception of the writables, and we're gonna roll out in the future. The retail iteration of like the 3D assets is going to be a very stylized look. We talked about this early on, and it's built into the foundation of the game. The way that the 3D assets are going to look at the retail level, you guys are getting a real treat with the Kickstarter tiers, because that ain't how it's going to be at the retail level. The retail level is going to be almost like a stylized 2D look that you're going to put together in puzzle pieces. You're going to snap them out and out of like a little card, and then put them together like a little puzzle. It's going to create like a 3-dimensional, 2-dimensional, whatever you would call that thing. So that's pretty much the maximum level of what you're going to have to put together. But when it comes to the minis, the plastic minis of the real 3D, the cowboys and all those guys, you're not going to have to put that together. There's no glue. There's none of that. It's just they're going to come in a tray. As a matter of fact, do you want to talk about the trays?
Yeah, we can talk about it.
Okay.
We were well, actually, you talked about it.
Well, I mean, you guys really did a lot of that footwork, but
what we want, so variations on a theme. We talked about people. Awesome, Chris. We're not as glad as we are, trust me. So we talked about the tournament, and we've all tournament gamed before, and so when it comes to that, the big question is, how do I get my stuff? How do I get my assets to the tournament? And we don't want to have to make people bring a box to the tournament. And if they do bring a box, we want it to house smaller units that help to organize it. So we've been talking to Game Trays about designing some different iterations for our pledge tiers. Now, obviously, those are stretch goals in the future, and we want to make sure that we keep everything in order. But just know that when we achieve our scale, our goal is so that you can have a very well organized, very neat option for bringing your posses to the. You might be like that guy that used to kill me with Dalzine. He only played Dalzine. I'd be like, oh, try Blanca. Nah, killed me with Dalzine. I'm gonna play Edmund Honda. Nope, murdered me with Dalzine. He only played with Dalzine. That may be you. You may be like, I like Colonel Rogers. I don't care about the rest of the posses. This is my dude. I know him in and out, left and right. I know what to do in this situation, that situation. We want to give you an idea on how to bring your posses to the tournament
without having to take like the whole retail box,
right. Or the Kickstarter box,
or especially or the Kickstarter box.
Right.
You're just gonna. Our objective is that you'll just take like a little tiny like a crate that has your little guys in it and the cards that go with them,
right? And
that's all you carry, and you're ready to go to town. We're working with Game Trays on that, and
you'll stay tuned for more. Like I said, we're just giving you a sneak peek about that action plan right now, because we just want to keep things in order. We don't want to get out of order or try to dangle anything to you guys.
Yeah, and I brought that up because the whole point was we want this thing to be ready to play out of the box, and that includes the game trays. Like right. You're going to open our objective is that your experience is you'll have the game, the box. You'll open the box and you'll have these really nice organized trays that already have the minis pre-assembled, ready to play in the trays. You open up the tray, you take the pieces out, and you're ready to play.
Yeah, conversationally, what we talked about was being, from oh my gosh, it's here to putting it on the table to play within 10 minutes. That's where we were thinking. When I get something, the last thing I want to do is go punch a bunch of punch outs on my card, so I could be like, oh, okay, this is off. I want to be able to set the game up and start playing it. Dwight's point is very well made when he says that the best way to learn how to play this game is to play the game. So we don't want to bog people down in a lot of, there's 400, 600 something assets in the all-in pledge. There's hundreds of components if you're an all-in pledge tier. So we want to make sure that when you open the box, we do a little bit of the organizational work for you, so you understand what these things do and put them in their proper place in an organizational way that you understand. Oh, this is what they're talking about. You're not digging red chips and blue chips and green chips and tokens and gold bars out of a bag and trying to figure out what they mean. So yeah, we want to make sure so that you're zero to playing high noon within 10 minutes.
We looked at a lot of games, when we were setting up to do the Kickstarter. We were looking at a lot of Kickstarter games, and I'm not ragging on these Kickstarter games. I want to play a lot of these games. I see them and they look awesome. I want to play them, but I remember like we would watch the videos, the Kickstarter videos, and they would show how you set it all up. And like our brains would melt just in the process of setting these games up, because you're like, that's the amount of time that it took to set it up is the game itself. So.
Yeah, and you know what? We recognize that there's lots of people that say, hey, the juice is worth the squeeze. If you're building a big dungeon or a large quest map, that's people spend months getting that together. So I'm not denigrating that at all.
Sure, yeah.
It's just a totally different form
It's just not where we're at. It's
Yeah.
not what we're about.
It's not what high noon. We're trying to get high noon into something that you can bust out, play with your friends, have a good time, and game and spend time together.
And then you wrap the game up and you're like, let's play again. And then boom, it's that quick and you can play again.
And another reason for that is because, you know, a lot of the things that induce new players to play the games is that if they're easy access, you know, if it's easy to access the game's easy to swallow, easy to wrap your head around, it's going to be something that you're liable to invite a cool dude or a cool lady that you work with to come to game night. Or if your family's, you know, hey, you're trying to institute a game night with your family, you know, it's like my kids, right? Hey guys, you guys want to play Risk? It takes too long to set up and stuff. You guys want to play Scrabble? Oh, the chimps, you know. Yeah, what do you want to play? Well, let's play Carcassonne. You know why they like Carcassonne? Because
I don't even know what that is.
Oh, it's a great game. If you guys have played Carcassonne, you know what I'm talking about. It's literally squares that are about 1.5 inches by 1.5 inches in meeples.
Squares and meeples. Wow.
Will they fit Kallax? I'm not sure what you mean by Kallax, Indra. The approximate all-in pledge, we've got all the shipping rates on the pre-pledge page. So give me a little bit more information so I can answer you better.
You know, and that's a shame because I love Risk. I have tons of all the variations of Risk that come. I love to buy the copies because I think to myself, one day I'm going to play that, and then nobody plays with me. But I remember I bought the StarCraft Risk, and we love StarCraft. So I was like, love StarCraft, love Risk. Let's play the heck out of this. And I remember us setting it up, and just in the process of setting it up, the kids were bored.
Yeah,
they were already ready to do something else.
Oh yeah, that's what I thought you meant because I have a Kallax unit at home. Let's see. So you're asking if the depth is if it's between 30 and 15? Oh yeah, dude, totally way smaller than that. Yeah, it's gonna fit in the Kallax, no problem. So that, you know, so my kids love Carcassonne because it's literally just gray board and meeples. That's it. It's gray board, meeples. You put them together, they're printed, it's a simple game, it takes no time to set up, and the kids go wild over it. We played 10, 15 different games. You know, my daughter's sitting right over there, she loves Carcassonne. The kids all want to play it all the time. But so that's one of the things, you know, when I look at what's fun for them is opening the box and getting to play. They want to spend time with mommy and daddy. They want to spend time as a family, and getting to that point and getting us up and running is really where we're trying to benchmark. So yeah, not taking anything away from if you built a 15 by 20 foot, you know, dungeon, you are a master. I love you because that's so cool.
Mikkel, our artist, if I may,
yeah,
we were talking and he was telling me how he and his buddies had they did a one game night session D&D, just one D&D session, and they set up a little 3D dungeon thing that they printed and painted and did, and then they did a beautiful videography work. They like put a rack with a camera track on it and stuff. They did like push-ins and stuff. You would think that you were in the dungeon itself, and they lit it. And they put smoke and stuff in it, and they had little flames, like little torches inside the walls and stuff. I was like, I've run, you know, D&D sessions that have gone, you know, 6 years straight, every Tuesday for 6 years, same campaign. Never did that kind of level of
production.
Production.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
Yeah, for sure.
I think I derailed the thought.
No, that's cool. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I've seen some. There's a couple of Kickstarters that happened while we were getting our stuff together, that were, you know, just terrains. You know, we thought that was an awesome idea. We looked at that. We were like, dang, look at this. They've got terrains that you can just pull out and start gaming with. You know, and I think that's kind of where we were looking at that, and I saw. There's a competitive edge that these guys have because they're simplifying a process so that they can create more access for people. All right, High Noon, what's your favorite Western movie scene? What's my favorite Western? What's your favorite Western?
My favorite, okay, that's tough because there's different values. Like there's different things that I love about different scenes and why they're my favorite kind of scene. So let me give you my two. My cinematic, and then my my conceptual.
Okay.
Okay, so conceptually, my favorite scene is in Quigley Down Under. It's when he stabbed, like they just dropped Quigley and Cora into the dirt and almost unconscious. He's like, "You forgot the gold." The guy's like, he goes to get the gold, he stabs him, and the other dude like is like, "Oh!" And he starts racing off, and it starts the music, like this dramatic music after he stabs the guy, and the other dude starts racing off in the wagon, and Quigley like it's a whole song. It's this beautiful, amazing, epic action track that you would otherwise do like a whole bunch of shooting and stuff in. And the whole thing, the whole music is basically just telling the story of Quigley crawling to his rifle with zero energy and pulling it out of its satchel as if it weighs 3 tons, and then figuring out how to level it on his arm, and then he aims it, and then he gets this, and then he's got to stop and like wipe his brow, and then he has to reset.
The whole time you're watching the wagon get farther and farther
away. It's not gonna happen. And the thing is like without the music, it's a very, very slow, still methodical scene, still tense. But that music just makes it like an adventure in its own, and it's literally a guy setting up his rifle with no energy in his body, and you feel how little energy he has because of all that. So conceptually, that's my favorite scene in a Western, and it's not even in the West, it's in Australia. No offense to the Australians, you guys have the Bushrangers, and we pay tribute. In film, my favorite scene is For a Few Dollars More, the final sequence, the final showdown. El Indio is finally facing off against Colonel Mortimer, and which is Lee Van Cleef's character. And this whole time, Lee Van Cleef has been chasing down El Indio because of their rivalry. He's trying to avenge the death of his lover, who El Indio killed. And El Indio has regretted this, like remorse has eaten his soul for even doing it. But even though he feels so guilty about it, and this man is led with passion, you would think that El Indio's like, kill me. But El Indio can't allow himself to be killed in that way. He's got to duel. He has to finish a duel, and he has to win because he's El Indio. He doesn't lose. And so he has this music box. He has this little music with this little jingle, and he keeps it. It's a little keepsake that had his sister in it, a little picture of his sister, and it's like their song. Well, throughout the movie, Mortimer also has that music box, and he carried it with him throughout the entire movie. So there's a scene. This is a whole bunch of buildup, but there's a scene in the beginning where they show that El Indio is a badass, like he's a cold-blooded killer. And the way he kills people is he plays the music from that music box that's tied to his dead sister. And at the end of the music, he says, "Try to kill me, just try." And you wait, and he's got his hand here over his gun. And then and then it's this tense scene where like whoever it is facing him has to listen to that music and like wait for the music to end and then draw. And of course, El Indio is the quicker draw. Well, you get to the end of the movie, and the Colonel Mortimer, they're shooting everybody's dead, and then Mortimer's looking for El Indio. El Indio gets a shot, and he shoots Mortimer's gun out of his hand. So Mortimer goes to get his gun, and he's like, no, you can't have your gun. He says, we're gonna play the music, and when the music ends, then you can try to kill me. Just try. And because he kind of sort of blames Mortimer for the death as well. So he plays the music, right? And Mortimer knows that Indio has him dead to rights. And it's basically just stand there and wait until the music ends. He's not even going to try because there's no way that he can get to the gun, pick it up, aim it at him, and kill him. And so he's just basically waiting for the music to end so that he can end. And, you know, maybe best case scenario, he meets his lover in the afterlife and whatever. And so as the music is about to, as the music box is about to end, it's like reaching its last note. It starts again. And he's like, what? And Inio's like, what? And then he looks over and Clint Eastwood's character has stolen Mortimer's music box, like way back early in another scene, and he's playing it. Now he's playing the music from Mortimer's side, and he's holding a gun to Inio. And he's like, And then he just keeps the gun on, and he's like, yep, I'm gonna keep playing. And he goes over and he gets another gun, and he hands it over to Mortimer while it's playing. He's like, I think you should use this. And then he just goes and he just sits there and he just sits down while the music's playing and he just watches. This is the man with no name who generally takes names, and he just watches. He's like, okay, let's see this fair fight happen. And now that Inio, who usually has people dead to rights all the time, even when they have guns, in this case now sees a level playing field, and you can see like the fear in his eyes of like, oh crap, this could actually go a way that I don't want it to go. And the music box itself is now being played with the orchestra of Ennio Morricone, who is a brilliant composer himself, and he's building this huge orchestra with that little music box in the background of it, and you start to see all of these emotions of these two titans building up to. They know there's going to be a conclusion, and it's going to be a level playing field now, and then finally, the conclusion of it. And it's just such a powerful scene that I get chills just thinking about that scene. That's my favorite. That's my favorite scene of all. Is that showdown in Fistful of Dollars.
Whoa. Okay, mine's way simpler. Mine is in the Outlaw Josie Wales, where the guys there's like an obsequious like ferryman. And he's like, a man in my line of work has to be able to sing Battle Hymn of the Republic and Dixie with equal zeal. So anyway, there's a scene where Josie kills this guy, and this kid is there with him, and he's like, what are you doing? He's like, I have to bury him. He goes, buzzards got to eat, same as the worms. No chills. I was just like, that's a cool scene.
Why is that your favorite scene? Why?
What I like about so Outlaw Josie Wales is one of my favorite westerns, and the reason why. So let's see what Facebook users question. Any plans for high noon merch, cowboy hat, bottle opener, T-shirt? Yeah, man.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, we've brainstormed some of that stuff. I'd like to keep merch. If we do any kind of merch, I don't want it to be gimmicky. I would like it to still speak to High Noon. Now, it doesn't need to be the universe. It could be just the gaming experience. And one of the things that we've seen, for instance, and it can be simple, like you're saying. And for an example of that is, one of the things we do when we play High Noon, adults, at least, is we drink. We have a beer, we have a cocktail, we have a shot, we have a whatever. We drink. We bring our drinks to the table and we enjoy. And we were thinking, what if we had High Noon coasters? But not just a throwaway, but like a nice High Noon coaster.
Yeah, and we were actually talking about doing a decanter for the governor's mansion. So there's a bunch of like cool thematic stuff that we want to do. Obviously, we need it's not super high on our priority list. We've got other things that are triaged above it.
Like a game.
Like sending you guys, creating a universe for you guys. Oh yeah.
Okay.
I'm the correct person.
No, it's fine. We're gonna do it in a crystal.
It's fine. We got some friends in Kentucky.
We're gonna do it in a crystal. Actually, we do have friends in Kentucky, and let me tell you, if you're looking for bourbon that's off of this planet, you don't get it anywhere but Kentucky. There are whole distilleries that don't ship outside the state.
It's not a myth or even a trope. It's real. It's true.
So the reason I like Outlaw Josie Wales is because of this. Outlaw Josie Wales is what a human being looks like. You see this guy, and he has had everything taken from him, right? He's had everything taken from him, and he's single-minded. He's only got one thing he's living for. It's revenge. And so it's interesting how Outlaw Josie Wales, this guy who has an idea, he hasn't had his civilization stripped away from him. What's important to him is to respect the dead.
Mhm.
But Josie Wales doesn't care about that. He can't be bothered. This is kind of what we were talking about earlier in the day. We were talking about the difference between villains, good guys and bad guys, right? And the difference, in my opinion, based on our conversation, is that really the villain doesn't ascribe or doesn't believe in other people's limits on his behavior. So this kid is telling Josie Wales, we have to bury this guy. It's the right thing to do. It's the Christian thing to do. And Josie Wales is like, I don't care about that. I don't care about that dude. He doesn't matter to me. And buzzards got to eat, same as the worms. And like saying, what does it matter whether you feed this dead body to the buzzards, whether you feed it to the worms? And we talked about this earlier in the day. White hat or black hat? I'm gonna have to go with black hat for sure.
I ain't no racist. I'll do a black hat too.
No, I'm. So yeah, it's because white hat sounds like country pop to me. And if you've ever spent time out in the woods, nothing stays white.
I'm sorry, but I feel like it's a false dichotomy. Brown hat all the way.
Yeah. So back to my point about Josie Wales. It doesn't matter whether you feed his body to a buzzard or a vulture. It has nothing to do with Josie Wales. He is single-mindedly fixated on revenge. So these niceties that the rest of this guy, and it comes across if you're not like I overanalyze things, right? But if you think about it, Josie Wales has had that niceness stripped away from him. He only has his revenge left. That's the only thing he's living for.
Okay, let me bounce this off you then, because this, to me, this seems like go away, Google person. So first of all, and actually, having said Brown out of the way, I mean, you don't get much more badass than Yul Brynner or Lee Van Cleef, and they rock black hats. So black hats. I'm hearing, I can see this from like a favorite quote, like a favorite movie quote. At the level we're talking, because we're not talking about like the words, we're talking about what's behind them.
Yeah.
And is it Unforgiven?
Yeah.
Where
shouldn't have decorated your bar with my friend.
Wow, that movie is loaded with some powerful quotes. But my favorite quote in there, and my favorite quote of a Western comes from there, where you've got this, and it for the same reason that there's a lot of backstory. It's really not about the words. It's about the character, where that character came from, and why they're saying what brought them to say what they said.
Yeah.
And you've got this character who was a gunslinger. I see that, Parker. We'll tackle that. Don't let that go away, Becky. We want to talk about that question. So you've got Clint Eastwood's character, who was a gunslinger once upon a time, knew violence, knew the way of the gun. That's what he lived by. And now he's not that anymore. He's this farmer. He's a family man. He gave up this life that was a lot more wealthy, a lot more money generating. And now he's like fighting hogs and rolling around in poop. And it's like, why? And up comes this young gunslinging kid who drags him into this bounty hunting thing. And the whole time he's basically, his Clint Eastwood's attitude is like, don't do this. It's not worth it. But he never really gets into why. He's just callous about it.
Yeah.
And it upsets the boy. It upsets him because he's like, you're the gunslinger. You're the legend. Like, how could you treat this whole situation this way? Until the moment that the boy kills the one guy, or shoots him to where the guy's gonna die. He doesn't die outright, but he bleeds out. And the boy watches the man die because of the bullet he put in him. And it puts him in such a mental state that he's a total mess. And at that point, Clint Eastwood says, yeah, killing a man's a hell of a thing. You take away everything he ever was and everything he ever will be. And it's just like that line, it's not just a statement of truth, but it really reveals itself as it's a truism of why he left.
Right.
These are very powerful things, and it's not really, it's a reason why I love Westerns, is there's a lot of those. There's a lot of those moments in Westerns. They're just so good, just punch right to the point.
All right, so Parker, your question is plans for a competitive environment, tournament scene, or just kind of enjoyable relaxation? I'm gonna answer that with where you been. So no, yes, both. So we have an action plan for, obviously if we hit our objective and we move on through it, we want to make sure that we create a tournament environment. That's why we included the tournament map in the all-in pledge. So yeah, we're not only giving you guys the tools to play a tournament in the all-in pledge, but we're also gonna, on the back end, foster that with your local approved stops for the high noon game. We'll handle the tabulation of the scores and the awards and that kind of thing. But yes, we're gonna have a competitive environment. However, that's not to mean, that shouldn't be taken to mean that we don't want you to play this in a relaxing way. It's also an enjoyable thing. So it is all those things. You have competitive Scrabble players, but Scrabble's a family night game. Same thing with high noon. You're gonna have competitive high noon players. You're gonna have tournament stops. We're gonna take over the tabulation of scores and the awards and the recognition for the winners. We'll put out rules for tournaments. We'll hold tournaments, but we also want you to be able to relax and play with your family.
And that's and I think at the soul of high noon is the fact that you can do both. The very first game we played with you, me, Jason, Dad. Dad became more and more and more competitive as it went further, because he'd never lasted so long with the Leroy King.
Yeah.
Much less had a real shot at winning. Like he didn't ever. And so you could see it start to manifest itself in him. He became more and more and more and more competitive throughout that game, to the point where like he did not want to give up. He was holding on to every turn, every second of every turn, to make sure he made the best decision. He was super competitive. But at the end of the day, we're still laughing. We're still happy. And he even said it. He was like, you know what? What other game than high noon where you can lose and have a great time doing it?
Look at this great idea Brendan had. A beautiful whiskey decanter, a cowboy boot glass, the Beer Fest Das Boot with a spur on it. I love that. You know what, dude? If we make that, I'm gonna credit you in the box for sure. So please reach out to Support at High Noon. If we ever do at support@highnoon.com, if we ever do that, we're going to credit you with that idea. That's genius. But yeah, we're really big on decanters. We like them. And I
love decanters.
Well, he does. I don't drink, but I used to. I love it. I love decanters. Yeah, we love the idea of having like a governor's edition of decanters. Over his like oily, him peddling influence on you, to be able to bring out his decanter that says High Noon on it, or it doesn't say High Noon in the game, but you'll see High Noon for you. But pour a drink out of his decanter, or have, like you said, a Das Boot with spurs, and a cowboy boot. That's a great idea. I love that. What else you guys got? What else want to talk about?
Yeah, you guys post the questions. I was just thinking, I love this conversation.
Yeah.
This is
Westworld or not? Trick question. You mean Westworld season 1 or not?
Or Westworld Yul Brynner.
Ooh, in your face.
I'm all about the original. OG Westworld is my jam.
So you guys know I am a Freako Crichton fan, because I love Michael Crichton. I can't believe that the same guy that wrote, Jurassic Park. Oh, okay. So, hello, Facebook user. My name's Rad.
I'm Dwight.
I'm in charge of operations for High Noon Game.
I'm the creator of High Noon Game.
He's the creator of High Noon Game. Sean, if you'll pop in, Sean, so they can see you.
If you're watching with your fancy hat, but whatever, it's okay. There he is.
This is Delirium, Sean. Sean's in charge of the most of the direction of High Noon Game up to this point. So if you've talked to somebody on Facebook, this is the guy you've been dealing with. And over here, this is our amazing data scientist and math guy, Jason Smith. He's the guy who's made sure that every time you play the game, that everything. Oh, there you go.
There it is. There we
Yeah.
go.
Yeah, there's your answers. All your answers shall be. All your questions shall be answered. But anyway, so after this Kickstarter, this Kickstarter, the creative has been Sean and Dwight's, their shared project to make sure that everything that we do, is marketable on Sean's end, and for Dwight to make sure that it carries through the. Thank you, Facebook user. Look at this stubble. This is for you. So anyway, these are the guys that you've seen up until this point. I hate the limelight, even though I'll talk your face until it melts, like you open the Ark of the Covenant. But I'm going to be the guy that makes sure that what you guys get is exactly what we promised. I'm very, ask these guys. I am extremely particular, right? And I like to have things planned out to the T's. All of the planning, all the financial planning. Our CFO, who was here earlier, really a stickler for making sure that we do things by the numbers and by the book. And you can ask all of our share, all the people who've been involved with us to this point. We've tried to execute at a very high level, and that's going to continue on post Kickstarter. And I know we're going to hit our goal. I know we're going to fund. I know we're going to blast through it, and we're going to hit stretch goals, and making sure that we deliver on time and on schedule and to the standard that we set out to do. That's where I'm going to come in. So that was your question. Oh, we broke 400 backers. Awesome.
At the front door.
Thank you guys. 402 backers.
Wow.
Thank you so much.
Wow. Yes. Wow. It was just refreshing.
Thank you guys. Thank you so much.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm a big Crichton fan, I was saying, and I can't believe that the guy that wrote Andromeda Strain also wrote Jurassic Park, because I feel like the dude's a time traveler or a vampire. I can't believe that guy was also people don't know this, but he wrote ER. He's extremely technical. He was a doctor. But Westworld itself, I love Westworld, the original movie, and it's got Thanos' dad in it. Josh Brolin's dad is one of the characters, one of the guys in
the TV show.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
No, the TV show, the movie, the original.
In the original movie.
Yeah.
Wow.
So anyway, I love season 1 of Westworld. Season 2, it's not bad. Kind of dragged on. Season 3, I don't know what it was about. I don't get it.
Well, I thought Westworld was a part of a series of books. Each book with a different theme, with a different.
No, it was
tier.
just Westworld. It was just Westworld. There was now in the story, Delos was a company that was,
But there are multiple worlds.
Yeah, there's Future World, Samurai World.
Yeah,
World.
yeah, which I think is so awesome. I want to own that company.
Hey, turn this up. So I think if Sean talks, I think it won't. Can he talk?
I don't know. Sean, have you deactivated our audio so that we can't hear or something? I don't know.
No, can you hear me?
Oh, there you are. Okay, cool.
So now that we're not running two, the game cameras, we can converse back and forth.
Got it. Okay, I'm cool then. All right.
How are you holding up there?
I'm actually doing okay. Before I dozed off twice while you guys are doing your thing, and I have this uncanny ability to fall asleep within minutes. I just relax myself. I'm one of those guys that's easily susceptible to hypnotism and stuff like that. I can, so yeah, I don't know what you want to call it. 'Cause I recognize when there's changes around me or something like that. I guess that's probably what they call it. You sleep with your eyes open, maybe. Maybe that's the. Yeah. I'm crazy right now. What the fuck are you talking about?
Language, family game here, buddy.
Have you ever seen the guy that it's like a YouTube video? I think it's a YouTube video, but it's a guy that he'll hypnotize you to put you to sleep. It's like a podcast on Spotify.
Yeah, there's
dude, that guy's a
podcast. He reads you bedtime stories, and this.
Yeah, he's like.
Yeah.
His voice, but he's like he has a weird way of talking. He's like, and you'll feel very tired.
Yeah, I don't know if we're talking about the exact same thing, but similar enough. Yeah, it's on my. I subscribe.
That will put me to sleep. So anyway, yeah, we were just talking about. I was rambling. So
We were talking about Westworld
I
versus
know we're
all that stuff. You know. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
I liked season 1 of Westworld, but when season 2 popped up, dude, I lost all interest in it. I haven't even kept up with it now. I don't know.
me, Anthony Hopkins and I share a birthday, right? And anything Anthony Hopkins, that's why I love him because I don't know, whatever. But everything Anthony Hopkins touches is magnificent.
Okay.
So when he was in, the fact that he was in Westworld and the fact that he was the guy, the architect, the behavioral guy, made the show for me. He could make a show about baby ducks, and I would be like, my God, this guy's acting is impeccable. But yeah, he's phenomenal, and he made it. And also Jeffrey Wright. What's up, Mick Dickman? Today from
Mick
Love
Dickman, the most Australian name I've ever seen. Mick Dickman. Oh, I love it. I love it. He's got a tiger. I love this. I am in love with
Yeah, we call him that. Yeah, that was an homage to you. Actually, Jason designed that posse, and it was before the Netflix movie came out. We've been talking about the Ned Kelly gang, and we wanted to do something to give. We recognize that there's a whole other West down under. We think we have a monopoly on it, but we don't. There's a whole other West happening down under, and we wanted to pay homage to that with the Abernathy gang. And yeah, other people call him Ned Kelly too.
So, yeah, I actually have quite a few friends in Australia, and I've been down there on vacation a couple times. So one of the first times I met Dwight, I guess it was actually the second time because I play tested the game with Brad, Dwight, and our
senior.
And senior, our CFO. But the second time it was at a Starbucks, and we were talking about the game, and kind of clicked. It kind of had a pretty good idea of where it was going with the universe, and we were talking about some stuff, some expansions. And he said, "Yeah," he goes, "So I've got one guy who wears armor." And before he said anything else, I just went, "Oh, Ned Kelly." I mean, he showed me the picture of Nelson Abernathy, and he said, "Meet Nelson Abernathy." And I said, "Yeah, Ned Kelly."
Yeah, right.
So would you like to design the card deck for him? And I was like, "Absolutely." It's like, I love Australia. Gorgeous content.
So Facebook user here saying, what was the official launch time of Kickstarter? Was it noon today? Actually, it was noon Greenwich Mean Time today for the Greenwich time zone. And that was 7 a.m. East Coast, 6 a.m. Milwaukee time. So depending on where you're at, the reason we're doing a 24-hour launch is because we're doing a launch at 12 noon for every time zone that we cross.
Yeah.
Thanks, Facebook user. Oh yeah, awesome. We're actually at 404 now, so that's awesome. Okay, so so Jeff from Houston says, who would be coordinating with brick and mortar stores to get local venues to play? We actually have, so at this stage of the game, if you're a brick and mortar and you want to reach out to us because you want to secure a stock of inventory, we have a plan. There's a way to do that. If you're talking about as a player how to coordinate with brick and mortars, stay tuned. We want to give those bricks and mortars. Like I said, I've said this before, but if you're just tuning in, we really support brick and mortar. We really want people who are. We recognize that a lot of people start gaming because of their exposure in brick and mortars. We want to respect that. So we want to be, we want to be supportive of bricks and mortars who have, who have a group of people who may not be interested in Kickstarter, may not know about Kickstarter. They may be exposed to High Noon and the Kickstarter format for the first time because of their brick and mortar. So we want to respect them. If you are a brick and mortar, hit us up. If you're a game store or a game shop or a comic shop and you want to carry High Noon, hit us up. There's a method to do that.
And especially right now, a lot of friendly local game stores are closed down with all the craziness going on. Yeah. So it's like we want to get them as much business as we can as soon as everything opens up. just as much as they want the business.
And Sean's got a point about that. Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, and they're just one. It's an underserved community that's probably like the heart of the entire. And I don't see any strong relationships between like game publishers and stores, from at least from what I've seen or from what I've heard and whatnot. And I just want to be able to bridge that gap. We're able to tap into that much more so. I'm more excited about that than I am about going like Gen Con and stuff like that. I just feel it's more intimate. People can work with us more one-on-one. And guess what? It's really going to be us doing this stuff. It's not like we're some figureheads. We're going to be out in the trenches doing all this. So yeah, I'm super, super stoked for that. That's where we want to do our tournament.
Yeah, we have a couple of
gameplays.
Yeah, we got a couple of reps. They're gonna take over the actual, the business development on that end once we're up and funded. So we have an action plan to actually get, reps out there to take copies and actually play with you guys. Once we identify where the hubs are, we're gonna start going and approaching them about creating the tournament hubs, the tournament nodes, so that we can do tournament games if there's interest in it. Obviously, we're not going to push anything that you guys don't want, but if you guys like the game and you want to play it in a tournament capacity, we're going to go ahead and create that infrastructure for you. Mick Dickman says, I'm looking to pledge the lot. Is it worth buying if there will mainly be only 1v1 playing? Mick Dickman, what are you talking about? There's not 1v1.
That is my best friend. Mick Dickman is my best friend. Guaranteed.
Mick Dickman, Tiger King. There is nobody said 1v1. It's you can play 6v6.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
1v1.
Yeah, you can play. Actually, you can scale this up and play one person for every posse you've got. This guy right here has made sure that every posse and multiple posses playing in concert don't get out of balance. So it's not 1v1. Are you saying if you're only playing 1v1? Yeah, totally. If you want to play 1v1, it's a fun game at that scale. Completely.
Yes. Dwight and I do it all the time when we're testing new posses.
Yeah, that's how we somehow when we test certain aspects of the game, we play 1v1 just so that we can get through games. What you'll find on a 1v1 scale is that your game time is much shorter because it's like my turn, your turn, my turn, your turn. So what'll happen is you'll get through a game very quickly. But the good news is this game is sticky as hell. You're going to want to play it over and over.
Yeah.
And so when it comes down to it, if that's the format, it almost makes more sense to go in for more the middle and upper tier, because at that scale you're going to have more options to play against each other.
Yeah.
If you have 12 posses, you're going to be able to play 6 unique posses against one another, and all the permutations. The combinations in between.
Yeah, I mean, when Dwight and I test, when we have somebody new, we tested Father Franklin a couple weeks ago. So we took 2 posses. We took the posse we thought would be the worst matchup against him, and the posse we thought would be the best matchup against him. And it's like we actually sat down and we knocked out about 4 games in about an hour and a half, because we played twice a piece with Father Franklin against each one of those posses. So yeah, I mean, is it worth playing 1v1? I mean, yeah, Dwight and I do it all the time when we have a blast.
Yeah, and you'll get really good at playing the game. It's almost like what I would consider comp training for it, because you're going to find out the idiosyncrasies of those posses real quick. You'll understand exactly what their strengths and weaknesses are because you're going to play them in multiple scenarios.
Not only does the game move faster, you actually cycle through your deck a lot.
Yeah,
because you end up more, games we played today, we had a couple of more, the last game we played was a little bit more the spaghetti western with a lot of fighting early on. But the 2 earlier ones were a little bit more the traditional western where things were kind of slow with a big gunfight at the end. But when you're playing 1v1, it's almost always more like a spaghetti western. It's like there's not a lot of time to run around and grab loot because the other guy's shooting at you pretty quickly. So it's like you're going through your card deck. In a normal game, maybe you may cycle through it about 1.5 times. When you're playing 1v1, you can sometimes get through it 2.5 times.
Right. So yeah, Mick Dickman. It's a fun game to play 1v1.
Love it. I can't wait to play with Mick Dickman. Can't wait. My new best friend.
We're heading towards Australia at some point. Yeah, I don't know if he's on right now, but we got Jay Turner down there who pops on all the time. We're getting fans in Australia.
Yeah.
We got to go.
Well, that's because it's daytime. We can go there again.
Yeah, but that's been building up for a while though.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like I've had a couple of them cheering on Nelson Abernathy when I'm playing.
Facebook user says, so you guys still got 7 hours to go, man. Hardcore dedication. Love it.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, this isn't the first time we've stayed up all night about high noon. Whether it's playing it, planning for it, or solving problems on the way here. We've had quite a few sleepless nights trying to get this thing ready in the time frame that we needed to get it to. So yeah, nothing new here. We're all old hat at this.
And I was totally not sleeping on the couch before my name was mentioned earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're pretty stoked, like I said. And then I didn't sleep last night. I don't know about any of you guys, but I didn't have any sleep, and I haven't had sleep getting up to this point. I've been excited about this Kickstarter, and you guys haven't disappointed. We got 7 hours to go. So Tom Moody says, Mick, I'm in Melbourne too. We have to find a store and start a tournament. Hey, you guys find somebody, send them our way. We got you covered.
Bring them together, man. Look at we're bringing them together. Mick Dickman and Tom Muddy are best friends right now. It's happening right here. If you guys want to hop on live,
Please send us a picture. You got it.
Yes.
did we run out of things to say?
My brain just went on sleep mode. It's like my Mac, when when I don't touch my Mac for a while, my iPhone, it goes dark. Okay, Facebook user says, well, I'm all whiskey up. Y'all ready for the next 7 hours? Brandon, yeah, man, we're going to be here, dude.
Dude, I'm actually surprised that I am not dead yet. Yeah, I thought I was just going to just gassed out, but there's just so much energy going on that it just keeps.
Yeah.
Like people have been we were watching my facial hair grow today. I shaved this morning, and now I have stubble. Either way.
Yeah, we were super stoked. So Facebook user says, Jeff says, I'm trying to recruit for Houston, Texas. Man, Jeff, point him to this Kickstarter, man. It's all love for that from that perspective. If you can send people to this Kickstarter, they start to pledge or back. It's all good for everybody involved. Dickman.
I love it. It's not even just Dickman. It's Mick Dickman. And it's not even just Mick Dickman. It's Mick Dickman with the badass fucking tiger. And it's everything. I love Mick Dickman. That's my hero. I gotta take a picture of this guy. I gotta take a picture of Mick Dickman.
Is that a picture of the tiger from Kung Fu Panda?
I think it is.
What is
awesome? We think it's the tiger from Kung Fu Panda.
It's gonna look like I'm Mick Dickman now because I'm gonna be smiling for the camera. It looks like I'm now Mick Dickman. All right.
I love it.
All right, let's take a look at where we're at with pledges. We're 80% funded right now. So we have, we got to get funded here in the first 24 hours. So we got a good 7 hours to get the other 20% going. So it's we're trending pretty good there. And the night comments start. That's right. Reynolds has been with us on and off throughout the day. I'm loving it how people are like coming and going. Like, let's see what these idiots are. Are they still at it? Are they still doing it? And it just gets, it's after hours for us. I've been drinking some wine. I've been some other things, So we're gonna have a good old time here. Richmond football, AFL. Here's a Mick Dickman. I got a true story for you. I used to bet alongside. When I was in my early 20s, I did a lot of sports betting, and a buddy of mine. He was from Australia, was really good at data analytics. And we made a good amount of money betting on Australian football. To this day, I have no fucking clue how that game fully works. It is violent. It's crazy. It is crazy. But the dude was able to like just figure out like the odds. Like he created, I don't know, it worked for a little bit. It worked for a couple of years, and then like anything else, it fell apart. But yeah, so I have a great appreciation for our Australians. This is Matt's fifth time here. Thank you guys, by the way, that you recognize when you're a Facebook user, and then you're signing off with the Matthew. Just for those that don't know, we're using a program called StreamYard. StreamYard lets us multi-stream across many channels. So some people are asking me, how do you get the comments, the orange comments on the screen? I'm picking and choosing those and putting them up, right? So what's happening is this stream is going to 4 different places. So that's why you might see comments that aren't in the individual feed that you're in. So it's kind of a little bit of a disconnect. But for the individuals that are in our High Noon official group, which everybody should be in, by the way, for whatever reason, it comes in as Facebook user. So if you want to see your own name for whatever reason, feel free to view us on the High Noon page, the professional page or whatever, or if you go to our pledge page, there's the first image is going to be, check out it's YouTube, whatever, you guys get it. Who sculpted the miniatures? That's our 3D dude, man. Our 3D homie did that. Yeah? Or no, it was probably a combination. Was it like Mikkel and Daniel? I don't know, how did that all work?
Yeah, we actually got so Mikkel does the sketches, the conceptual sketches, and then Daniels is the one who, I believe it's Daniels, who does the go on Mick Dickman.
Mick. Make it a day.
Yeah. So this is our team. This is the team that's responsible for High Noon, and keep in mind we have quite a few resources on board. You know, we're using artists, and then their work comes into us, and some of our team, like Dwight and Becky, Dwight and Becky take that and they make it into what you're seeing here. Facebook user says, hell yeah, man, people buying this game even with Sean's crazy butt supporting it. Yeah, I did there.
Yeah, it shows
Let's
up.
see if it shows. Yeah, there you are, Matthew Turner.
We got you, Matthew Turner. We see you now.
So yeah, if you're currently in Australia, or you're anywhere where it's daytime and people are, awake and at their computers, please share this page so that we can get some awareness up. We really want to get funded in the first day. That's really huge for us, for our trajectory. We want to make sure that we continue to maintain the velocity. So everything you can do to help us maintain that, help us reach our goal as soon as humanly possible is a huge help for us, and we greatly appreciate it.
Yeah.
Matthew Turner.
How does it feel? Like, do you feel more recognized? Because before, like, Facebook user to us is just one person. It's like a collective consciousness. But you've like broken from the fold, and assimilation.
God, Matthew.
Isn't
you broke from the matrix?
You've passed up through the clouds.
Yeah.
You're a real person now.
You're like, and I don't like that, because I'd rather actually have everybody go to the group. It's just it's probably some stupid API, whatever that stream. You're
officially famous, Matthew. Your face is on a Kickstarter that at least 14 people are watching.
Yeah. Right. And this is all being recorded, so thousands will end up watching this. Our initial views are from the first 8 to 10. How many hours we've been doing this? Already is racked up about 2,000 views each. So even though you're seeing 8 at a time, these are people that are continuously.
I know, yeah.
Stuff, yeah.
So Reynolds says Kickstarter box different from what the retail box will be. Reynolds, what you're seeing here is for specifically the Kickstarter. And what that means is that if you want to know what the retail, if you want to know what the retail pledge, the retail version is going to look like, I can't guarantee it's going to look anything like the Kickstarter because the asset count is going to be different. How we're approaching the market for our retail launch is going to be completely different than what we did to stay competitive for our market on Kickstarter. Obviously, a Kickstarter audience is an enthusiast audience, and so the expectation is a little bit different from the retail market, and that requires us to have a little bit different focus for the retail launch. Some of the assets may not be as fleshed out. There's a lot of things that are going to change for the retail launch. If you're interested in buying High Noon, and if you like what you see, back this Kickstarter because this is what you're going to get.
Yeah, we're throwing a lot of kind of cool stuff on this too, the gold bars and stuff like that. So we're trying to make this Kickstarter a win-win as much as possible.
Right.
Yeah.
Matthew Turner, my gosh, you're based. This is basically like American Idol. This is E pluribus unum. Now I am a unique individual with a face and an identity. No longer am I a mythic being known as Facebook user. Matthew Turner, from the fog of the many, you have become a distinct individual. All right, so Reynolds says, cool, but you can just look at the box and see it's a Kickstarter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we want
we want the early adopters want that recognition.
Yes,
right.
Yes,
You know,
it's very important to us. Because I can't. It cannot be understated how appreciative of we are that anybody is actually even paying attention to us. Because we're just a bunch of idiots that put this thing together. Yeah, granted, we have talent, but we're not trying to be anything that we're not. You know what I mean? We're literally being everything that we are because that's the best way that we're able to connect with the community. So yeah, what you're going to see, it's going to change on the retail level, but it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. The Kickstarter, in my opinion, is probably always going to have the most richest components of all that stuff. But the retail market, again, it's an entirely different market. And those are the things that we always think about. We always think about the value. Who are we? Who's our audience? Who are we appealing to? And then we got to make certain adjustments for that. But so I do like the design, though. I mean, that I'm in love with that. But I promise you that whatever we come up with on the box for the retail level, you're also going to equally love that too. So it's going to be just as kick-ass, just in its own format for the applicable audience. We want to be able to do two different games, okay? Because this is what we're talking about, recognizing these game stores. So we want to be able to create a retail version that's the Walmart version, right? So maybe it doesn't have all the miniatures and whatnot because we just maybe not be able to get into that. But then that way we can introduce this game of High Noon to individuals at a price point that makes sense for them, right? However, we are dedicated on creating a retail store only for those game stores of a deluxe version of High Noon specifically for them. That's going to be more reminiscent towards the Kickstarter, right? But keep in mind, we're not going to be throwing everything in one box. We're going to have multiple SKUs, So when you go to your game store, you're going to see the deluxe version, but then there's going to be more pick and choose of what it is that you want. There really is no all in when you're thinking about it in the terms of the retail level. Also, when we introduce it to the retail level, we're going to be doing it in phases. With Kickstarter, we were initially looking at Kickstarter as phase 1. But as we started communicating and getting an understanding from you guys, you didn't want phase 1. You wanted every it was like, give me all of these things, and we would tell you, oh yeah, we're gonna do this, this, and this, and they're like, no, we want this now. So you're gonna see a lot of things that are coming to you on the Kickstarter now that at the retail level are going to be phased out into seasons, because while this is a game, if you've caught anything that what we're doing here is that it's actually exposing you to a universe, and you're going to be developing and understanding these stories. You're going to get involved with these characters, and whatnot. We're no jokes when this is all done. We're going to be launching into a campaign for the High Noon comic book to be able to get that going. Brandon Hartzog was talking about merchandise and all that stuff. Yeah, that's literally my background. Yeah, so it's like we can come up with decanters, all kinds of fun. I'm just ranting now at this point, but I'm gonna keep rolling with it because we got what else the hell are we gonna do for the next 7 hours? But let me catch some of these other.
It's all about the merchandise.
Yeah. This is all a big ploy to sell you decanters. We're gonna
I wish we were that smart. I wish we were that smart.
decanters. Oh, there we go.
We'll just wait until we see it all in High Noon 2 to search for more money.
So
Pretty cool.
Reynolds,
Yeah,
absolutely.
I am 100%. So here's what happens, Reynolds, is when I have a buddy that with a company called the Headblade and whatnot, and he came out with this super deluxe version of it. It was like damn near marble with wheels, and you lose money on it, right? But you do it anyways. Because you're creating something of value to those individuals, right? So if there's enough people that love a wood version of the box, I'm quite certain that we're going to do that at some point. Have like a deluxe version that's legit. Like, you're gonna pay a premium for that, no question, no doubt. The same reason that there's $400 Monopoly sets of like prestige, gold pieces and all that other stuff. So yeah, I'm definitely interested in doing that. I have no intentions of this. This is never going to be a $20 game. And in any instance, if it even reaches that standpoint, it's going to be solely because it's the pure card-based version that we're going to be working on. So then that way you have more of a travel edition of the game, and you can still have a high-stakes showdown without even having a board and miniatures altogether, yeah. So I'm all in on this thing. Bactias here, yeah, man. And for everybody, if you're painting miniatures and all that other good stuff, do us the real solid favor and share it to the group. We love seeing that stuff. Right now, we have all these artists in our group that are just taking these amazing pictures of things that they've done in the past. I cannot wait. I almost want to send them samples of miniatures just so they can, paint these and just really bring this High Noon world to life through where they're at. Dwight said it numerous times that we created a rule book that's more or less the Constitution and Bill of Rights. Anything that's not in there, you're going to have your house rules. It's inherent that you're going to have your house rules, but that's very much a reminiscence of the Wild West era anyways. When you're walking into a bar, they got the different etiquette. So when you're at someone's different house, there's different things, like they might play 5-card stud versus Texas Hold'em and what have you, so you're gonna be able to, so definitely what we want to see, all that stuff. So yeah, Reynolds. Yeah. I think I'm gonna take a good stab that Reynolds has a little bit of a game problem. I think I'm gonna think that he's got a few games in the basement there. Yeah, I'm gonna even take a guess that there's probably a few games that are still in the cellophane wrap that he's been intending on playing for quite some time now, and they're just still sitting there with the rest of the collection, and maybe I don't know what I'm talking about, but I have considered working with third parties for box inserts. Yes, we have. We are in active, Tom. We're in active communication with Game Trays right now. If you're unfamiliar with Game Trays, I imagine maybe you're familiar with Game Trays, but they make custom designed, awesome just awesome work. So we want to be able to reach out to them, get a good understanding of where they're at with everything. And if that is going good, we will be able to implement that into the Kickstarter. If it doesn't implement itself into the Kickstarter, it's something that we can still consider after the Kickstarter, because provided if we get funded enough to be able to cover the costs for everything. If there's any remaining budget, we definitely want to be able to introduce these custom boxes, because within those custom boxes, we're going to have all these posses, right? So we want to be able to have a container for each posse. Right. So then that way you just have these posses and you're just sliding them into your high noon box. So everything's nice and neat. It's just organized, and it will last. We do not want, this is not going to be like you take out anybody's Monopoly box and the pieces are all over the place. And it's not so much the lack of organization from that person. It's the lack of organization that's really allowed for the game itself. So we very much want to make sure that the box by design has the right type of inserts and whatnot per posse, so it's nice and clean. Plus, too, we highly anticipate people developing affinities towards different posses, right? Because this is very much like, it reminds me to a degree of like Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter and all that stuff, where people just had an affinity. Like I always played Sub-Zero. That was like my dude. You know. Yeah, no, I caught it.
Sorry.
No, we're talking about that right now. And,
Yeah.
Oh no, I get this.
Sorry.
I forgot what I was talking about. What was I saying? I don't even remember what I was talking about. All right. Oh, I was talking about game stores. This is where the wine's been too much right now. Okay. I think the idea of creating your own posse is going to be an option. You'd have to find a way to balance it so you can make up. Matt, yes, that's something that we intend on doing. We just have to be able to make it work. Oh, they're there.
There we go.
I can't paint for beans. Have custom painted minis. Been considered before Jeff again. Jeff, I can't paint either. I'm gonna try painting some of the minis, see what I can come up with.
We've got quite a few custom painted minis done. So it's a logistics problem. Okay, if I have the capability to do it at one or more of our factories that we have quotes from currently, and actually that we have deposits with. The issue is that what's the expectation, right? There's out of the let's just say 20% of people are asking for painted minis. Out of that dispersion of 20%, what's the expectation? What's the expectation across that 20% of quality? So, doing it at the factory, if you looked at two painted minis and you saw one that was painted by some of these paint gods in our Facebook group, and then you saw one that was done for mass production, that was in a process appropriate for mass production, they're not even on the same planet. So we are exploring that painted mini thing. The painted mini goal. I've got to quality control and benchmark it, and I've got to get some more feedback about the expectations. Dwight's actually walking in to shit on what I'm saying.
No. The thing about the painted minis, the painted minis, if we do it, it's going to be a retail tier that it's going to set the standard that what we're doing at the Kickstarter is like the deluxe. If we do painted minis, it's going to be for a retail level that is affordable to literally everybody. It's for people who just want to throw a couple of 20s at the register and walk away with a box that you open up. It's not beautiful, but the pieces have color on them, and it's just ready to play with no brain power to it. I'm not against that. There's a market for that. I was part of it. It's just not at the forefront of what we're doing here. So we are exploring the option. We're letting factories entertain us on the idea. We're letting them show us what some samples might look like. But what you can expect at our retail launch with what we're doing is it's unpainted, and
you guys bring the beauty to life.
Yeah, now there's also services that will paint our minis, but it's an additional production step, and I need to assess the cost, and I need to see what they ask us for. So, yeah, and Brandon Trainer, I feel you, dude. That's exactly what our concern was. We want to make sure that when you pull High Noon out, when you put it back in, that it's all about the gameplay for us. When you take the game out of the box, we want that interaction. I can't tell you. There's games that I bought 3 times because I've lost critical pieces, and I don't want that to happen with High Noon. None of us want it to happen with High Noon. So hell yeah, we want game trays. We want to be able to put that kind of organization, that value into the gameplay itself, because the game is very sticky. You're going to want to play it over and over. We want to make sure that the unpacking and repacking is not a chore. It doesn't make you hate the game. Because I've got some games like that. There's games that I have to put away. I'm like, oh my God. Kids, put this away.
Let me tell a little story here. Brandon doesn't know this. So this is a great example of what we talk about when we talk about we're very community oriented and we appreciate the feedback. Brandon, a member of our community, sent a message to me, and he was talking about gripes that he had because he's a big gamer and he's he's quarantined down with his family and all that stuff. And he was sending me a picture of I can't remember which game it was, but he sent me a picture of, he just was like, I don't like how this is. Don't do this. He was like, don't do it this way. So I took that to heart because obviously this is a guy that's a super gamer that is willingly chose to reach out to provide feedback and good guidance. That then led me on the rabbit hole trail, running into game trays. Of which then I think we've already all talked about it at one point, but then we revisited it again, where it's like, hey, we should really start looking into that. And now we have had that meeting with Game Trays, an initial meeting like a month ago or so. But we're still in active talks. Nothing is finalized at this point. We haven't even got to renders or anything, at that deal. But that's a really good example of the feedback that we received has just added a tremendous amount of value to us. Moving forward. So if you guys have concepts and ideas, share it with us. I mean, for us to be successful, we actually have to be able to deliver a product that people want to buy, right? It's not us telling you this is what you should buy. We're not Apple. We're like, hey, you tell us what you want. We have these concepts and we'll deliver it to you in the best way, we know how. So there's Felicia. This Felicia is my sister. Look at this one. Do we look alike?
No, she's way prettier than you are.
Yeah, she's that's my sister. Oh man, she's awesome. She's scary. She's a scary gal. I got a ton of Felicia stories. Man, I got a ton of them. Just the fact that she's had 3 last names already.
Oh my gosh.
Let it drop. Let it drop.
Me and the reality is, me and my sister, for the majority of our lives, were adequately uncomfortable with each other. We always fought. Like we literally try to hurt each other at multiple points, in our life. And over the last, 4 years, she's actually now like a friend. I it's funny. I don't even see her. I would rather see her as my friend than my sister, if that makes any oddball sense. But yeah, my sister's my friend, which is a really weird thing because she's my sister. I got this hat's doing this. Yeah, I'm back then. I'm see how many podcasts get on. Same here, man. I want to, let's get to 2 million, we can unlock a whole bunch of posses. We got 50. So hey, if you guys want to turn us into Frosthaven, you do that. That's for you guys to do. We've done as much as we can. We've done as much as we can, and we're going to continue all month long to keep doing as much as we can. But there's, honest to goodness, there's only so much that we can do. And the greatest thing, and I'm not expecting everybody to do this, but I'm expecting that the person that's capable of doing this to do this, is to adequately share this to the people that you love to see play this game. It doesn't make sense to just badger grandma or but anybody that you would think that would be great at playing this game or would want to play this game, or this would be a good gift, for them. Share that with them, whether that's in a private message, whether that's in a Facebook post, but literally just share it with them and advocate for them to do the thing. And that's going to be the difference between how far we can go, right? We need more of us. And that's part of the joy of Kickstarter is developing the community to be able to do that. Yes, Reynolds. Yes, I was actually talking about my sister earlier. Yes, Felicia used to leave me out in the snow. So this one, she was I always had all these games like Hero Quest and Battle Masters and whatnot, and she never wanted to play board games with me, so I always ended up playing them by myself. Sometimes we played poker and stuff like that. Poker we learned at a really young age. We learned that around like 6. I think we were like 6 and 7 when we learned that. But yeah, she would leave me out in the snow. We would be playing in the snow, and then she'd be like, "I'm gonna go inside and pee." So then she'd go inside and pee, and I'd be out there for like 2 hours waiting on this chick to come back, and then I'd go inside, and she'd be hot cocoa on the couch, and I would keep falling for that thing. What you would think I would just learn that if she says she's going in, she ain't coming back out to build the fort or whatever it was I wanted to end up doing. Are there any plans to have the game at gaming conferences? There were all the plans to have all the games at all the gaming conferences. The problem is the state of America right now is not too lenient on having these gaming conventions. So instead, we wholeheartedly believe that before gaming conventions are back on the rise, the desire for people to get their fix is going to be more on a localized area. And we want to lead the forefront on that by working with direct with all the friendly game stores that are in the area. Every game store that I know always has some particular type of area in the back for people to be able to play games, because all of them want to be able to do the same thing and develop and create that community for themselves. So those are things that we are certainly interested in. So the best thing that you could do for us is if there's a game store in your area that you like or want to give love to or something like that, let us know, because as we start putting together our little road trip to get this game promoted across this country, we want to know where you guys are so we can certainly support your community and this gaming community and just get high noon just in more areas everywhere.
Yeah, so especially during the campaign, it's really important during this campaign that we hit as high a goal as we possibly can. If you're seeing this and you've got a game store in mind, go let them know. I mean, call them, reach out to whoever your contacts are. Obviously, you can't go in there during social distancing, and if non-essential, they're considered non-essential business. But if you have a way to contact them, to point them on Facebook, point them to our campaign, please reach out to them. Please let them know that we want to support them. We're all in this together. This is all a hobby of ours, and we want to make sure that we support businesses that support our hobbies. And so if you've got a Facebook share, tag your favorite comic book shop, your favorite game store. Let them know that we're out here, and we want to make it easy for them to provide games to you, and we want to support the brick and mortars with our tournament system. So please push them out push these contacts out so that we can get the awareness up. Felicia's got a meetup gaming groups here in San Antonio.
That's a really good idea. I didn't even think of meetup.
Do it. I'm gonna get some coffee.
There you go. If anybody has meetup groups in their area, drop the link in their meetup group. Yeah, 50. We're looking to get this thing expanded.
Well, okay. I don't know if I don't think it's not 50 posses. It's 50 expansions. I want to make sure that we are truthful and transparent here. It may be, who knows, you know, in the long term, who knows? We could be turning out posses left and right. I don't want to get into the trap of throwing out so many posses that they start to lose their flip. You know, there's a game I was a huge fan of called League of Legends, and it's a computer game. And it started with a core group of characters that you choose, these legends, and you play against your friends. And they started releasing more and more of these characters. And at first it was kind of fun, you know, you're like, oh, that's a cool character, that's a cool character. They're all different, they're all unique. But man, they started releasing a new character like every single week. And it got to the point where it was like, I didn't have time to play for like a couple of months because, you know, I had my life. And then I get back to the game and there's so many new characters that I don't even know what to do with myself. And they had to change, because they introduced all these new characters, they had to change all the old characters. They had to rebalance them and tweak them, and nothing was ever the same ever again. And I don't have time to relearn a game over and over and over again because people keep introducing these characters because it's a gimmick, you know? So the posses are not a gimmick. The expansions are not a gimmick. These posses are very deliberate in their purpose and their introduction to the game. So there may be 50 posses or more in the future. I don't know. But I do know that, like, right now, the carefully crafted, hand-selected posses that we have, it's about 30. But there's other expansions that are not about posses. They're about mechanics and game types and things like that will be released that change the whole game to whatever it is that you want.
Yeah, it's like my son plays Borderlands. He's a big Borderlands fan, and you know he's played every DLC for Borderlands 2. He's played the game 3 or 4 times, beaten it 14 times, and we bought him Borderlands 3 when it came out. And, you know, he played it, and I caught him one day playing Borderlands 2 again. I was like, why are you playing Borderlands 2? I just got Borderlands 3, and he goes, yeah, you know, the thing is, they just started throwing crap in it. And it lost the joy. You know, it's like every gun in Borderlands 2 has a story. The Vladoc, you know, this gun does this and this one, and they have funny names. And then in Borderlands 3, it was perfunctory. I was like, oh, here's a new gun. It does 50 damage, and this one does 51.
It's about the transaction.
It was about the transaction, and it was DLC. It was like you had to get this DLC in order to qualify for this gun. And it really stole the joy out of it. They really lost the magic. Like Borderlands 2 is a magic game, especially if you get the Hands Jack edition. It's a magical game. He's played it, the prequel, all the DLC, and it's because it was authentic and it was real. It was carefully crafted, and it was cohesive. And that's something when we were talking about, you know, the idea about being very deliberate in the craftsmanship of these posses. It was because we wanted to make sure that when you got a new posse, that you understood how much time and effort went into it. It wasn't just something we were like, and here's Colonel Rogers in a clown suit. Oh, you know, nothing changed, but he has a clown hat. Isn't that funny? He lost his hat and found a clown hat. There's a portion of people that think that's cool. You know, there is a store of value there, but it's not what we're trying to do. It doesn't push our property forwards.
If you want to customize Colonel Rogers to wear a clown hat,
listen,
we're not going to stop you.
If we get to $2 million and you guys say, hey, listen, we want to do a clown hat, I'll make a clown hat, clown suit, mech suit, you know, whatever you want. Clown shoes, cape, riding a rocket. Yeah, we're at your service at that scale. So yeah, we you know, it's just a lot of things like that. You know, Tom, we'll see you when you get back, man. Cool. We appreciate your feedback, Parker. We love people like you. You know, we love people that love to game and love off real experiences. You know, I lived in Kentucky for a while. I took my wife and kids there. My wife and I were on top of a mountain. She's like, "Hey, let's move to Kentucky. Let's just see what it's like." And so, yeah, we made it work, and we relocated to Kentucky and just lived there for a while, right? And one thing I love about Kentucky is that everything is extremely authentic. Extremely authentic. If you want to see where, and the thing is, the experience, you can't export the experience. You can't go anywhere. It's like Italian food. If any of you have ever been to Italy, you know that you can't export that experience. You can create an analog, but the authentic feeling, the authentic real thing is made of things that are almost intangible. The way that the climate, blah, blah, blah. Kentucky's the same way. You want to taste Kentucky bourbon? Don't go get Knob Creek. It's good bourbon, but it's not. That's the exports quality stuff. The really good small batch stuff that's made in Kentucky comes in a milk jug. You know what I'm saying? It comes in a mason jar. It's made by a guy who's been making white corn liquor for, his daddy made white corn liquor and his granddaddy made white corn liquor, and he knows everything there is to know about what goes into making, an experience, because he lives it, loves it. He's a craftsman. That guy's never going to get into ABC Liquors. You're never going to see that stuff at Total Wine. And so we're trying to find a balance point between those two things. We do want to distribute this to people. We don't want to make this into a cottage game. It's not a cottage industry game. We want to find that larger distribution without losing that artisanal feel of the game. We want this to be an artisanal feel. So I'm running out of things to say. I'm gonna drink some coffee.
You guys need everything. I got some nothing. Huh? I should have thought about coffee. I don't know why I didn't think about coffee. Should we play? Should we get a trivia thing going? See if anybody's down for some trivia and some Jackbox.
Sure. How many people are in the live chat right now?
We got 10 people all together right now watching.
That's beautiful. I was just checking out a picture in the High Noon official group. Somebody is making like a whole High Noon town. It looks amazing.
Yeah, that's beautiful. That's Josh and Raven Byard.
Wow.
Yeah, we're honored by this kind of stuff. Josh and Raven, if you guys see this after you wake up tomorrow, just know that we're honored to have you as a backer, because we were hoping to be valuable to people like you. It's real easy to throw together some flashy marketing, but this is to connect with somebody that has that level of dedication. Is a huge, makes me feel very good about our efforts. Yeah, Parker, this is the only game we're currently working on. We have the bandwidth to do this thing very well, and we're going to focus on doing it very, very well before we try to diffuse or disperse our efforts. We're maybe one day we'll be a huge game publisher, and I think that we have the capability to do that based on the lessons we learned with High Noon. But at this time, we really want to focus on doing the one thing perfectly, which rather than doing 10 things adequately. And so, yeah, High Noon is our absolute focus. Our executive team is here to make sure that we pull this thing off. We have a complete staff below us to execute the vision. We've got a team of about 25, 30 people who are ready to go to work at post Kickstarter to make this thing a reality.
Looks like we got trivia.
You guys should play. Get your phone. Play along.
Oh, cool. Yeah, ooh, I got this thing on my wrist. I gotta do this.
You should play Rad.
Okay. I have to log in with my phone?
Yeah. Go to jackbox.tv. You enter in your room code and your name. Anybody else watching? Let's get a couple of you guys in on this. Yeah, there you go, Reynolds. We'll get Rad in here.
Hey, Josh.
Everybody in? Oh, we got 4? We can do 4. We'll do 4.
Hey, I'm Cookie Masterson, the host of the game. But enough about me. A 4-person game, I see. What do you say we put our hair down and just go nuts? Let's do this. This is round 1. You'll get 500 points for everyone you fool, and you'll get 1,000 for finding the truth. All right, pick a category. Okay, here's your first question. The real name of the internet's famous grumpy cat is blank. Now, use your device to enter a bluff that you think will fool the other players into thinking it's true. If you can't think of anything in time, use the lie for me button for half the points. Do it now. Hurry up. Okay, here are your choices. Find the truth and enter it on your device. All right, who picked what?
Oh.
Thank you, WikiLeaks. And we're done.
WikiLeaks. I don't think the leg will be too bad, Reynolds.
I didn't bring it 2,000. Because people like
this line.
Category.
All right, Rad. Pick the category.
Okay, here's the question. Coca-Cola once commissioned a video game from Atari called Pepsi Blank. Enter your lies now.
You can get in the next one. We'll open it up to the next one.
Okay, here you go. Find the truth. Okay, let's take a look.
Ah, that sounded so real. Nice. Oh my God, get out of here.
And that means
that totally makes sense, though.
Hey, Brendan.
select a category.
All right, Reynolds.
It's not hard. You know what? We'll just stick with this one. Okay, here's the question.
The leg.
Miraculously, a man in Longview, Washington, survived a harrowing event in 2014 when he was stuck in a blank for 10 seconds. Type in your lies now. Hurry up, use a suggestion if you can't think of anything. All right, right, where's the truth? Let's see what everybody selected.
Nice.
Doesn't seem that miraculous. It's not like they're designed to cut up humans. And that's it. Nobody else's lies got picked.
Hey,
This is round 2, which means all point values are doubled. Exciting. All right, pick a category. Okay, here's the question. In 1726, a British woman named Mary Toft convinced doctors that she had given birth to blank. Enter your lies now. Okay, which one's the truth? All right, let's see what everybody picked.
oh, well, got your back. That's fair. Rabbits.
Well, don't you feel foolish?
I do feel foolish.
And look at what we have left. One single, lonely, pitiful lie. Time to pick a category. Okay, here's the question. Ward Shelley and Alex Schwader's art piece In Orbit, which was on display at a gallery in New York, featured 2 men living in a giant blank for 10 days. Type in your lies now. Okay, here are your choices. Okay, what did everyone pick?
Oh,
You have to understand art to get it. You see, the wheel is symbolic of their desperate need for attention. And the rest of the board goes unselected. Select a category. Okay, here's the question. The city of Olney, Illinois organizes an annual event in order to blank squirrels. Enter your lies now. Okay, here you go. Find the truth. Okay, let's take a look.
Oh, wow.
Can't lie there. It's important to count those who cannot count themselves. And nobody fell for some of these ingenious lies.
Look at Reynolds taking it to the top.
It's time for the final fibbage. Just one final question, and it's worth triple. Good luck. Here's your final fibbage question. Former First Lady Barbara Bush wrote an official apology letter to this fictional character in 1990. Type in your lies now. Okay, which one's the truth? All right, who picked what?
Dang.
The letter said, "I'm sorry I had a cow."
I like this
And
game.
we're
Let's do
done.
this again. Look at that. Wow.
Dang, Reynolds.
Fucking it up. Hey! I'm somebody. I am somebody. Let's do it again. Let's do new players. Uh-oh. All right, there we go. All right, so whoever didn't play before can get in on this now. Brandon, get in on this. Playing them quarantine games. Brandon, you playing? There we go. Did you get in,
Welcome to
Rad?
the
Are you in?
game. I'm Cookie, and I'll be facilitating today's nonsense. Player games are the best.
No, you're fine.
Don't mess this up. Let's do this. This is round one, and that means you get 500 points for everyone you fool with your made-up answer, and you'll get 1,000 for finding the truth. All right, pick a category. Okay, here's your first question. Moviegoers who use their cell phones at the Prince Charles Cinema in London are escorted out by people dressed as blank. Enter your lies now. Hurry, hit the lie for me button if you can't think of something. All right, where's the truth? All right, let's see what everybody picked. And that means some of these didn't get picked. Time to pick a category. Okay, here's the question. In 2004, the CEO of Blockbuster mailed Reed Hastings, the CEO of Netflix, an odd package. He sent him a blank. Type in your lies now. Hurry up, use a suggestion if you can't think of anything. Okay, here you go. Find the truth. Let's see what everybody selected.
That's so funny. That's so stupid.
And look what we have here. And nobody picked the other lies up there. Select a category. Okay, here's the question. A man in Florida was arrested for calling 911 to complain that he wasn't allowed to bring his blank into a strip club. Enter your lies now. Okay, here are your choices. Right, let's see what everybody.
Boo.
And it was also great minds think alike. Well, you guys blew it. And nobody fell for this one. Now it's round two, where all point values are doubled. Let's do it. Time to pick a category. Okay, here's the question. Actor Eddie Murphy released a dance song in 1982 titled Boogie in Blank. Type in your lies now. up. Use a suggestion if you can't think of anything. Okay, which one's the truth? Okay, let's take a look.
Bedtime.
And that means this lie didn't get picked. All right, pick a category. Okay, here's the question. The New York Times was forced to issue a correction after they incorrectly identified the Nintendo characters Mario and Luigi as blank instead of plumbers. Enter your lies now. Hurry, hit the lie for me button if you can't think of something. Okay, here are your choices. All right, who picked what? And that's it. Nobody else's lies got picked. Select a category. Okay, here's the question. After consuming antifreeze, a Maltese Terrier in Australia had his life saved when vets then gave him blank to drink. Type in your lies now. Hurry up, use a suggestion if you can't think of anything. Okay, here you go. Find the truth. Okay, what did everyone pick? And then the Maltese Terrier told them what he really thought of them. And that means some of these didn't get picked. Welcome to the final fibbage. This is your final question, and it's worth triple. It's anybody's game. Okay, here is your final fibbage question. Brand name of the criminal dolls for children with names like Dickie the Dealer and Bonnie and Bribe. Enter your lies now. Hurry, hit the live for me button if you can't think of something. All right, where's the truth?
You guys are awesome. These are just. God damn it. These are great.
Let's see what everybody selected. And look what we have here.
Get out of here! Oh my god!
And we're done.
Thuggies! Get the fuck out of here. Wow. Should we do a different one? Different game? Let's see what else we got. I won that one. All right, good night. Good night, JB. It can be a phrase too, so it doesn't have to be just a single word. What? What? No. If I don't get it, you certainly don't get it. Oh, there's like this. I gotta figure out strategy on this. There's some strategy here. This is a tough one. I'll take it. It's definitely late night. I don't know how to spell vengeance, I don't think. So we'll just do Die Hard. Was I spelling it right? Vengeance? I second guess myself. Yay! You guys like that one? Should we do it again? You gonna do that one again? Yeah? Yeah? Do it again? Yeah? 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 Well, it's Chris were tied. I think. All right. Good morning, Graham. I didn't even vote. That was my own name. Oh, God, I love me. Still a good movie. Man, me and Chris keep tying. Yeah. Oh, we lost Reynolds. This is stupid. It's all good, Reynolds. I know it's a little delayed. Hell yeah. Of course I gotta love that one. I can't even spell the whole thing. That was an Eddie Murphy song. All right, Chris, we'll see you in a bit. No! How dare you? This is dumb. Brian, you make up the words after it. Well, we'll probably chill for a sec and talk about some other stuff there after this game. So dumb. Hey, we are three-way tie. That's stupid. That's so dumb. So dumb. So dumb. So dumb. So dumb. All right, we can be done with that. Well, hello.
Come on, guys. We're one Buckaroo pledge from breaking 70, and then on 5 more hours to get to 84.4. Was that?
I was just saying, you're serious? Yeah, let's look at that. Yeah, 16. Yeah. 4:15. All right, let's do it. Let's get this done in 24 hours.
Coming back around to UK, we should be back up on UK's morning time at this stage.
That's right. Oh, that's right, because we go to their noon, so we're going to be able to
right. Come on.
While they're eating.
Let's get to the first day.
They got it. They're waking up. They're getting their tea and their crumpets, and they're gonna go pledge on 100. I do have to say this. I'm only mildly appreciative of British food. I don't think I'm a fan, largely because there's no such thing as British food. There's no.
Actually,
I've never
I'll
been to
tell you.
a restaurant. I guess the only place you can get a British restaurant, British food, is in Britain.
Okay. So last time I was in China, we go full native when we go to China. So we live off the local economy. We eat off the local economy. We don't go and stay in the Hilton like some of these soft American travelers. But the last time I was in Guangzhou, I stopped at this restaurant called the Kowloon Cafe, and I had a British breakfast. And let me tell you something, dude. You haven't tasted good food like a British breakfast after you've been eating nothing but rice congee and pickled vegetables for breakfast for a month. They had a grilled tomato and beans and blood sausage. I don't eat blood sausage anymore, but I'll tell you that was one of the best meals I've had in my life. So yeah, I'm never going to talk trash about British food. I love their food. It's amazing. God bless Britain. It was off the chain.
I know it.
That's all it took. Oh, we're over the. Thank you, guys.
We're over 70?
We're over 70. That's all it took. Love you, Britain. God bless you.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. We're in Britain now. I love the British. Top.
I just want to say I apologize for Meghan Markle on behalf of all America. Hell yes. If you guys, I do jiu-jitsu. So what a lot of the guys that for fun, because we're a weird bunch, also play rugby. And if there's a sport that's more injury prone than getting beaten up by grown men, it's rugby. Oh, God bless you, Parker. Thank you. Yeah, that's awesome, guys. So we're scant 13.5 away from our funding in one day. Our objective for High Noon right now, we have some pretty big goals for the whole Kickstarter. But you guys should know that our objective is to fund in the first day. It's huge for us. It gives everybody who comes to the page after this the faith that we had enough value for you guys that we funded in the first day. And that's really what our objective is, mine and Sean. So whatever we got to do in the next, 5 hours, five and a quarter hours to get to our goal. We need your help. So share us. If you know somebody that likes board games, share us. Tag them in a post. Let's get this thing over the finish line.
Yeah, well, who's all? Norway. Where's our Norwegian friends? Our Swedish friends? We've been advertising in 9 countries actively: Sweden, Netherlands, UK, France, Germany, Australia, Canada. Where else? I think that's all of them. Oh, Singapore, Japan. We were hitting up all of them worldwide.
Prestige worldwide.
Yeah, right. Should we let's I'm trying to think what we can get away with without getting like kicked off of Facebook, but I can't do anything copywritten.
Well, listen, we super appreciate everybody who's back so far. We love you guys. We've got 30 days to go, but hitting our goal on the first day is a big benchmark for us. We want to make sure that when people come to the page, they see that it's all gravy from here on out.
Get some stretch goals.
Let's get some stretch goals going. Let's move past this benchmark about funding the goal and get on to the stretch goals and the really exciting stuff that we can't wait to share with you guys over the next 29 days. Or 28 days, I should say, in 4 hours. That way we can start talking about some of the big plans we have for High Noon and really get the magic going for it. You guys know anybody who you think might enjoy High Noon? Holler at them, tag them. We're all in at this point. So let's go, guys.
Which countries and the reach of the campaign? There was 9 countries that we were specifically advertising in, and we did that on the basis of how likely they were to buy board games, So Canada, US, UK, France. There's 9 of them: Canada, UK, France, Germany, Singapore, Japan, Australia, the United States, and I feel like I'm missing somebody. Sweden was the last one. Get that 2 mil, man. That's the dream right there. We're gonna be working on it. We got today is day 1. So here's what's interesting about this, guys. I don't think that any of us. I think there was no way for us to know the enormity of this project. And it literally took. I give so much credit to guys that I try to do single man operations and stuff like that. And because this literally took. This was a huge team effort, and it took there's literally been thousands and thousands and thousands of hours collectively put into High Noon to where it is today. Literally everything that you're seeing, down to how I'm even dressed, the imagery, even behind Rad, there's multiple in that image alone on the Kickstarter. That's a combination of 3 different artists, 4. I'm sorry, potentially 5 even. The logo was made separate. The group on top was done. It was the background of the one on the bottom.
the background was actually painted by hand. That's a painting. It's not a digital art. It was painted on so that we could get, that really good texture out of it. The level of extra that we went in this thing and the amount of man hours Sishan's is really off the charts.
It's like I can't. And then so like today is an interesting day because we are past the phase of pre-Kickstarter, and all that anxiety, and now we're in the reality of the actual Kickstarter. But now we have a whole new level of work for the next 30 days, getting this exposed to as many people as we possibly can. And I can't stress enough that, like, I'm so appreciative of you guys just hanging out with us and all that stuff, and all that stuff. That just matters. So yeah, let's get this 2 million. Germany jumps off for sure. Yeah, we have so much interest in Germany and France that we're not marketing, but we got Spanish translations, but we have volunteers that have translated a rule book into German as well as French, and they were very adamant about it because they wanted the game up here, Yeah, I wish I could take credit for it. I'm not an artist. I look at value, right? I look at value more than anything else, and I always try to identify what the market wants and match them with, with their needs. I envy people that are able to like have a vision in their head and somehow translate that into a pen onto paper. That's like an amazing thing. I struggle to this day with just expressing basic concepts, and there's people that can just doodle and create these amazing artists or something else, man. Look at Critical Role. 750K was their goal, and they pulled in 11 million. Good quality, a strong following, and hard work shows and pays off. I'm here for this. Yeah, I would love 11 million. I would certainly. I'll take 11 million. That's not on us to decide. That's on like numbers like that, like numbers like that, like even like with Frosthaven just doing 13 million. That there's only so much that can be done by the people that are creating the campaign, and you get into this realm where Frosthaven, and I've never played even Gloomhaven, right? Most people might not even heard of Frosthaven. They caught the buzz, right? So they caught the buzz. And Gloomhaven was a game that had a whole ton of success already prior. But their first, what's interesting about, which is making me excited for High Noon, because what was interesting about Gloomhaven was their first campaign was nowhere near their second campaign, and they came in swinging hard, and they did it. They nailed it right out of the park. But most importantly, it caught this traction. It just caught that buzz that every Kickstarter wants, like, why does this one just become this big, huge thing? And that's what I'd like,
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, a lot of the things that's going to help us get to that scale. Yeah, exactly. Believe me, I'd settle for a tenth, an eighth of what Gloomhaven did.
Yeah.
But when right now our most pressing goal is funding in the first day, so that when that traffic, we had a featurette in Forbes. That's pretty impressive. I'm excited about that. What I want is for people to follow up with that when they search out High Noon on Kickstarter, that they see that we funded in the first 24 hours. That's a big confidence boost to people who are naive to High Noon. I don't know how they could be naive to High Noon because we touched 5 million people in the pre-Kickstarter marketing. But my point is that when it comes down to is this something that has a store of value? Can I trust these guys? If we fund in the first day, that's a big check mark in the yes, these guys are legit and they have the velocity to carry them through. We're almost we're almost to our goal. You know, we've got what, 13,000 some change, 14,000 and some change, 13.8 ish to get there. We got 4.5 more hours, and we're going to be here to the very end. We're going to be there pushing it to the very end. We're not going to give up till we get to the to that first 24 hours. And we're hoping we're going to cross the finish line so that we can push that narrative that, hey, you know, guys, not only did we come to Kickstarter for the very first time, we didn't bring any gimmicks. You know, we know that there's that it's possible to get funded in 20 minutes, bringing your own Steam. We didn't want to do that because we wanted to make sure that when people looked at our Kickstarter, they saw an authentic effort. You know, here's what we brought to the table. We communicated with people about what we had to do, what we were trying to do. People bought into that. People believed in that, and that's where our numbers came from. You know, we had a long discussion, Sean, did we not?
Yeah.
About bringing or being authentic and organic, and that's where we're coming from. So there's a little bit of a risk on our part because we really want to have that first day funding badge, you know, on our campaign. But at the same time, I'll be much more proud of that first day funding goal if you guys help us get across the finish line and you guys help make it real for us.
Yeah. Keep in mind, we do have a number of, just so everybody has a good understanding, Kickstarter doesn't charge you anything when you make a pledge. The pledge isn't completed until June 18th. So we have a good amount of dollar pledges, right? If you're sitting in just to support us for $1, thank you. But there are sometimes people that are sitting in for $1 because they are thinking about doing another pledge later and they're afraid that maybe they don't have the finances or they want to see. What I would say is get the tier level that you want. You can always change it. If later on you find out that, hey, I can't do the all-in and maybe I'll do the Buckaroo pledge, or maybe you know whatever, anything in between. It's giving you a good chance to be motivated for what it is that you have. And truthfully, it also helps us, with our numbers to make sure that we're representing what it is that people want. Because a lot of times when the campaigns end, there's this concept called a pledge manager that sends out these surveys. And in the midst of that pledge manager, there's a lot of transactions that are going on behind the scenes and all that stuff, which is good. But it's more important. That stuff doesn't get recognized. It's during the Kickstarter, these next 30 days where it's the most important, and especially in the first, it's the first 2 days that's like the most critical, because people are looking at it from a perspective of, are these guys good? You know, like, you know, which is interesting. The methodology of Kickstarter has changed. You used to take 30 days to build up like a $15,000 goal. And now people are able to do millions in some cases, you know, in a single day. I'm super proud of what we've done and how we're going about it. And there's a lot of people, good guys like you, that are just, it's 1 a.m. We've been doing this thing for hours, like what 17 hours, 16 hours now or something like that. Yeah. And it's awesome to see that people are appreciative of the work that we got going on. Most Kickstarters, Brandon says, most Kickstarters die after the initial run, but y'all will do okay with Amazon marketing. I pitch you, but Sean also knows PPC. Yeah. The Amazon is the one thing that we just don't have to worry about. So I'm really confident after our Kickstarter run, that will give us enough of the brand exposure that we need to make our pre-order campaign work sufficiently, building up to our retail launch, and then away we go from there. I've known Brandon 5 years now, 6 years, 5 or 6 years now. He's out in Pittsburgh, so where Bill is. We're gonna meet. We're gonna see you, Brad. You'll connect with Brandon at some point. Wait, you're not. Yeah,
I'm looking forward.
I can't, Brandon. You're not in Pittsburgh, are you? I think you're. No, I can't fucking remember. I'll tell you this much: this crazy bastard wants to move to Wisconsin. And I'm like, why? Like, who wants to willingly? There's two people in my life that I knew that willingly, not because of a job, but because they just wanted to move to Wisconsin. One is Brandon Trainer. The other was a guy in California that was like, he was a broker, and he wanted to be a dairy farmer. Like that was like his dream. He dreamed of becoming a dairy farmer. So he made his money in stocks, went and bought a dairy farm in Wisconsin, and he became a dairy farmer. I mean, more power to him. But holy man, like that's one of those professions that you grow into, right? Like it's the family business, you know. I think personally, if you're getting your message out, it'll work out. I no longer back big Kickstarters because they aren't homegrown, or I like to see your company go out of its way to make something that they're passionate about. Super excited for it. Thank you.
So
Thank you.
You know, this is for me. This is more. You know, this is bigger validation for me that you see the passion.
Yeah.
You know, you see the passion in a project that we came together as friends and business partners and said, hey, you know what? We can pool our resources and our talents, so we can put together a team and an executive team that can make this happen. We can scale this idea up and make it work. And you know, we deliberated quite a bit about, you know, do we try to polish this thing and make it look like the big boys? And you know, we all agreed that before we can do that, we've got to communicate who we are. You know, there has to be that undercurrent of authenticity with what we're trying to accomplish and what we're offering you guys. We really wanted you guys to connect with us on that level first. Now, we're gonna really wow you with how we execute. That's one thing that we focus on. Is, you know, I have a mentor who he's you know, he'd laugh if he heard me tell you this story, but he told me one time, he goes, you know, I was telling him something in that concept I had. He's a very, very, very successful businessman. He buys and sells companies. And he told me one time, he goes, Rad, let me level with you, man. He goes, you know, nobody cares about ideas. They only care about execution. And I took that to heart. That was about 10 or 15 years ago. And I've let that be a guiding light for us, because we really want to make sure that, you know, it's all well and good to have a glitzy campaign and all the magic, but it's really about the execution. So, you know, we knew that we could do it in a polished format. We could make it look, you know, like the big boys, but we really wanted to come from that perspective of, here's something we want to do, and this is who we are. Connect with us. Let us tell you our story, and then we'll go from there. You know, we wanted to connect with you guys especially on a first Kickstarter basis. We wanted you guys to meet us and know who we are. We wanted it to feel organic. You know, we don't want it to be, you know, some polished guy and, oh, it's live from our offices. You know, yeah. We're going to stay up for 24 hours. I got a 5 o'clock shadow. Sean's got a big blood blister on his forehead from that bowler hat. You know, we're here. We're here with you. We want you guys. Yeah, exactly. You know, we want you to see, you know, how much we care enough about this project to stay up all night, so that when we say we got to get to 84.4 by the end of this 24 hours, that we're willing to do it. Martin Vilhaber, hey, welcome back. We're still here. We're almost there, man. We got to get to over that goal in the first 24 hours, man.
We're at 83% right.
Yeah.
So.
Yep. Yeah, we're working hard, Mark. We're seeing this one through. We're not leaving any money. We're not leaving anything on the table. Walk back on stumps. I'm on my 17th cup of coffee.
I've had no coffee. I'm running on straight just stupidity, I think, at this point. Just insanity. So there's our updated numbers as
people ask.
That's
what's that?
I was just saying I just
Okay.
posted our updated numbers. 71,000, 83%, 419 backers. Thank you. Thank you. I'll put out an update.
Thank you.
Tomorrow morning.
Yeah, from the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
You know who I look like? I look like Billy Bob Thornton's character in Tombstone.
That's what Jill said.
What
That's exactly what Jill said.
He's like,
that's funny. That's exactly what Jill said. She goes, Sean looks like Billy Bob Thornton's character from Tombstone. And I was like, holy crap, that's exactly what I've been trying to put my finger on it all day. And she said it. I was like, that's it.
I think Becky might have did that on purpose. Now that I'm thinking about it, she probably even down. I gotta find the picture. I think it might be down to the color of. See, what's interesting is she wanted to go real authentic. So I'm wearing this vest I got on is from a company that actually made vests in like the late 1800s. You know, they're just still around to this day. The only thing I don't like is this hat. It's a nice hat. It's just my head's too.
Yeah, here's what you gotta get. You gotta get one of these. See this?
It ain't that.
This is a little pad that goes in the front of a hat.
That's not the problem. The problem is I got too big of a head. So this thing is supposed to be 59, unless I'm just wearing the hat wrong, you know. But then I'd be looking like this. Is that how you were supposed to wear the hat? That just looks stupid. Maybe I'm supposed to just wear the hat like that.
Yeah. Don't you? No. You in all the old pictures, like there's always pictures of dudes wearing a hat like this, and you're always like, I was like, why is their hat so crooked? It's because like this bears down on your brow. You know?
Yeah. So it's a little bit more comfortable. Yeah, I get that. Those are for the rebels that were like, I'm not doing the standard.
It's also so that.
All I'm saying is this: we are in 2020.
Yeah.
We are in the future. They haven't made a hat that's universally comfortable at this point. There's still like bad hats. I don't understand. Like this bed has a remote control. You understand what I'm saying? That bed has a remote control. And my hat, they couldn't make a comfortable hat.
Well, it's because it's an anachronism. There's no need to modernize hats because nobody wears hats anymore. Hey!
My friend Brian, if you knew what I was doing when the camera wasn't on, you would know how I appreciate that better.
Yeah. So the thing is that hats are an anachronism.
So let me read this. So it for sure feels.
Well, thank you, Parker.
And I think personally you're doing the right things. I think regardless of how well overall this goes, you'll have a large number of backers and then people who feel bad when they've missed out. I've seen it time and time again. Keep it up. I personally can't wait to see what you guys do and excited to be a small part of it. Good luck, dudes. Yeah, Parker, I appreciate it. And that's I think I do. We'll do well. I mean, we have a lot at stake here. There's a huge month. We're working with a PR firm, and so there's a lot that they have planned throughout this month. This last month, it's amazing what can be accomplished in a month. Like if you would have went back in time a month from today and looked at all the things that we didn't have for high noon, like literally that picture that's now the centerpiece of that came out a day and a half ago. And some of the best things that we've even had from a design aspect were things that we didn't even plan for, but the creative geniuses that work on our team were just like, here's a concept. You know, so when you watch the video, right, when you see this video, I'm going to play the video. Let me play the video. When you see the video, on the front end, it's that whole high noon thing that came out of nowhere, and it was like just amazing. The video alone there's got to be a half a dozen design artists all together. The whole team was on it at some point. Everybody that had a creative talent was working on it, including my dumbass doing some of the audio, messing it all up and all that other stuff. Yeah, Martin, we do have inquiries on the German translation that's actually going up this week. Let me play this. I want to play this video. We're not done with it. We still got to improve some of the video itself too, but whatever. How do I? I don't know how to do this. How do I not understand how technology works anymore? All right, there we go. All right. Either project. Well, I can't get rid of that stupid thing. What is wrong with Kickstarter, man? Like, I can't, here, you know what? Let me log out. Oh, I see it. We'll give it a second. There we go. All right, yeah, this just came out of oh my God. What is wrong with me? Oh, jeez. What don't you know? There we go. 420 backers. All right, I'm doing it. I am doing it. Where's my legal substance that I'm putting? I gotta take a picture of this. Give me a second, guys. I gotta take a personal. I have to take a personal picture. All right, cool. Let's get this video going. How do I? How does life not want to work for me right now? All right. Okay. Hi. Noon. Oh, God damn it. Here we go. There we go. All right. Why does my computer make me regret ever wanting to even play anything for anybody at any point ever in my life?
We picked up one of the Rough Riders last night from the saloon. Turns out he had federal warrants for his arrest, and we planned to keep him here until the marshals come to haul him off to one of those prison work camps in the south.
Oh my God, I'm over this. I'm over technology. Hold on. Try to do something nice. You try to do something nice. Oh, that's great. Yeah, let me close that. I'll apologize if you can even hear me. I have a computer. There we go. All right. My computer has 8 gigabytes of RAM on it, and I recently found this out. So when I started doing all this extra stuff on my computer, it's not fast enough. So then I went on the internet to buy some RAM. So I went and bought some RAM, and I'm like, sweet, I'm gonna hook my computer up with this RAM. You think I could just plug this? You think I so, my friend, I don't just get to plug this in. I have to crack open my display and risk a 33% memory in here. So now I got to take a professional Wednesday for him to have a 30% chance of opening it. But either way, it needs to be done. So I don't know if this thing is going to play because my computer is for shit. Which is stupid. I paid like $1,700 for a computer. Like this may be here's the love of. I have a toxic relationship with Apple because they make their products so easy for me to use and so simple for me to use most of the time. Right? Like for me, I do a lot. Like I will move from my iPhone to my iPad to my iMac, and I don't have to skip a beat. I airdrop everything. I'm constantly airdropping from this to that every time I got an image moving somewhere, and that they just make it so easy. So you get lulled into their world, and then you buy a $1,700 machine that only has 8 gigabytes of RAM on it, which is ridiculous. Either way, I'm celebrating 420. Everybody close their eyes. $420 it is. All right. You guys like the video? See, we caught criticism for the video because the video wasn't like all the other Kickstarter videos. And I was like, yo, the purpose of the video is never to sell anyways, right? It's not this, it's just to give people, in my opinion, like I've never watched a video and said, oh, I'm gonna buy back this Kickstarter, right? What I would do is I would watch the video, and then once I see the video, what do you do then? You read the campaign. So the video is the intro into the campaign, in my opinion. So when we came time to do this, the original script, we had a script written out, like a legit script. We had voice actors, we had all this stuff. The original intention was to slow down the play a little bit and introduce like cards so people saw more of the gameplay while the story was being told. The problem was that pulled it out to like a 5-minute video. And at that point, it wasn't going to fly. So we edited it down. We took out all the cards. We combined it, did a lot of crossover transitions and all that other good stuff. And that's then the video that you ended up with. And so then that way we're able to show people, hey, this is a game that's got miniatures. Here's part of how the board works. Here's a piece of how this works. But most importantly, it's an intense shootout. High Noon is an intense shootout. When you're watching it versus when you're playing it are two different circumstances altogether. Because when you're playing it, you're in the action, you're making these decisions, you're paying attention to what the next guy is doing, you're actively thinking really the entire time. You're not just waiting for your turn and then, oh, okay, let me roll the dice, move 5 spaces, collect 10% luxury tax or pay whatever it is, right? None of that stuff, right? So So yeah, now the 420 is talking. But anyways, it's a different beast for sure. They need more spin. Yeah. So point of that is the video, in my opinion, was effective, right? It told a good story because that's what we do. We're telling stories. It garnished interest, and it got people to read more. To the fact we're in a good spot here to get this thing funded. We do have to rely a lot on our UK friends at this point, but for 420 backers, and man, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool that we got the love that we got. Also pass the ball. I shouldn't have done that. I really shouldn't have done that, but whatever. It's after hours. Let's see if I can play this now. Hey!
We picked up one of the Rough Riders last night from the saloon. Turns out he had federal warrants for his arrest, and we planned to keep him here until the marshals come to haul him off to one of those prison work camps in the southeast.
We can do this the easy way or the hard way, Sheriff. Either way, we come to get our boy back. That's what we're fixing to do.
What do you make of it?
Trouble. This ain't how you want this to go down, Colonel. I don't think you're fully appreciating your circumstances, Sheriff. We have you outmanned and outgunned. Now go ahead and let our boy out and we can get going along our way. Ready your iron, Isaiah. This godforsaken, untamed country needs men like you and me. So I'm going to give you to the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. You are fired upon until you comply. We have number 5. Give it up, Colonel. This won't end well for you. Let the dust and shrapnel belabor the lesson, Sheriff. There is no way out. Welcome to Sweetwater Gulch. It can get downright desperate in this town, but if you play your cards right, you just might make it out alive. No! Take your posse, and I'll see you at high noon. It's about to get interesting.
That's that. This project is at 42%. Help bring it to life. Look at them doing that. People watch the video. That's mighty nice of Kickstarter. I mean, they're incentivized to do this stuff, by the way, but it's just mighty nice that they offer that stuff up for us. Where are those other guys? They taking naps? Is it your shift, Brad? Is it your shift right now?
I've been on shift all day. I'm a soldier. I'm not worried about it.
I took 2 naps, but I'm pretty sure I got enough.
Not for me. I've been up since.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I want the full experience. I don't want any. I don't do well. Once I go to sleep, I need to be asleep.
Mm-hmm.
So if I break the seal on sleep, I'm gonna have a hard time coming back to my chipper self.
I think I've been wearing this hat.
What time zone? Huh?
I think I've been wearing my hat wrong because, like, now when I let this sit more on top of my head, it feels more comfortable. Let me look at Billy Bob Thornton's picture.
Yeah, put it on the screen.
Yeah, let me do that. All right, let's go to. Can you feel that 8 GB crawl streaming video? This iMac is screaming. All right, Billy Bob Thornton. Tombstone. No, he wears it pretty low. But goddamn, if that ain't look at this fucking guy, dude. I don't have suspenders, okay. But look at that, dude. Oh man, she made me Billy Bob Thornton.
That's pretty close. Man.
I think she went out of her way to do it. That's what I think.
You're the dealer.
Out of her way to do it.
Who's what time zone are we in right now? What time is it in our target?
Let me find
Who's
out.
waking up right now? UK?
Yeah, the UK. It's gonna be like it's morning. It's like 7 a.m. Not World Star, World Clock. You know what? I could. Oh my god! I want to punch everything in the face right now. All right, there we go. Now I can function. All right. World time. I just love that we're just two guys talking now. We gotta get our French folks in here. All right, so
Anybody
cool.
watch the live stream?
Yeah, there's still, yeah. We have this entire time have always had people on the live stream 100% of the time. It's been awesome. Yeah, so
who's in the
what's that?
Who's in the live stream with us right now?
I don't see who's on.
What does the live stream want to chat about?
Parker Frederickson's in here, Martin's in here. So we got people, but it doesn't show me. It doesn't show me who's what. Let's find a noon. Oh my god! Oh, there we go. Dhaka. Okay, Dhaka is as on the entire Bangladesh. So our folk, we're counting on. We're looking to Bangladesh for the next 30 minutes. Come on, Bangladesh. We did not advertise in Bangladesh, unfortunately. We could ship to Bangladesh. We definitely could ship to Bangladesh. Very cost-effective rates. That is one of the keen benefits that we recently just discovered. I have been selling on Amazon for years now, so we have a really good relationship with them. But they have a program that allows us to be able to drop ship. Not drop ship, just utilize their services by not putting their products on their site. And in doing so, using these accounts that we have with them, we have really reduced rates. So we pretty much can ship all over the world for like $35. That's not including any VAT and taxes and all that other stuff. subject to change, of course, but it's pretty good. In the U.S., it's going to be most definitely under $10. Again, tax and what have you. So maybe it's about $10. But when you're talking about that stuff, I'm looking at all these shipping charges from everyone else, and that you see people having to pay like $100 for shipping, and I'm like, wow, they're just not connected the right way. I don't know how they're going about doing it. I wonder if they're just using the they must be using UPS or something and just shipping it on some individual accounts or something like that. I know Frosthaven's doing it legit. They're bringing them into the countries that they're selling. And then what they're going to be doing is they're going to be charging VAT on the front end because they already know what that cost is going to be importing into the country. Who else is in this current time zone? So that's pretty much it, because here, if we pull this map up, is that what this does? Yeah. Okay. All right. So all of this, no, that's not us right now. Right here. How do I get to it? There we go. So what is that? We got some China. We got.
Yeah, it's 2:00.
Russia.
It's 12 hours different in China. China's
Russia. What's that brown? So what's this brown right here? What is that? Kyrgyzstan. Okay. Russia. So it's all part of like the Russian. Okay. Oh, that's all like that when the Soviets all broke up. What do we got over here then? Still Russia, man. You forget how big Russia is, yo. You know what I mean? Like you always think China is like the largest country in the world because they have so many people. But when you look at that land, like that land mass in comparison, like it's really crowded over there in China.
If you really want to blow your mind, look at how Russia almost touches Alaska.
Oh, I imagine.
It's separated by nothing.
Ah, that is interesting. I wonder, because they talk about like how imperial nations actually have made themselves larger on maps than what is factual, and so you can find these maps that are out there. Let me see if I can find it. That actually depict the true size of nations in relation to the advertised maps. And it was the whole argument is because it's just like these first world nations, just they want to perpetuate that they're, I don't know, it's all that hokey dokey theory. But this one kind of makes sense. Real map of globe, maybe? Okay, here we go. How do I get to it? There we go. Now, this is some guy's drawing, right? So this could also just be some other bullshit, right? Because but what they've done is they've looked at the actual size in comparison. So what the idea then is when you look at the actual size of Russia as opposed to how it's actually extended on a map, clearly then Africa just dwarfs that country. Clearly South America just dwarfs the United States and what have you. So, I just thought it was pretty interesting. I don't know how they proved that. The vast majority of using papers, animated gift. artificially pumped up in the minds of many people. That's so interesting that if this is true, that somebody would go to that extent as to manipulate the globe, to push some like class system agenda. It's not showing how they came up with that though, so you gotta take shit like that with a grain of salt. High noon after hours, man. What the hell are we talking about? All right. Reynolds is running out of steam. Cooper been off all day today. Great perk of 2 screens for work, but finally have to sign off for the night. Thank you, Cooper, for hanging out with us.
Thanks a lot.
Beautiful bride, by the way. That's a gorgeous picture. Beautiful bride. All right. Zach Paul, stoked for the game. Go to back high noon in the morning. Thank you. Thank you. Wake up early, please. We would love to fund in the first day. So don't go to sleep too long. Just back now. Then you can sleep peacefully knowing that you backed high noon. Do what you need to do, honestly. Honestly, good. All that stuff is just it's just all stuff. Sam, you mentioned earlier that you were looking at a digital version. Is this already in development? Are you waiting for the project to be funded first? Yes. So we have this high noon as we have told you is happening, right? How fast and how vast it happens has everything to do with our levels of funding, right? We put the stretch goals out to 2 million to say, okay, hey, 2 million, we can be able to offer all that stuff. But if we get to 3-4, we got to start expanding into these other things. We're talking. We already have a comic book that's going to be in the works. We don't have any development, but we have the concepts and ideas of what we want for the digital version, and we have we have people ready to take on that role when we're ready for that. But again, that costs money. So that's likely something we would be looking at immediately, potentially even starting another Kickstarter specific for that, provided that people have an existing interest based on what we currently have going on right now for them. So the UK is a great example. Could fit into BC 3 times over. Michigan's that way. So why can't they just make maps accurate, man? like this is what. See, do you see what happens, Rad? When there's 420 backers, you understand what happens?
Yeah.
This is what happens. We start talking about map differences because there's 420 backers.
Let's talk about some of the big picture plans on the horizon.
Yeah,
not too big, but let's just kind of talk.
No, I'm geeking out. Let me geek out.
So one of the things that
go ahead.
One of the things that we have planned is, as we talked about, we've got a very prominent comic book artist who's interested in taking on the High Noon comic book. He's actually right now in the process of getting the framing together and this Bible together so that we can get the storyboards done. That thing is separate from this game. It's part of the High Noon world, but it's separate from this effort. And this effort is really just helping us decide how big High Noon gets, right? So what we're looking to do is figure out, where does High Noon, what scale does High Noon start out at? We're more than happy to start out with a very small property. We're happy to start out with a large property. It doesn't matter to us, but we wanted to use this Kickstarter to kind of let our market decide how we how we start and where on the trajectory we start. All of the things that we're talking about, they're going to happen no matter what. It's just a matter of how quickly they happen. We were using this Kickstarter, number one, to gauge interest in the game and get people, get over the hump of connecting with their audience. But also, it's also there to help people conceptualize what High Noon is. If you guys bite, we take a big bite of the High Noon, then we're going to obviously be able to move farther along our timeline in a shorter time frame than we will if you guys decide to, if our returns are a little more modest. And that's totally fine. We're good either way. We really want to be able to share our world with you guys. We want to be able to move into digital development. The action plans are together. We have a software developer who's willing to do the wireframes for us. We have the timeline on building an app and what that digital version looks like. I think it's going to slay if we put a digital version, because our formats lends itself really well to something like that. But we don't want to jump the gun, because we want to make sure that we craft what High Noon actually is at a core level before we start branching out and lose control over what the market's response or perception is of the game. We don't want them coming through and saying, well, High Noon. You saw on our Facebook, when we first hit the market, people were like, what is this, an app, a video game? What is this thing? And so, we took that feedback and said, okay, we need to do a really good job of defining what our goals and objectives are, and then go about it in a logical way, right? We don't want to jump the shark and come out with a comic book before it's a board game, because this is a game. We're all gamers. We like to game. We want a game. We want a game with you guys. So, this was the most logical step. If we set out, if Sean and I and Dwight and Jason decided, and Becky decided to set out and say, hey, you know what, let's make a comic book. Well, if that was the sum of our effort, then that would be a much different task and probably go in a different direction than a Kickstarter. But this is a situation where we know we have an engaged market, an engaged audience that understands a format, and we can use this format to tell a story with setting the groundwork for future growth and future expansion. And that allows us to really get back to the roots of it, because as I said, we believe that there's a real strong market want for that non-digital human interaction. I know I say that because not only do I see it in the numbers, but I also see it in my own household. We really enjoy spending quality time together. My name's Rad, Sam. Rad, R-A-D. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, that's the thing. There's a High Noon game on Steam. It's completely different format. We're a board game first and foremost, and we wanted to have that non-digital human interaction between people who get to spend time. I'm telling you, I think when you turn the TV off, when you put the phone down, when you put the pad down, what ends up happening is that you start to remember these are people that you enjoy hanging out with. And a lot of times we interface with people so digitally, even more so in this pandemic paradigm. We interface with people digitally and at a distance, and we have that abstraction on our interactions that causes us to kind of lose touch with one another. And I think that a lot of people are really clamoring for that connection, whether it be and I think that's what drives the push back to artisanal connected craft goods and craft manufacturing. So Reynolds just said, if I've learned anything from GW, it's build the lore over time. We talk about Games Workshop. Build the lore over time, and the crowd will build with you. I've gotten more as the lore builds, and that's what I'm loving about you guys. Well, thank you so much. Thank you for staying up with us. I know if Reynolds says it's 2:30 where he's at, he's on my timeline. So it's 2:50 for me right now. So I know Reynolds is a real OG. watching
Yeah.
this thing happen.
I've been around all day, man.
So yeah, but to Reynolds' point, you know, we're not trying to reinvent the wheel. Like I said, Dwight and I were in Hong Kong last year. We met one of the main manufacturers for Games Workshop. We actually got to meet them and see kind of how their operation works and what their ethos is. And I didn't get to meet any of their conceptual team. They're all in the UK, but I will tell you that one of the things I took away from that meeting, based on my interaction with them and how they do business in terms of meeting the expectation, is they've built a story. And that's not the easy way. The easy way is to put something glitz and glammy and superficial together and get people to bite into it. That's not the route that Games Workshop took. And I think that's part of the reason why Games Workshop has such a rabid following. I told you I have a friend who has he has a very nice car's worth of Games Workshop product, and the reason why he's a what we consider a type 2 supporter is because he believes in the story. He's bought into the story of Games Workshop. So when we saw that, when we discussed that amongst the executive team, we really talked about kind of what our objectives were and what trade-offs we'd have to take in short-term velocity in order to build a solid base. I think we're all in agreement that the solid thing to do is, number one, to communicate value, and number two, to communicate story. We want to be able to tell people a story that they're a part of. There's a reason why people loved the old Star Wars, because they vibed with it. It seemed familiar to them, and they saw themselves in Luke Skywalker, or they saw themselves in Carrie Fisher, or they saw themselves in Han Solo. And these are things that we wanted to build. We wanted to tell that story and get people involved in the story and let it build along that community's lines. Now, that is not the fastest way to do it in 2020. I'll just be honest with you, because we've had quite a bit of market surveys and market studies, and we've had subject matter experts give us their opinion about how to do it. And what we've decided is that what's more important for us is to actually connect with a core group and let that core group grow with us. To your point, Reynolds, I think that's an excellent point. They grow with you. They build with you. So, like I said, we have high expectations because we're all proven performers on this team. But we also recognize that we're only going to grow as quickly as we communicate who we are and what High Noon is to you, and as well as we make it valuable. And I know that there's a lot of competition for your dollars on Kickstarter. There's a lot of competition in this space, in the board game space. There's a lot of big fish that have very effective campaigns and very effective marketing, and I take nothing away from them. I think they're doing an excellent job. Kudos to Frosthaven. Kudos to everybody who's had great, massive success in the near term on Kickstarter. And I'm proud to be on the same platform with them. Just the fact that you guys have gotten us this far in a scant 18-ish hours. Right on, Reynolds. Cool. So in a scant 18-ish hours, we've gotten within spitting distance of our goal. We're 71,276. We're 13.1 and some change away from our goal. And the fact that you guys have internalized our objective and you guys are helping lift us across the line is huge to me. That's a huge validation, and we won't let you down. Sam has a comment where it says, absolutely, I've been trying to get my friend group more into board games. There's a huge disconnect now with everybody and their screens, especially with the younger generation. But when you can convince people to give it a go and sit down for a couple hours, they always end up having a great time. And that's a great point, Sam. And that's really why, earlier Dwight was talking about keeping High Noon accessible. And so, we had to find an inflection point. We wanted to be sufficiently sophisticated that an experienced gamer could find nuance in the game, and sufficiently accessible that a new gamer doesn't go, ugh, no, this looks way too complicated. No thanks. I got to get home and go watch football. We wanted to find a balance point between these two extremes, because we agree it's really important that we create a product that that a gamer can bridge to non-gamers or casual gamers, so that we bring those people together. And the reason why is because we're all about building bridges between different groups. We want to have different groups who are exploring each other's spaces and finding common ground. You know, I mean, I don't like all the things my 14-year-old likes. I don't like all the things my 9-year-old likes, and they don't like the kinds of things that I like. But we as a family want to find games that we can play together, where we're sufficiently entertained, or we sufficiently get to enjoy and laugh together. That's really what the objective of a game is. You know, I think, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, a lot of times games become a self-licking ice cream cone. You know, like, this is an objective that we have to hit, and it becomes this really, you know, arduous process to hit the objective. We have to win the game, and here's this thing, and it's got to tickle my fancy in such a way, and it becomes a really mechanical process. And I think a lot of, like I said, I don't.
Self-licking ice cream cone?
Yeah, you like that?
Yeah, I do.
It's a self-licking ice cream cone. It's the thing that exists for itself. And with High Noon, we wanted to make sure that the product that we were putting on the market remembers how to have fun. It doesn't take itself too seriously. It remembers that it's there to bring people together. It remembers that it's there to entertain and to really reinforce the relationships, build the relationships that exist interpersonally, whether it's a coworker or it's family members or it's people you just met. Maybe it's somebody you met at a game shop. You know, there's a couple of really great game shops in our local area that you can go into, and there's people who are just hanging out, and they'll see somebody playing a game, and there's an empty spot, and they go, "Hey, you want to fill in the gap here?" And people cross-pollinate on different platforms and different games. I wanted to have a game that wasn't so complicated or so nuanced that it pushed, you know, casual or new gamers out. Wanted to have, but was sufficiently sophisticated that somebody like Jason or somebody like Dwight, who has a lot of intellectual need for, you know, their intellectual stimulations at a much higher level than someone like me, for example, is able to bite into it and really be able to appreciate the fine tunability of the experience, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, we had 3 playtests today. We had the first one with the core game with all serious gamers. We had Dwight Jr. and Senior and Rod and myself. We played the core game again later on with 4 teenagers who had never played the game at all before. First time for all of them. And then later on, we played another one with just expansion packs.
Yeah.
Stop Nick for a second. Yeah, nothing but expansion packs with a wide variety of players. You, of course, had Dwight Jr. and I on the board, but you also had Rad's son,
David.
14?
Yeah, he's 14.
Yeah, thought David was 14, but at 3 o'clock in the morning, you never know. But yeah, so he had his 14-year-old son, and then we had another player who had to take off a little bit early, and his Rad's wife Jill opted.
Yeah, so think about that. So Billy had to leave. He had an emergency come up, and he wasn't able to stay for the final 3 or 5 rounds of the game, and he had to take a phone call in the middle of the game. So Jill played the 2 or second and third round. So what's impressive is that Jill was able. Number one, you had a 14-year-old who, you know, is coming to play the game with everybody and
really dominated the first half.
Yeah, and
it really took Dwight and I ganging up on him to turn the tide.
That's what I alluded to that in our earlier talks. I talked about how this 14-year-old can pick up Miroslav for the very first time and just go to town.
And Miroslav's one of the more complicated players.
Right. So if he's accessible enough for a 14-year-old to grasp the nuance, I'm not denigrating his intelligence. He's extremely intelligent. But my point is that we could switch players. They could pick up where they left off, and yet still maintain a hook in a gamer like Jason and Dwight, who has a broad experience of games and says, you know what, there's something here that I find compelling. So Sam had made a comment that, have we also looked into talking to some of these board game cafes that are popping up? Absolutely. But you know, our reach is we're a 20 or 30 person company. You know, we've got 20 or 30 people underneath us who are executing the logistics and planning of the game.
It's another reason why we need the Kickstarter backers.
Yeah. And really, that's what it is. I mean, we're looking to use this Kickstarter to build a community. We're also going to be shipping an excellent game. You're going to love it. But we also want you, if you backed it, it's because you believe in it. Oh, Sam, I'll tell you what inspired Miroslav. We took an alternate reality look at what would happen if a character like Nikola Tesla, instead of being a humanitarian introvert, was a somewhat more less altruistic extrovert, and who, after being burned by Edison and Westinghouse, decided to, Edison basically disagreed with Tesla completely. There was a war between DC and AC, right? And Tesla correctly advocated for AC because AC has very little transmission loss over long distances, whereas DC requires these periodic stations to maintain the voltage on the wire. This is that technical stuff. But at the end of the war, before Tesla was proven right, Westinghouse pulled his funding from Tesla, and Tesla basically died penniless. And the reason why was because he was very altruistic. Oh, you love? Okay, awesome. That's so awesome. He's an electrician.
Oh, awesome.
So yeah, so you know all about
AC
and DC and phasors and anyway. So, and hypothetical numbers. Anyway, impedance, inductance. yeah. So anyway, yeah, Jason and I come from a strong technical background. So yeah.
Just rotate 90 degrees.
Ooh,
Will be all right.
Right. So
there was one of those guys that war got so deep. I can't remember who did it to the other. I want to say it was Edison screwing over Tesla, because Edison at that time seemed to be the real aggressor in that environment. There's actually a really good book on this, the 48 Laws of Power. They go into a big detail into that feud. But anyways, they were there was going to be an execution, a state execution, and one of these guys, and I can't remember who did it to the other, but one of them lobbied to have their electricity used for the execution, and the other party sabotaged the electricity, and this guy fried, I think he got set on fire, and then that was a way to discredit how this power source was. And this is we're talking a little over 100 years ago. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if that happened today? Like if Bezos did that to Musk?
They went so far, I believe, and if I'm mistaken, Sam, correct me, but I think that Edison had killed an elephant with what he called Tesla's electricity, Tesla's current, just to show how unsafe it was. And so Tesla went and did a demonstration. Because I won't get into the specifics, but Sam probably knows way more about it than I do. But anyway, the idea for Miroslav was, what happens if it was a different guy who had those visions about electricity? What if it was a guy who decided to fight Edison head on, and who decided to say, well, the hell with Westinghouse, I'll go make my own fortune out west. And if you think about that character, that's who Miroslav is. He's actually a character who says, you know what? Damn everybody else. I know I'm right, and I'm not going to rely on the truth to carry me. I'm going to go force people to understand where I'm coming from. And he moves out to this town of Pascagoula or Sweetwater, and creates his own laboratory in order to prove by the force of his will, that he's right. And that's really the distinction between Edison and Tesla. Tesla was incredibly naturally gifted. He saw things conceptually that nobody else at the time could even conceptualize.
Even today.
Yeah, even today.
He would actually manipulate static electricity fields with his hands, and nobody knows how he did that.
Yeah, he understood intrinsically the nature of electricity far before anybody could model it. And so he was really, I don't know how he came about that information, that knowledge, but the fact is that he was truly something special. And because he was truly special, I don't think he had a sense of his own importance. And you can contrast that with Edison, who was kind of more determined and dogged. There's a bunch of quotes attributed to Edison. We look at him as this guy who managed to, try and try again until he succeeded. And Edison quoted one time, it's like, I didn't fail 99 times. I found 99 ways not to make a light bulb. And he was trying to find the tungsten filament in a oxygen-free environment that would allow the filament to glow without being rapidly oxidized and breaking. Yeah, see, here you go. I love this. Yeah, exactly. Right, that's precisely what happens. I love this. I love that. I'm so pleased that you know this about Tesla and this is your interest, because it's really wonderful for you to be able to explore Miroslav. So yeah, see, exactly. He killed an elephant.
That video is still available on like YouTube and whatnot. It gets passed about on Facebook every now and again, and it gets
this is where we
agree to watch it.
So this is kind of where the genesis of Miroslav came from. Is we were like, okay, well, here's a guy. What would happen? And there's a great movie, Sam. I'm sure you've watched it. The Prestige, and David Bowie plays Tesla, right? And he's out in Colorado doing all this, this black voodoo magic with electricity. So we were thinking. So we all have similar tastes and interests. And thanks, Nicole. Thank you so much. And we were thinking like, okay, so maybe this alternate reality Tesla, this Miroslav Zorek, goes out there and creates, instead of creating clean energy and a desire to transmit energy at low cost for the benefit of mankind, becomes disillusioned with mankind because of a similar experience that Tesla had, and decides to go out and say, you know what? I'm smarter than Edison. I see things more clearly than Edison. I'll show Edison, because he doesn't know how wrong he is. And so we were talking earlier about the nuance between a villain and a good guy. And Miroslav doesn't see himself as a villain. He sees himself as a persecuted genius. He sees himself as a guy who had an idea, who was defeated by crooked capitalists who treated him poorly, and he is out to prove how much smarter he is than them. Yeah. Reynolds says you should check out Greenfield Village in Michigan. They changed Edison's history so much you would think he was president or something.
I actually have. I lived in Canton, Michigan for a while myself, Reynolds, so been there quite a few times. Yeah, it's there's a little bit of a oh yeah, there we go. That's it. There's a cult of personality built around Edison at the museum there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and that's what happens, because that's the thing, that's what, he's a local American hero. Tesla was a Serbian immigrant, who came here and had these insane ideas. He had all these quirks about him. He didn't like peaches. He had visions and headaches, and he was a weird dude. And his ideas were so far from the norm that he was really ahead of his time. Brendan, don't worry. We're going to get this thing in your hands as soon as humanly possible. So anyway, so that's where Miroslav came from. And that just, that's just his background. How he weaves into the rest of the story of High Noon, there's probably 50 pages of story about how his story arc weaves into the rest of the game, and some of the major things that happen, some of the major plot twists and weird West things, how his generator and his electrical fields influence the rest of the storyline and future expansions that are coming out. We hopefully will get to see them in this Kickstarter. This is just part of the reason why we went so deep on the story to make it. Like I said, this is one of the things that is our competitive edge. We're here to tell a story. We're here to tell a deep story and a vivid story. The easy part of the job is having miniatures manufactured. The hard part of the job is bringing that story to life. So I think that's kind of where we're all aligned in that way, to make sure that when you guys trust us with your pledge, that we deliver a compelling and interesting story for you guys, so you guys have something that you're like, wow, I really like this world. I want to go visit it every year. Like, for example, I read Dune at least once a year, and I've read it probably 20 times. And I don't read Dune because I don't know the story. I read Dune because I want to visit that world again. Same reason I watch Big Trouble in Little China, every 3 months. It's not because I don't remember the story. It's because I literally just want to go visit that world. I believe, just like old Star Wars, I won't speak for the new Star Wars, right? And if you like new Star Wars, no disrespect, but old Star Wars, in my mind, the reason why new Star Wars hurts me so much is because I've always imagined Han Solo whipping around the galaxy in the Millennium Falcon, whether I'm watching the slice of the universe that I get to see, in Empire Strikes Back or not. I get the sense, because the story is so compelling and deep, that there's a whole world happening whether I'm looking or not. And that's a hallmark of a good story. I believe Jack Burton is driving the Pork Chop Express, whether I'm visiting him in Chinatown or not. And that's kind of where, for me, what I find the stories that I treasure happen whether I'm looking or not. They live in an ecosystem where they have their own motivations and archetypes and situations. What's a movie like that for you that you feel that happens whether you're looking or not?
Indiana Jones.
Yes, thank you.
I've always been a big fan of the Indiana Jones trilogy, and no, please don't corrections. It is in fact a trilogy.
Yeah. So Sam brings up, I love a good backstory, something to do with the Intercontinental Railroad. Absolutely. I mean,
got something in the works there too.
Yeah, add something in the works, because obviously you can't have a story about the West without the idea of manifest destiny. And you can't, and even in High Noon's world, which is not a historical world, it's an alternate reality that has no bearing on historical fact, but similar situations, you could say, would happen in that alternate reality the same. Brendan, yes, there's a Bible already written. There now, the whether or not we release the Bible is totally possible. It's already done. It's been done. We've been sending it to all of our comic book partners and vendors because we want them to understand the story. Same thing with some of our vendors who have to create the artwork. We want them to understand the backstory, so we've been sending them the Bible. I'm not sure if it's on the stretch goal horizon, but obviously we have our stretch goals planned out, but none of those things are set in stone as of yet.
Yeah.
But absolutely, we'd be willing to put something like that out there for you guys to help to flesh out the story. But yes, all the different interactions that happen when you bring you bring in, like Dwight commented about the East meets West, and a transcontinental railroad and a conglomerate that's found resources here that wants to build on it, and all the human friction that comes from those goals. All that stuff is built into the stretch goals. There's 30 different posses that are already fleshed out, balanced, and calculated. And the easy part is just getting those to the production line. So, while I've been blabbering, we've jumped up, $1,000, maybe. I don't know. I can't remember. It's too early in the morning for me. But we seriously appreciate you guys' backing, and more importantly than that, I appreciate you guys giving me the chance to sit here and just talk about some of the nuance that goes into High Noon, some of the things that make High Noon different from every other board game. We've got quite a bit of interesting lore. So our plan was to release some of this backstory around the core game and the expansions, the All-In and the Saddle Up Pledge, and the expansions. We have that story ready to go. Our plan was to gauge the scale based on the Kickstarter performance, and then take that portion of the Bible, what we have exposed you to, and maybe a couple of things more, and codify that as a graphic novel or a comic book. So that way you can see, the world visualized in a different way. So you have basically two different ways to visit the universe. You can see it in a comic book or graphic novel, and you can also play it, basically play in that world when you put the game on your dining room table. So that's kind of what our conception was on it. That's not set in stone, obviously. We're at the stage in our Kickstarter where we are 20 hours in to our Kickstarter. We're 20 hours in, and we've got to get another $12,000 something. So we crossed our big benchmark. One of our key performance indicators was funding in the first day, and that's the big one we're focused on right now. But obviously, based on how the Kickstarter does, and regardless of how well the Kickstarter does, our objective is to follow that timeline. It's just about what part of the pool we jumping into. You guys tell us, whether that's the 6 foot or the 20 foot. It's up to you guys. Whatever the market, whatever you guys respond to, however compelling our story is, we'll flesh the universe out. What other questions do you guys have for us? There's another universe that I like to go visit. That's actually part of the reason why I like Dune so much.
Yeah.
I love Dune because it's a really rich and deep universe. Dune happens whether you're looking or not. Hey, Reynolds, thank you so much for staying up with us, man. Good night. I hope we didn't wreck your day tomorrow. Thank you so much. We appreciate your time. But when you're reading about they go through such painstaking trouble not to overly explain things to you, because it's assumed that this thing has its own force and ecosystem. There's a political system in Dune that's unlike anything we have. There's the contemporary situation in Dune that they touch on the relevant parts, which lends you to think that there's Tristan Draper. How long have you been working on High Noon for? Over 2 years. Yeah, it's been about 2 years from rough cut, hey, this is what I got, paper printed out cards, to where we're at now, which is, ready to go into production, ready to go, marketing campaign, all the trappings of an actual product. If I had to do it over again, the work that it takes to get a game from concept to ready to manufacture is huge amount of work. And maybe not if you're making something, superficial, but for what we want the way we want this to look when it arrives on your doorstep, we want it to be a lot of wow when you open that box. When you shake that lid, get it to separate, because it's Lux materials, and we want you to go, dang, this is really great. So getting through all the communicating that performance envelope to the vendors, for communicating that performance envelope to everybody is a big task. But yeah, it's about over 2 years at this point. Yeah, we were in Hong Kong in 19. Tristan, no, it's not standard at all. Usually what will happen is, if you go to a Kickstarter, like we've all backed Kickstarters before, usually what will happen is you put your stuff on Kickstarter, everybody sees it, and then you might have some videos and some Q&As, but you'll have press releases and reviewers talking over it. So you communicate through third parties for the most part, in my experience. A lot of Kickstarters communicate through third parties. This is what our game is. Here's a trusted source and blah, blah, blah. We just decided that we wanted to be able to answer your questions directly. And, it's a little bit taxing on us to do a 24-hour Kickstarter and actually talk about some of these questions through with you guys. But to me, it's worth it to connect with you. So no, it's not what I've seen typically, but in my opinion, absolutely worth it.
Yeah, it's important to build that audience, and it does put a lot on us. Dwight is actually asleep on a couch right now, and I was asleep on a separate couch about an hour ago. But with a brand new company here, with a brand new with us, it's a lot about building the community, but also about building trust with the community. So we want you guys to know that even though this is our first game, that we really have put a ton of thought into this. And this is really going to be a good game, and it's going to launch, and it's going to be delivered to you in with the kind of quality and the kind of expectation. Sorry, we're at 3 a.m. With the kind of quality that Raz been promising all night, and with meeting the high expectations. But we also want this to be a two-way street. We see this as more time to connect with our fans. We've been building up some momentum on Facebook over the past couple months, but this gets you a little bit more, as much as you can do one-on-one in, a COVID-19 world.
Yeah.
So a one-on-one with the fans right now, and to get a much more personal and intimate experience built with them. So,
yeah.
A lot of work, but it's absolutely been worth it. Made some pretty cool new fans today. Even have a couple of new friends on Facebook. So
yeah, and really, when we and Dwight is here.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so yeah, we wanted to make sure that we gave you guys an opportunity. Obviously we have a different format, so we are in a COVID-19 paradigm. We are in a pandemic, and people are stuck at home. So, Brendan, absolutely. Brendan asks, "Are you guys planning on creating other board games down the road?" Absolutely.
Yes.
The High Noon uses a pretty novel game system, and we're interested in expanding that world and kind of weaving those stories into High Noon and around High Noon. But those stories are those games' job to tell. But yeah, absolutely, we've got a whole slew of games that we want to bring out. But obviously, we want to make sure that that this one's well received.
Yeah, Jordan and I have probably about 16 games kind of floating around up here right now.
Yeah.
I got to list those out, but High Noon is the first game, and it's the critical one to get right, because everything else is going to build off High Noon. So High Noon's the only one that we're really actively working on at the moment.
Right, that's a good point. We're really big fans of the idea of doing one thing perfectly. So we don't like to distribute our diffuse our energies when we have an objective to hit. And so for High Noon, that's the baby right now. That's what all hands are on deck to make sure that it's absolutely as good as it possibly can be. And to going back to the point that I'm probably beaten to death, the reason why we're sitting here and talking to you for 24 hours is because we recognize this is not a format that people are used to. Who gets on a live launch for 24 hours? What is that about? And the reason why we're doing that is because we're doing something that not a lot of other Kickstarters are doing, and maybe we aren't. Maybe I'm fooling myself, but I think that we're really trying to build a deep base, a deep well of support. And in order to do that, I've got to let you see me. I've got to let you see Jason. I've got to let you see Sean. I've got to let you meet Dwight. I've got to let you get answers that that don't conform to what you're used to, so that we can let you guys know.
I need to interject.
Yeah.
We're coming up on 8 hours. So at that 8 hour mark, the broadcast on Facebook is going to end. I'm going to then restart it.
Yes.
So I'm going to restart it. So rather than just waiting the 4 minutes, since we're just talking about it, I'm going to do that right now. So I'm going to end this broadcast, and then just everybody can just hang tight for 2-3 minutes, and then we'll be back up on a new broadcast the final broadcast, which will round up the final 3.5 hours or whatnot that we have.
Right on.
I lost my hat in my own bedroom. I don't know where it is. I've lost it.